In the dust-choked heart of the untamed West, where shadows linger and the wind carries restless secrets, a fleeting connection between the living and the departed sparks a dangerous dance. Amidst moonlit graveyards and flickering parlor lights, truths buried deep threaten to unravel under the weight of longing and doubt. Step into a tale where the veil thins, where mystery and passion collide, and where every whisper could lead to salvation or peril. Listen and uncover what lies hidden in the silence of the frontier night. Chapter 1. The Ghost Train to Dust Devil Creek. The train wheels screamed a lament against the steel rails, a sound that burrowed deep into Leila's bones, echoing the hollow ache that had become her constant companion. Outside the grimy window, the world bled into a canvas of bruised purples and fading ochres as the sun surrendered the vast, indifferent sky to twilight. Endless plains stretched away, flat and featureless, punctuated only by the occasional skeletal silhouette of a lone cottonwood or cluster of stubborn sagebrush clinging to the parched earth. It was a land that swallowed light, sound, and, Lila suspected, hope. She drew her worn shawl tighter around her shoulders, the cheap wool scratching faintly against the high collar of her traveling dress. It offered little warmth against the persistent draft that snaked through the rattling passenger car, carrying the acrid bite of coal smoke and the fine, pervasive dust of the territories. Dust. It seemed the West was made of it, coating the windowsills, settling on the worn velvet seats, clinging to her eyelashes, tasting faintly metallic on her tongue. It was the grit of survival, the residue of broken dreams, the stuff from which towns like Dust Devil Creek were likely conjured, clinging precariously to the edge of civilization. Lila traced the condensation pattern on the window pane with a slender finger, her reflection a pale, flickering ghost, superimposed onto the darkening landscape. 21 years old, yet the reflection, staring back, held an unnerving stillness, eyes too old for the face they inhabited, eyes that had seen, or claimed to see, beyond the veil that separated the living from the departed. That was her trade, her curse, her only fragile link to the one soul she desperately sought, her mother, Eleanor. The name was a silent whisper on her lips, a prayer lost in the rhythmic clatter of the train. Her mother, with her laughter like wind chimes and hands that always smelled faintly of lavender and baking bread, had been the sun in Lila's small universe. Then, like a candle snuffed out by a sudden gust, she was gone. Consumption, the doctor had called it, a polite word for the slow, wasting decay that had stolen her breath, her light, her life, leaving Lila adrift in a world suddenly muted and cold. It was in the suffocating silence that followed that the whispers had begun. Not audible sounds, not at first, but faint impressions, fleeting images, emotions that weren't entirely her own, a sense of presence, a fleeting brush against her consciousness, like moth wings in the dark. Fear had warred with a desperate, aching need. Could it be? Could her mother still be near? The path of spiritualism had opened before her then, less a calling than a desperate grasp for solace. She devoured books scavenged from dusty second-hand shops, attended hushed gatherings and shadowed parlors, learned the cadence of the seance, the language of knocks and raps, the delicate art of opening oneself to the unseen. Some called her gifted, others a charlatan, a fraud preying on the bereaved. Lila herself hovered somewhere in between, clinging to the moments of genuine connection, the flash of a shared memory, the echo of a familiar phrase, the overwhelming sense of love that sometimes washed over her while battling the gnawing fear that she was merely projecting her own desperate longing onto the silence. Herschel, as the crudely printed handbills called it, was a means to an end. Traveling from one raw-boned town to the next, offering glimpses of the beyond to grieving widows and heart-sick mothers, earning just enough to keep moving west, always west. Each town blurred into the next dusty streets, rough-hewn buildings, the ubiquitous saloon spilling harsh laughter and discordant piano music into the night. Each séance was a gamble, a tightrope walk between hope and exposure. But each session was also a chance that amongst the strangers seeking comfort, her mother's spirit might finally break through the static, offering the guidance, the reassurance, the simple presence Lila craved more than breath itself. Dust Devil Creek. The name itself felt like an omen, gritty and ephemeral. It was just another stop on the map, secured through a hopeful letter penned weeks ago to the proprietor of the town's only hotel, promising an evening of spiritual communion and messages from the departed. Another gamble, another threadbare hope. She shifted uncomfortably on the seat, the springs groaning beneath her slight weight. The other passengers were few, mostly men with hard faces etched by sun and wind, their eyes holding the guarded watchfulness of those who lived constantly on edge. A cattleman in a sweat-stained hat, asleep with his mouth agape, a pair of prospectors murmuring in low tones over a dog-eared map, a woman older than Lila, clad in severe black, clutching a Bible as if it were a shield against the wilderness rushing past the window. No one met Lila's gaze. She was accustomed to the aversion, the suspicion that clung to her like the prairie dust. A young woman traveling alone was anomaly enough. One who claimed to speak with the dead was practically an invitation for scorn, or worse. She closed her eyes, trying to shut out the rhythmic clatter, the smell of stale tobacco, the weary weight of the journey. Instead, she sought the quiet center within herself, the place where the whispers sometimes gathered. She focused on the small, tarnished silver locket she wore beneath her dress, pressing the cool metal against her skin. It had been her mother's. Inside, a miniature portrait, faded and worn, showed Eleanor smiling, her eyes full of the light that Lila missed so fiercely. "Mama, are you there? Are you waiting for me? In Dust Devil Creek?" Only the train's relentless rhythm answered, a mechanical heartbeat driving her deeper into the unknown. Sometimes she felt the journey itself was the ghost train of her handbill's title, not carrying spirits, but hurtling souls like hers through a purgatory of landscape, forever seeking a destination that remained just out of reach. A memory surfaced, unbidden. Her mother humming a lullaby, her hand cool on Lila's fevered brow years ago. "Hush now, little bird," she'd murmured. "Even the darkest night holds a promise of dawn." But the nights felt so long now, and the dawn seemed perpetually delayed. The promise felt thin, stretched taut across the vast, unforgiving expanse of the West. What if Dust Devil Creek was just another dead end? What if the whispers faded completely, leaving her truly alone? The fear was a cold knot in her stomach, tightening with every mile devoured by the chugging engine. She forced the fear down, tucking it away behind the carefully constructed facade of the serene spiritualist. She had to believe. Belief was the only currency she possessed, the only shield against the harsh realities of her existence. Belief that her mother was watching over her, guiding her steps. Belief that her gift, however erratic and misunderstood, was real. Belief that somewhere, somehow, she would find not just solace, but a place to belong, a place where the ghosts of her past could finally rest. The train whistle shrieked, a long, mournful cry that cut through the twilight quiet. It signaled their approach. Lila sat up straighter, peering through the grimy glass. Pinpricks of light flickered in the distance, tentative sparks against the encroaching darkness. Dust Devil Creek. It didn't look like much. A scattering of buildings huddled together as if for warmth against the immensity of the plains. A water tower stood sentinel, stark against the darkening sky. The main street, barely discernible, looked wide and dusty. There was no grand station, only a rough wooden platform materializing alongside the tracks. The train slowed with a jarring screech of brakes, the carriage lurching, sending a wave of stale air and agitated dust motes swirling. The cattleman snorted awake, wiping drool from his chin. The prospectors gathered their meager belongings. The woman in black clutched her Bible tighter, her lips moving in silent prayer. Lila took a deep breath, gathering her small, worn carpet bag from the overhead rack. It contained everything she owned: a change of clothes, her mother's locket, a few treasured books on spiritualism, and carefully folded velvet cloth and small bell she used in her seances. Her tools of the trade, her anchors in a shifting world. The carriage door opened with a rusty groan, letting in a gust of cool night air, thick with the scent of dust, and something else, something dry and vaguely unsettling, like old bones baking in the sun. Lila hesitated for a moment, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on her. Another town, another performance, another desperate search for a whisper in the silence. Steeling herself, she stepped down onto the rough planks of the platform. The ground felt solid beneath her worn boots, a small comfort. The train hissed impatiently, steam billowing around her ankles like spectral shrouds. Overhead, the first stars were beginning to pierce the deep indigo canvas, cold and impossibly distant. Dust Devil Creek. The air was still heavy. The silence, broken only by the sighing of the wind through the sparse buildings, felt profound, watchful. She stood alone on the platform as the train groaned and began to pull away, its receding lights swallowed by the vast darkness, leaving her utterly alone under the immense, star-dusted sky. A tremor ran through her, not entirely from the chill night air. It felt as though the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for her. The girl who spoke to ghosts, to step into its dusty embrace and see what secrets lay buried beneath its quiet facade. The first step was always the hardest, onto the uncertain soil of a new beginning, or perhaps just another road leading nowhere but deeper into the lonely heart of the West. She clutched her bag tighter, squared her shoulders, and took that step. Chapter 2. Whispers in the Prairie Wind. The train's fading rumble dissolved into the immense silence, leaving Lila adrift on the splintered planks of the platform. The darkness pressed in, vast and thick with the scent of dust and dry grass, a silence so profound it seemed to have weight, broken only by the low, ceaseless murmur of the prairie wind. It soughed around the corners of the deserted water tower, whispered through the brittle stalks of unseen weeds growing alongside the tracks, and tugged insistently at the edges of her shawl, a cold, searching breath against her skin. Above, the stars glittered with fierce intensity, diamond chips scattered across black velvet, looking close enough to touch, yet impossibly remote. They offered no warmth, only a stark, indifferent beauty that amplified her solitude. She stood there for a long moment, her small carpet bag feeling heavy in her hand, the only solid thing in a world suddenly rendered vast and uncertain. Dust Devil Creek. It lay before her, a handful of flickering kerosene lamps, casting pools of fragile, yellow light onto a wide, unpaved street. The buildings were dark shapes, hunched low against the earth, the sharp, false front of a general store, the longer, lower profile of what must be the saloon, judging by the faint, muffled strains of a tinny piano, and a burst of rough laughter that momentarily punctured the quiet. Further down, a slightly larger structure boasted a painted sign, barely legible in the gloom. Creekview Hotel. Vacancy. Her destination. Taking a breath that tasted of dust and the high, lonesome chill of the plains, Lila stepped off the platform onto the packed earth of the main street. Her boots sank slightly, the fine grit crunching underfoot. The wind swirled around her ankles, lifting dust devils that danced like wraiths in the lamplight before dissolving back into the shadows. It wasn't just a wind. It felt like the land breathing, exhaling secrets, sorrows, the accumulated sighs of generations who had wrestled a living from this harsh soil, or perhaps, she thought with a shiver, the restless breaths of those who hadn't survived the wrestling. She walked towards the hotel, her footsteps sounding unnervingly loud in the quiet. The boardwalks, where they existed in front of the saloon and the store, were warped and uneven. Shadows clung thickly in the alleyways between buildings, deep pockets of impenetrable black that seemed to watch her passage. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, a sharp, territorial sound that was quickly swallowed by the silence. No one else stirred. It was as if the town had drawn its shutters tight, holding its breath until the stranger passed. The Creekview Hotel had pretensions of grandeur that the harsh climate had already begun to erode. The paint on the sign was peeling, and the porch sagged slightly to one side. A single lamp burned in the window beside the door, casting a welcoming, if lonely, glow. Lila pushed the door open, a small bell above it, jangling discordantly, announcing her arrival into a dim, musty lobby. The air inside was thick with the smell of stale cigar smoke, boiled coffee, and something vaguely floral, likely a futile attempt at air freshener. A long counter of dark, scarred wood dominated one side of the room, behind which sat a man engrossed in a ledger. He looked up as the bell rang, his eyes, small and shrewd beneath bushy gray eyebrows, giving Lila a swift, appraising glance. He was stout, balding, with suspenders straining over a checkered shirt. His face was weathered, like the town itself, etched with lines of pragmatism, and perhaps a touch of weariness. "Evening," he grunted, his voice raspy, like stones grinding together. He didn't smile, but didn't seem hostile either, merely occupied. "Good evening," Lila replied, her voice sounding small in the quiet space. She placed her bag carefully on the floor beside her. "I believe you have a reservation for me, Lila Carson." She offered the name she traveled under, simpler, less likely to invite immediate questions than her full name, which felt too tied to the whispers and the seances. I wrote ahead regarding arrangements." The man squinted, then ran a thick finger down a page in his ledger. Yes, Carson, the spiritualist." He said the word neutrally, without inflection. But Lila felt the familiar prickle of scrutiny. "Got your letter. Room's ready. Top of the stairs, second door on the left. Number 4. He pushed the ledger aside and retrieved a heavy iron key attached to a brass tag from a hook behind him. "And the parlor? You want it for tomorrow night?" "Yes, please, if that's still suitable." He shrugged, a movement that shifted his considerable bulk. "Parlor's yours, 8 o'clock sharp. Folks around here ain't got much patience for late starts." He eyed her again, a flicker of curiosity in his gaze. "Heard tell you. Talked to folks who've passed on." Lila met his gaze steadily, keeping her expression calm, serene. It was a look she had perfected. "I offer comfort to those who seek connection. Sometimes messages come through." She kept her explanation simple, non-committal. Experience had taught her that saying too much often invited more trouble than it was worth. The man who she guessed was Mr. Henderson, the proprietor mentioned in the sparse correspondence, merely grunted again. "Dust Devil Creek ain't seen the likes of that before. Might stir folks up." It wasn't quite a warning, more a statement of fact. "That'll be 50 cents for the night. Parlor use included, seeing as you might bring in some custom. Lila reached into the small reticule clipped to her belt, extracting the coins. Her funds were dwindling, a constant worry that gnawed at the edges of her composure. She needed the seance tomorrow night to be successful, not just for the possibility of contacting her mother, but for the simple necessity of earning enough to eat and secure passage to the next town, the next hope. She pushed the coins across the counter. Henderson swept them into a drawer without counting. Supper's finished, but there might be some coffee left on the stove in the dining room through there. He gestured vaguely with his chin. Breakfast is 6 sharp. He slid the key across the counter. Stairs are back there. Watch your step on the 3rd one up. It's loose. Thank you, Miss... Henderson. Jed Henderson. He finally offered a name, then immediately turned back to his ledger, dismissing her. Lila picked up the key in her bag. The brief exchange had left her feeling drained, the familiar weight of being an outsider settling upon her. She bypassed the dining room, not hungry, only weary to her bones. The stairs creaked ominously under her weight, and she carefully navigated the loose 3rd step, just as Henderson had warned. The upstairs hallway was narrow and dimly lit by a single flickering lamp at the far end. The air here was colder, carrying the scent of old wood and disuse. Room 4 was small, stark, and clean, though threadbare. A narrow iron bedstead covered with a faded quilt, a small wooden washstand with a chipped basin and pitcher, a single straight-back chair, and a rickety wardrobe made up the furnishings. A small window looked out over the main street, offering a view of the silent town below under the indifferent gaze of the stars. It was anonymous, transient, like countless other rooms she had occupied on her journey. Yet for tonight, it was sanctuary. She closed the door, the click of the latch echoing in the small space. Setting her bag on the bed, she unpinned her hat and removed her dusty shawl, laying them carefully aside. The silence in the room felt different from the silence outside, less watchful, more empty. She went to the washstand and poured water from the pitcher into the basin. It was cool and smelled faintly of minerals. She splashed her face and neck, washing away the grime of the train, the dust of arrival. The cold water was a small shock, grounding her. Looking at her reflection in the small, fly-specked mirror above the washstand, she saw the fatigue etched around her eyes, the pallor of her skin beneath the dust. There was a vulnerability there she tried hard to conceal from the world. She reached up and touched the locket hidden beneath her bodice, the cool metal of familiar comfort. Mama. Unpacking was a simple affair. The change of clothes, a dark, modest dress suitable for the seance, went into the wardrobe. Her books, worn copies of Andrew Jackson Davis and Alan Kardec, were placed on the small nightstand beside the bed. Finally, she unwrapped the velvet cloth and the small silver bell from their protective oilskin pouch. They were the visible tools of her trade, symbols meant to create atmosphere, to focus the minds of her audience, and perhaps her own. She placed them carefully beside the books, her talismans against the encroaching loneliness. She sat on the edge of the stiff mattress, the springs groaning in protest. The town outside was utterly still now. Even the piano music from the saloon had ceased. Only the wind remained, a constant, sighing presence. Lila closed her eyes, trying to center herself, to reach for that quiet space within. But tonight it felt elusive, jittery. The atmosphere of Dust Devil Creek seemed to cling to her, heavy and pervasive. It wasn't just dust and silence. There was something else, an undercurrent she couldn't quite name. A tension, like a wire stretched taut just beneath the surface of the quiet. And the whispers. They weren't clearer here, not yet, but they felt different, less like distinct voices or images, more like fragmented emotions carried on the wind that pressed against the window pane. sorrow deep and old, a flicker of anger, sharp and sudden as a rattlesnake's strike, and beneath it all, a profound sense of something unresolved, unfinished. It resonated with the desolation of the landscape, the worn faces of the buildings, the guarded quiet of the proprietor. She thought of Henderson's words, might stir folks up. Was the town resistant to remembrance, protective of its secrets? Or was there something specific here, a wound that her presence, her purpose, threatened to reopen? She pushed herself up from the bed and went to the window, parting the thin curtains slightly. The street below was empty, bathed in the cold, silvery light of the rising moon. The wind sculpted the dust into shifting patterns, ephemeral ghosts dancing in the deserted thoroughfare. Across the street, the sheriff's office was a dark block, its windows vacant eyes staring into the night. Further down, near the edge of town, where the buildings petered out into open prairie, she could just make out the darker shapes of headstones in what must be the cemetery, silhouetted against the horizon, a place of endings, a place where whispers might linger most strongly. A sudden gust of wind rattled the window frame, making her jump. It carried a sound, clearer this time. Not quite a voice, but a mournful, sighing note that seemed to hang in the air for a heartbeat before being swept away again. It wasn't human, not exactly, yet it felt laden with an almost human grief. Lila shivered, pulling her arms around herself. Was it just the wind playing tricks on the eaves and chimneys of the old buildings? Or was it something more, a prelude, a warning? She let the curtain fall back into place, turning away from the window, away from the unsettling whispers carried on the night air. The small room felt suddenly confining, the silence pressing in. She needed to be ready for tomorrow night. She needed to find her own center, her own connection, amidst the unsettling energies of this place. Her quest for her mother felt more urgent than ever, yet simultaneously more fraught with an unknown peril. Lying down on the narrow bed, still fully dressed, she pulled the thin quilt up to her chin. Sleep felt far away. The wind continued its restless monologue outside, weaving through the silent streets, whispering across the vast, dark prairie. Whispers of the past, whispers of warning, whispers of the spirits that might stir in Dust Devil Creek. And Lila, the girl who listened for such things, could only lie there, caught between worlds, wondering what secrets the dawn would bring, and what price this town might demand for revealing them. The air itself felt charged, expectant, and the prairie wind seemed to murmur a single, chilling refrain. Be careful what you seek. Chapter 3. A lawman's logic, a woman's, a secret. The sun climbed over the flat horizon, painting the dust-laden sky in hues of pale rose and watery gold, a reluctant dawn filtering through the grimy window of the sheriff's office. Daniel Hayes stood by that window nursing a mug of lukewarm coffee, the bitter liquid doing little to cut through the familiar ache of weariness behind his eyes. He hadn't slept well, but then he rarely did. Sleep offered too much silence, too much space for thoughts he preferred to keep locked away during waking hours. He watched the town slowly stir to life. Jed Henderson was sweeping the boardwalk in front of the hotel, his movements methodical, predictable. The livery stable owner, old Silas, was hitching a team to a buckboard, his curses carrying faintly on the still morning air. Smoke curled lazily from a few chimneys, thin tendrils reaching towards the vast, indifferent sky. Dust Devil Creek. It wasn't much, just a raw collection of buildings clinging stubbornly to a water source and a stagecoach line. But it was his responsibility, his patch of order carved out of the sprawling chaos of the territory. Daniel ran a hand over his jaw, the stubble rasping against his palm. 42 years old, though some days he felt decades older. The lines etched around his eyes and mouth weren't just from squinting against the prairie sun. They were carved by long hours, hard decisions, and the constant low-grade tension of keeping the peace in a place where disputes over water rights, stray cattle, or a crooked card game could escalate to bloodshed with frightening speed. His body was lean, hardened by years in the saddle, his movements economical, betraying the quiet competence of a man who relied on himself. His eyes, a cool gray like a riverstone's, missed little, their default expression one of watchful neutrality. Emotion was a luxury he rarely afforded himself, a potential weakness in a world that preyed on vulnerability. He turned from the window, the scarred wooden floorboards creaking beneath his worn boots. The office was small, functional, smelling faintly of gun oil, old paper, and the lingering bitterness of yesterday's coffee. A pot-bellied stove stood cold in the corner, waiting for the true chill of autumn. His desk was cluttered but organized, wanted posters tacked neatly to the wall behind it, a ledger detailing fines and arrests, a rifle leaning ready in the corner, his Colt Peacemaker resting heavy and familiar in the holster on his hip. Everything had its place, its purpose, logic, order, tangible things a man could rely on. Unlike the whispers and shadows that seemed to preoccupy some folks. He'd heard about the newcomer last night. Henderson had ambled over after locking up the hotel, ostensibly to share a smoke. But Daniel knew Jed. He thrived on being the first bearer of any news, however trivial. "Got ourselves a visitor, Sheriff," Henderson had said, puffing on his cigarette, the smoke wreathing his grizzled face in the lamplight outside the office. "Young woman. Came in on the late train. Calls herself a spiritualist." Daniel had merely grunted, offering no encouragement. Charlatans and drifters were common enough currency in these parts, passing through, looking for easy marks before moving on. "Says she talks to the dead," Henderson had added, lowering his voice slightly as if imparting a confidence. "Rented the hotel parlor for a seance tomorrow night. Reckon she aims to separate a few grieving souls from their cash." "Likely," Daniel had agreed, his tone dry. He had no patience for such nonsense. Grief was a raw, private thing, not a spectacle to be peddled for profit by some smooth-talking fraud. He'd seen enough real death, enough senseless loss, to find the idea of communing with spirits not just improbable, but offensive. Life was hard enough, brutal enough, without dressing it up in mystical mumbo-jumbo. When someone was gone, they were gone. Dust to dust. The silence that followed was absolute, impenetrable. He knew that silence intimately. He pushed the thought away, taking another swallow of the now cold coffee. It wasn't his business what foolishness people paid for, as long as no laws were broken. No fraud committed that he could prove anyway. These things usually relied on vague pronouncements, hopeful interpretations, and the desperate willingness of the bereaved to believe. Hard to pin down in a court of law. Still, the words the ants left a bad taste in his mouth, like snake oil or cheap whiskey. His gaze drifted to a framed photograph on the corner of his desk, slightly faded, the only truly personal item in the room. A woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, her dark hair swept up neatly. Beside her, a younger Daniel, impossibly earnest, his face unlined, staring stiffly at the camera. Martha, his wife, taken by fever nearly 15 years ago, swift and merciless, leaving behind a void that logic couldn't fill and time hadn't healed, merely scarred over. He remembered the suffocating helplessness of watching her fade, the uselessness of the town doctor's remedies, the stark finality of her last breath. There had been no comforting whispers from beyond, no spectral reassurances, only silence, cold, hard, empty silence, and a grief so profound it had reshaped the landscape of his soul, leaving him wary of promises, suspicious of easy comfort, grounded firmly in the tangible world of cause and effect, law and consequence. That was why he clung to logic, to order. It was the only bulwark against the chaos, the only thing that made sense in a world where love and life could be extinguished as easily as a candle flame. So this spiritualist, this Lila Carson, she represented everything he distrusted. Hope peddled as certainty, illusion masquerading as truth, emotional exploitation packaged as spiritual communion. He felt a surge of irritation, followed by a familiar weariness. Just another potential problem to manage. He'd have to keep an ear out, make sure she didn't cause any real trouble, didn't incite any hysteria or fleece anyone too badly. Dust Devil Creek had enough real problems without importing manufactured ones. He finished the coffee and rinsed the mug in the basin in the corner, the water cold against his fingers. Time to make his rounds. He checked the load in his peacemaker, the familiar weight a small reassurance, then settled his hat firmly on his head. The badge, pinned to his vest, felt heavy today, a tangible symbol of the order he was sworn to uphold against the encroaching wilderness, both outside the town limits and sometimes within the hearts of its inhabitants. Stepping out into the morning sun, he blinked against the brightness. The air was clearer now, the dust settled for the moment, carrying the scent of wood smoke and brewing coffee from the small eatery down the street. He nodded curtly to Henderson, who was still fussing around his porch, then started his slow patrol down the main street. His presence was usually enough to keep minor disputes from escalating. A steady look, a quiet word, the visible authority of the badge. He knew most everyone in town, their histories, their grievances, their weaknesses. Old Man Hemlock perpetually nursing a grudge against the railroad for bypassing his land claim years ago. The two ranching families, the Barlows and the McPhersons, locked in a simmering feud over grazing rights that occasionally flared into drunken threats at the saloon. Young Billy Watson, good-hearted but easily led astray, always skirting the edges of trouble. He navigated these currents daily, a balancing act between enforcing the letter of the law and understanding the rough-and-tumble realities of frontier life. He stopped by the general store, exchanging a few words with Mrs. Gable, its stout, no-nonsense proprietor. She was already complaining about the quality of the latest shipment of flour. "And have you heard about this spirit woman?" she asked, lowering her voice conspiratorially as she weighed out beans for another customer. "Staying over at Jed's place. Says she can talk to the dead. Imagine," she sniffed disdainfully, "preying on folks' sadness. Ought to be run out of town, Sheriff." "As long as she keeps within the law, Martha, there's not much I can do," Daniel replied evenly, though he sympathized with her sentiment. "Just keep your eyes open." "Oh, I will," she assured him, her expression grim. "Wouldn't trust her further than I could throw this sack of beans." He continued his walk, the sun warming his back. He could feel the undercurrent of talk about the spiritualist rippling through the town. Curiosity, skepticism, perhaps even a flicker of hope in some corners. Widow Agnes, who had lost her only son in a mining accident last year, might be tempted. Old Elias, who still mourned the wife he'd buried 3 decades ago, might seek solace. Grief made people vulnerable, desperate for connection, willing to grasp at straws. It was that vulnerability that bothered Daniel the most, the potential for it to be exploited. He paused near the edge of town, looking towards the small, windswept cemetery. Rough wooden crosses and a few weathered stone markers stood crookedly amongst the prairie grass. Martha was buried back east, in the green, gentle hills they'd both come from, a world away from this harsh, sun-baked land. But plenty of Dust Devil Creek's own sorrows lay buried here. Too many. Accidents, sickness, violence, the frontier took its toll. He wondered if this Lila Carson intended to visit the graveyard seeking atmosphere or inspiration for her performance. The thought rankled. That ground held real pain, real loss. It wasn't a stage prop. He turned back towards the center of town, his jaw tight. Henderson had said the séance was tonight, 8 o'clock, in the hotel parlor. Part of him wanted to ignore it, dismiss it as harmless folly, let people waste their money if they chose. But another part, the part honed by years of anticipating trouble before it started, felt uneasy, a stranger, making extraordinary claims, gathering a crowd. It was a recipe for potential conflict. Disappointed customers could turn angry. Arguments could break out. And underlying it all was the fundamental dishonesty, the manipulation, that set his teeth on edge. His duty was clear. He needed to be there. Not as a believer, heavens no, but as the law, to observe, to maintain order, to ensure this performance didn't spill over into something uglier, to make sure this woman, with her secrets and her supposed connection to the unseen, wasn't running a different kind of game entirely. Fraud was still fraud, even if it was dressed up in velvet cloths and spirit bells. And maybe, just maybe, a small, unacknowledged part of him was curious. Not curious about the spirits, he was resolute on that front, but curious about her. What kind of person peddled such wares? Was she a cynic, laughing inwardly at the gullibility of her audience? Or did she somehow believe her own illusions? What secrets did she carry behind those eyes that Henderson had vaguely described as young but old-looking? He reached his office again, the decision made. He would attend the séance tonight. He'd sit quietly in the back, a visible presence. He'd listen to her pronouncements, watch the reactions of the townsfolk, and be ready to step in if necessary. It was just another part of the job, maintaining order. Logic dictated it. Yet as he settled back behind his desk, the morning sun now streaming fully into the small room, he couldn't entirely shake a feeling of disquiet. It felt like stepping into unfamiliar territory, territory where his usual tools, logic, evidence, the law might not fully apply. He was stepping into a room where shadows were deliberately courted, where emotion, not reason, held sway. He thought again of Martha, of the impenetrable silence that had followed her passing. He clung to that silence and that certainty of absence. Anything else felt like a dangerous illusion, a betrayal of the harsh reality he had learned to live with. Tonight, he would face those illusions head-on, armed only with his skepticism and the weight of his badge. He just hoped it would be enough. The wind picked up outside, rattling the window pane again, carrying the scent of dust and the faint, unsettling feeling that something in Dust Devil Creek was about to change. Chapter 4. Voices Summoned in the Parlor Light. Twilight bled through the tall windows of the Creekview Hotel parlor, staining the worn floral wallpaper the color of old bruises. Outside, the relentless prairie wind had picked up, rattling the window panes like impatient skeletal fingers, its mournful cry a fitting overture for the evening's unusual proceedings. Inside, the air was thick with anticipation, heavy oil lamps casting pools of flickering yellow light that threw elongated, dancing shadows across the room, transforming familiar objects into strange, unsettling shapes. The scent of lemon oil polish couldn't quite mask the underlying mustiness of old velvet and dust, mingling now with the faint, nervous sense of humanity, lavender water, bay rum, anxious perspiration. Lila moved with quiet deliberation, making the final preparations. She had requested Jed Henderson arrange the chairs in a loose semicircle facing the small, marble-topped table she had designated as her focal point. Upon it, she had draped the square of deep purple velvet, its richness absorbing the lamplight, creating a small island of deep shadow. In the center rested the small, tarnished silver bell. Simple tools, yet imbued with a certain theatricality, designed to focus attention, to create a boundary between the mundane world and the one she purported to touch. She smoothed the velvet one last time, her fingers brushing the cool fabric. Her own nerves were a tightly wound spring beneath the calm facade she projected. Each seance was a precipice. Would there be connection? A genuine whisper from the other side? Or only silence, forcing her to rely on intuition, observation, and the carefully honed ambiguity that shielded her from accusations of outright fraud? Tonight, in this town that felt so watchful, so heavy with unspoken history, the stakes felt higher. The unsettling energy she'd felt since arriving seemed concentrated here, in this room filling with hopeful, grieving, skeptical souls, and her own desperate hope, the quiet, persistent ache to hear her mother pulse beneath it all. The townspeople began to arrive, trickling in clusters of twos and threes, their footsteps hesitant on the polished floorboards. They were a cross-section of Dust Devil Creek's hardscrabble existence. Widow Agnes clutched a worn daguerreotype, her eyes red-rimmed but alight with a fragile hope that made Lila's chest tighten. Old Elias leaned heavily on his cane, his gaze distant, lost in memories of decades past. Mrs. Gable from the general store arrived with two other ladies, their expressions a mixture of disapproval and undeniable curiosity, whispering behind their hands. Young Billy Watson slouched in, looking uncomfortable, likely dragged along by someone else or drawn by the promise of something out of the ordinary. Jed Henderson hovered near the doorway, arms crossed, his earlier neutrality replaced by undisguised interest in the potential drama and the potential custom tomorrow. They took their seats, the rustle of skirts and the clearing of throats loud in the expectant silence. Their faces, illuminated by the flickering lamps, were maps of hardship, loss, and guarded hope. Lila felt the weight of their collective grief, their longing, pressing in on her. It was a familiar burden, yet tonight it felt heavier, tinged with the strange undercurrents of the town itself. She scanned the faces, her gaze lingering for a moment on each, trying to feel beyond their outward appearances, seeking the threads of connection, the echoes of those they mourned. Then the door opened again, and Sheriff Daniel Hayes stepped inside. His presence immediately shifted the atmosphere in the room. Conversations died down, heads turned. He moved with a quiet authority that commanded attention without demanding it. His face, harsh-lined in the lamplight, was unreadable. His cool gray eyes, sweeping the room with a practiced assessing gaze before settling, briefly, on Lila. He didn't acknowledge her directly, merely nodded curtly towards Henderson and chose a chair near the back wall, slightly apart from the others, a solitary sentinel. Lila felt his scrutiny like a physical touch, cool and appraising. The skeptic. She had encountered his type before, men grounded in the hard logic of survival, distrustful of anything intangible, their presence a silent challenge. Yet there was something different about the sheriff, a depth of stillness, a shadow in his eyes that spoke not just of skepticism, but of a profound, settled sorrow. He wasn't just observing the law, he seemed to be guarding something within himself. His presence added a sharp edge to the already taut atmosphere, a counterpoint to the hopeful vulnerability of the others. She knew instinctively that he would be her most difficult audience, perhaps an impassable one. Taking a slow, centering breath, Lila moved to stand behind the small table. She clasped her hands loosely in front of her, letting the silence stretch, allowing the anticipation to build. The wind howled outside, a lonely counterpoint to the strained quiet within. "Thank you for coming," she began, her voice soft but clear, carrying easily through the small room. "We gather tonight seeking connection, seeking comfort, seeking perhaps a whisper across the veil that separates us from those who have gone before." She kept her gaze moving across the attendees, making eye contact briefly with each, acknowledging their presence, their purpose. The world of spirit is subtle. It requires openness, quiet contemplation, and willingness to receive what may come. She paused, letting her words settle. "I ask that you clear your minds of expectation. Grief and hope are powerful forces, but tonight, let us simply be receptive. Hold your loved ones in your thoughts, gently, lovingly. Sometimes that is enough to draw them near." She dimmed the main lamp nearest the door slightly, plunging the room into deeper shadow, the remaining lights flickering, making the faces around the circle seem paler, more ethereal. The wind pressed against the glass, a constant, sighing reminder of the vast emptiness outside. "Let us begin," she murmured. She closed her eyes, bowing her head for a moment, a gesture of reverence, of focus. Internally, she sent out her own silent plea. "Mama, are you here? Can you help me reach them?" Silence descended again, thick and heavy. Lila kept her eyes closed, focusing inward, trying to sense the subtle shifts in energy, the faint impressions that sometimes heralded a presence. The weight of expectation was immense. She could feel the desperate hope radiating from Widow Agnes, the deep-seated grief from old Elias, the sharp skepticism from the back of the room where the sheriff sat. Minutes stretched, marked only by the ticking of a grandfather clock somewhere in the hotel lobby and the incessant whine of the wind. A woman sniffled softly. Someone coughed nervously. Lila remained perfectly still, her face serene, though beneath the surface her senses strained, searching the ether. Was there anything? A flicker? A whisper? She felt a faint coolness near Widow Agnes, a fleeting impression of rough hands, the smell of damp earth. A miner's hands? Agnes clutched the daguerreotype tighter, her knuckles white. Lila opened her eyes, her gaze soft, unfocused. "There is a young man," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "He feels strong, hands that knew hard work, deep in the earth." Widow Agnes gasped, tears welling. "My Thomas," she breathed. "He worked the silver claim." "He shows me a bright light," Lila continued, concentrating, trying to hold on to the fragile impression. "Not darkness, but light, and a feeling of release. No more struggle." She focused on the feeling, the raw emotion she sensed. "He wants you to know the pain is gone. He is at peace." Agnes sobbed quietly, burying her face in her hands. Mrs. Gable patted her shoulder awkwardly, her earlier disapproval momentarily forgotten in the face of such raw grief. Lila felt a pang of empathy mixed with the familiar uncertainty. Was it Thomas? Or just the echo of Agnes's own desperate hope, amplified in the charged atmosphere? She pushed the doubt away, focusing on offering comfort. Next, she turned her attention towards old Elias. The air around him felt heavy, still, like a room left undisturbed for years. She sensed faded lavender, the rustle of silk, a quiet humming. "An older lady," Lila murmured, her voice gentle. "She feels serene, content. She shows me flowers, pale purple flowers, perhaps lilacs." Old Elias's head jerked up, his watery eyes widening. "My Sarah," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "She loved lilacs. Planted bushes all around our first cabin. Before—" His voice trailed off. "She hums a tune," Lila continued, letting the impression guide her. "A gentle melody, something familiar, comforting. She wants you to know. She waits, happily, patiently. Elias closed his eyes, a single tear tracing a path through the weathered landscape of his cheek. A faint, tremulous smile touched his lips. Lila continued, moving around the circle, offering small fragments, glimpses, feelings, a sense of mischievous laughter for a man who mourned a brother lost too young, a feeling of warmth and baking bread for a woman who missed her grandmother. Each offering was carefully phrased, tapping into universal themes of loss and love, yet specific enough to resonate, to offer a shard of solace. She watched their faces, the tears, the faint smiles, the nods of recognition, and felt the familiar mix of profound responsibility and gnawing self-doubt. Was she helping, or merely weaving illusions from their sorrow? All the while, she was acutely aware of Sheriff Hayes in the back. He hadn't moved, hadn't reacted visibly to any of the messages. He sat like stone, his face shadowed, his gaze fixed on her. His skepticism was a palpable force, a wall of disbelief she could feel pressing against her. It made her hands tremble slightly, a tremor she hid by clasping them tighter. She tried to ignore him, to focus on the others, on the fragile connections she was attempting to forge. But his presence was a constant reminder of the precariousness of her position, the thin line she walked. She pushed onward, feeling increasingly drained by the effort, the emotional toll of channeling so much grief and hope. Then something shifted. It wasn't a presence she sought, but one that seemed to impose itself sharp and clear, cutting through the general hum of sorrow. It wasn't gentle. It felt abrupt, final, a sense of shock, of something unfinished, and it centered, undeniably, on the silent figure in the back of the room. Lila hesitated, a chill running down her spine. This felt different, stronger, more specific. She hadn't sought a connection for the sheriff. He had offered nothing but resistance. Yet here it was. An image flashed behind her eyes. Dark hair, kind eyes, a gentle smile, fading, replaced by a sudden, chilling coldness. Fever, a desperate fight for breath, the overwhelming scent of medicinal herbs that did nothing, and a name whispered not by a spirit, but echoing from the sheriff's own tightly guarded memory, a name vibrating with loss. Martha. Lila's breath caught. This was too specific, too personal. It wasn't a vague comfort. It felt like tearing open a barely healed wound. She looked towards the sheriff, truly looked at him, and saw past the stern facade to the deep, abiding grief he carried like a shroud. The connection felt intensely private, almost invasive. Should she speak? To voice this here in front of everyone? It felt wrong, exploitative. But the impression held, insistent. It wasn't just the image of Martha, but a feeling linked to her, a sense of regret. Something unsaid, a shared moment, private, precious. A promise whispered bedside, perhaps. No, something simpler. An ordinary moment rendered extraordinary by loss. She felt drawn to speak, compelled by a force stronger than her own hesitation. Perhaps this was the test. Perhaps this was the price of seeking connection sometimes. You found things you weren't looking for, things that demanded to be acknowledged. Taking another shaky breath, Lila focused her gaze on Daniel Hayes, her voice dropping lower, more intimate, though still audible throughout the hushed room. "Sheriff," she began, the name sounding loud in the stillness. All eyes swiveled towards him. He stiffened slightly, his expression hardening, becoming even more impenetrable. But his eyes remained locked on hers. "There is a presence close to you," Lila continued, choosing her words carefully, feeling her way through the delicate, dangerous territory. "A woman. Her love for you was immense, a quiet strength." She saw a muscle flicker in his jaw, the only outward sign of reaction. His eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Lila pressed on, guided by the vivid clarity of the impression. She shows me a small moment. Not a grand declaration, but something quiet. A porch swing, twilight, fireflies blinking in the dusk. She paused, the image sharp in her own mind. She mentions wild roses, climbing over the railing, their scent heavy in the air. Silence. Absolute, profound silence. The wind seemed to hold its breath outside. Every person in the room stared at the sheriff, whose face had gone utterly pale beneath his tan. The stony mask had cracked, revealing a flicker of raw shock, disbelief, and something akin to pain. Lila watched him, her heart pounding. The detail hadn't felt like a guess. It had felt like a memory, sharp and poignant, unearthed from the depths of his guarded heart. Wild roses on a porch swing at twilight. It was too specific, too intimate, to be a random shot in the dark. Daniel Hayes didn't speak. He couldn't seem to. He simply stared at Lila, his gray eyes wide, stripped bare for a fleeting moment, showing the gaping wound beneath the scar tissue. The logic, the order he clung to, seemed to shatter, leaving him exposed, vulnerable in the flickering lamplight. He looked not like the stoic lawman, but like a man suddenly confronted by a ghost he had long since buried. The moments stretched, taut and fragile. Lila felt the collective gasp of the onlookers, the sudden shift in the room's energy from hopeful curiosity to stunned awe, tinged with fear. She had crossed the line, deliberately or not. She had breached the walls of the most guarded man in town, revealing a secret corner of his past, a tender memory he likely shared with no one. Lila broke the eye contact first, lowering her gaze, feeling suddenly overwhelmed, almost ashamed. The connection had been undeniably real, powerful, but the cost felt immense. She had sought whispers for others and perhaps for herself, but she had invoked a memory that shook the foundations of the sheriff's carefully constructed world. She raised her hand slowly and rang the small silver bell. Its clear, resonant tone cut through the heavy silence, sharp and definitive. "The connection fades," she announced, her voice slightly unsteady. "The veil closes. Let us offer thanks for what was shared." But no one seemed ready to move. They remained frozen, their gazes shifting between the pale, shaken sheriff and the young woman, standing by the velvet-draped table. The woman who had somehow summoned not just comforting whispers, but a deeply buried private truth. The air crackled with unanswered questions, with the unsettling power of what they had just witnessed. The seance was over, but something profound and potentially dangerous had just begun in the flickering parlor light of Dust Devil Creek. Sheriff Hayes slowly pushed himself to his feet, his movements stiff, mechanical, his eyes never leaving Lila's face, holding an expression she couldn't decipher: anger, bewilderment, or something else entirely. The lawman's logic had collided head-on with a woman's secret, and the impact left echoes that promised far more than just whispers in the wind. Chapter 5. The skeptic hears a name he knows. Silence roared in Daniel Hayes' ears, louder than the suddenly hushed murmurs of the crowd, louder than the frantic hammering of his own heart against his ribs. He stood frozen by the back wall of the hotel parlor, the flickering lamplight catching the sudden stark pallor beneath his weathered skin. Every eye in the room was fixed on him, dissecting him, witnessing the tremor that ran through his hand as he pushed himself upright, his movements stiff, unnatural. The air crackled with the aftershock of Lila Carson's words that had somehow bypassed the fortress he'd built around his grief and struck at the raw, vulnerable core he kept hidden from the world. A porch swing, twilight, fireflies, wild roses climbing over the railing. It wasn't just a detail, it was the detail. A fragment of a memory so private, so deeply embedded in the foundations of his life with Martha, that hearing it spoken aloud by this stranger, this spiritualist, felt like a physical blow. It was sacrilege, an invasion, an impossibility that his logical mind strained against, even as the visceral shock coursed through him. He didn't look at Lila Carson again. He couldn't. Meeting her gaze felt too dangerous, too exposing. He felt stripped bare, the carefully constructed facade of the stoic, rational sheriff crumbling under the weight of a shared memory he hadn't known was shared. His only instinct was escape, to retreat to the familiar solitude of his office, to the comforting solidity of law books and wanted posters, anything to escape the suffocating weight of those knowing, pitying, or simply bewildered eyes. He moved towards the door, his boots unnaturally loud on the polished floorboards. The crowd parted instinctively, a silent acknowledgement of his distress, or perhaps just an unwillingness to obstruct the town's suddenly vulnerable lawman. He caught fragments of whispers. "Did you hear that?" How could she know? Poor sheriff. But they barely registered. His focus was narrowed, locked on the exit, on regaining control. He pushed through the door into the relative coolness of the hotel lobby. Jed Henderson stood there, his earlier curiosity replaced by wide-eyed astonishment. Jed opened his mouth as if to speak, but Daniel shot him a look so cold, so forbidding, that the proprietor visibly swallowed his words, stepping back slightly. Daniel didn't pause. He needed air. He needed distance. Outside, the prairie wind hit him like a slap, cold and sharp against his heated face. It tore at his hat, whistled past his ears, carrying the endless dusty sigh of the plains. Usually he found a measure of bleak comfort in its raw power, its indifference. Tonight, it felt mocking, whispering the impossibility of what had just occurred. He pulled his hat down tighter, hunching his shoulders against the chill, and strode quickly down the boardwalk, away from the two bright lights of the hotel. The main street was deserted now, bathed in the stark, silvery glow of the moon that rode high above the scattered clouds. His own shadow stretched long and distorted before him, a dark companion in his flight. The familiar shapes of the buildings, the general store, the assay office, the dark bulk of the saloon seemed alien, imbued with a watchful silence. Had word already spread? Did the very dust beneath his feet know how easily his defenses had been breached? He saw a couple hurrying away from the hotel, heads bent together, whispering urgently. They fell silent as he approached, averting their gazes, quickening their steps. The pity, the curiosity, it felt like sandpaper on his raw nerves. He wanted to shout at them, to tell them it was a trick, a fraud, a lucky guess magnified by grief and shadow. But the words wouldn't come, because deep down, beneath the outrage, beneath the ingrained skepticism, a terrifying sliver of doubt had taken root. The specificity. The wild roses. He reached the sheriff's office, fumbling for a moment with the key, his hand still unsteady. The lock clicked open, and he pushed the door inward, stepping quickly inside and shutting it firmly behind him, leaning back against the solid wood as if barring entry to the unsettling events of the night. The familiar smell of the office gun oil, paper, stale coffee usually grounded him. Tonight it felt thin, insufficient. The orderliness of the room, the neat stacks of papers, the gleaming rifle barrel, the very badge pinned to his vest, symbols of logic and control seemed to mock his internal chaos. He walked stiffly to his desk, the floorboards groaning under his weight. His gaze fell immediately on the faded photograph of Martha. Her gentle smile, the kindness in her eyes, it was a constant, quiet presence in his life, a reminder of what he'd lost, but also a source of strength, a benchmark for the man he tried to be. But tonight, looking at her face brought a fresh wave of pain, sharp and disorienting. Because the memory Lila Carson had invoked wasn't just a memory. It was their memory. He sank into his chair, the leather sighing beneath him. He ran a hand over his face, trying to force his thoughts into some semblance of order. How? How could she possibly know? His mind, trained to seek logical explanations, scrambled for purchase. Had someone told her? Henderson knew he was a widower, of course. Most of the town did. But the porch swing, the roses, no, that was theirs alone. It wasn't some grand event discussed over cracker barrels. It was a quiet evening, years ago, shortly after they'd arrived in Dust Devil Creek, when the small house he'd managed to rent still felt new and full of promise, before the harshness of the land had fully set in, before the fever stole her away. He remembered it vividly. The heat of the day finally breaking, the air cooling, carrying the sweet, heavy scent of the wild roses Martha had coaxed into life along the porch railing. They'd sat together on the old swing, not talking much, just watching the fireflies begin their nightly dance in the gathering dusk. Martha had leaned her head against his shoulder, humming softly, a picture of contentment. He'd felt a profound sense of peace then, a feeling of rightness, of belonging, that he hadn't felt before and hadn't truly felt since. It was a perfect, ordinary moment, burnished bright by the tragedy that followed, locked away in the most sacred vault of his memory. No one else knew the significance of that specific scene. He hadn't spoken of it, not even in the depths of his initial grief. It was too private, too precious. So how? Coincidence? Could she have simply guessed? A porch swing, roses, twilight, common enough elements perhaps. But strung together like that? Linked directly to him, the town's resident skeptic, a man known for his reserve. The odds felt impossibly long. It felt targeted, precise, like an arrow shot straight into the heart of his carefully guarded past. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk, burying his face in his hands. The image of Lila Carson's face floated before him, young, earnest, her eyes holding that unsettling depth. Was she truly gifted? Did spirits actually whisper secrets to her across the veil? The very thought sent a chill down his spine, a rejection so visceral it made him physically recoil. No, it couldn't be. Everything he knew, everything he believed, everything he had rebuilt his life upon after Martha's death screamed against it. There was no connection, no whispering across the veil. There was only silence, brutal final silence. To believe otherwise felt like betraying Martha's memory, betraying the hard reality of her absence. He thought of the name. Lila Carson hadn't spoken it aloud, Martha, yet the memory she conjured was Martha, the roses, the twilight, the quiet peace. It was the essence of his wife, of this shared life. Hearing those details felt as sharp, as intimate, as hearing her name whispered in the dark. It invoked her presence with a startling immediacy that decades of deliberate remembrance had never achieved. It felt like the woman had reached directly into his soul and pulled out the name etched there. Anger surged through him, hot and fierce. Anger at the woman for her presumption, for her intrusion. Anger at himself for his reaction, for the crack in his composure. Anger at the universe for its senseless cruelty, for taking Martha and leaving him vulnerable to this charlatan's trickery. Because it had to be trickery. There had to be a rational explanation, something he was missing. Had she researched him somehow? Dust Devil Creek was small, but perhaps she'd spoken to someone on the train, someone who knew his history. Unlikely they'd know that detail. Had she subtly pumped Henderson for information earlier? Jed liked to talk, but Daniel doubted even Jed knew about the roses on the porch swing. It felt like grasping at straws, trying to force the jagged edges of the event into the smooth, predictable framework of his world. He lifted his head, staring sightlessly at the rough wooden wall opposite his desk. The wind moaned around the corners of the building, a lonely sound that echoed the desolation within him. He felt profoundly unsettled, adrift. His skepticism, usually an unshakable anchor, felt strained. Not broken, not yet, but stressed, tested in a way it never had been before. He had faced down outlaws, settled violent disputes, stared death in the face more times than he cared to count. But this felt different. This wasn't a threat he could meet with a gun or the force of law. This was an assault on his reality, on his understanding of the world, on the very foundations of his grief. He looked back at Martha's photograph. Her smile seemed distant now, and perhaps a little sad, as if watching his turmoil. What would she think of this? Would she believe? Martha had always been gentler, more open to possibilities than he was. But even she, he felt sure, would have recoiled from the public display, the seeming exploitation of sorrow. He knew one thing with certainty. He couldn't let this go. He couldn't simply dismiss Lila Carson as a fraud and forget the incident. She had struck too close, whether by trickery, coincidence, or some means he couldn't comprehend. She had unearthed something sacred. His duty demanded he investigate any potential fraud, ensure she wasn't preying on the vulnerable citizens of his town. But now it was personal. He needed to understand. He needed to confront her, to look her in the eye and demand an explanation, even though he suspected no rational explanation would be forthcoming, or at least none that he could accept. He pushed himself away from the desk, the chair scraping loudly in the quiet office. He walked back to the window, peering out into the moonlit street. The hotel was still lit, but the parlor windows were dark now. She was likely back in her room, perhaps counting her earnings, perhaps preparing for her next performance in the next dusty town. Or perhaps she was something else entirely. The thought was unwelcome, deeply unsettling, but it lingered. He stood there for a long time, the lawman rooted in logic, staring out at the quiet town, his world suddenly feeling less solid, less predictable. The wind whispered secrets he didn't want to hear, and the silence that had always been his grim companion felt strangely thinner. He had sought order in the face of loss, and now a young woman with secrets in her eyes had brought chaos right to his doorstep, forcing him to confront the ghosts he thought he had long since buried. The confrontation felt inevitable, necessary, and deeply, profoundly troubling. His hand rested unconsciously on the worn grip of his peacemaker, a familiar weight in a world suddenly thrown off balance. Chapter 6. When the seance ends in silence. The sharp, clear ring of the silver bell sliced through the thick, stunned silence of the parlor, but it failed to truly break the spell. Sheriff Hayes was gone, his abrupt departure leaving a vacuum filled with unspoken questions and nervous energy. The attendees remained frozen, their gazes shifting between the empty doorway through which the lawman had vanished and Lila standing pale and trembling slightly behind her velvet-draped table. The air, moments before charged with the fragile hope of connection, now hummed with a different kind of tension, the awkwardness of witness vulnerability, the unease of witnessing something inexplicable, perhaps even dangerous. Lila lowered her hand, the bell falling silent. Her own heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic counterpoint to the sudden quiet. The connection with the sheriff's past, the clarity of the image of Martha and the wild roses had shaken her as much as it had him. It was stronger, more vivid, than almost anything she had experienced before, save for the elusive whispers she attributed to her mother. It hadn't felt like intuition or a lucky guess. It felt like seeing through his eyes, feeling a phantom echo of his long-buried love and loss. The power of it, and the raw pain it had clearly inflicted, left her feeling unsteady, exposed, and profoundly wary. Had she done the right thing by speaking? Or had she merely wielded her ambiguous gift like a weapon, shattering a man's peace for the sake of a dramatic revelation? Slowly a movement returned to the room. Widow Agnes dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, a watery but genuine smile touching her lips as she looked at Lila. "Thank you, Miss Carson," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "Knowing Thomas is at peace. It means more than I can say." Old Elias nodded slowly, leaning heavily on his cane as he rose stiffly to his feet. "My Sarah, the lilacs." He swallowed hard, his gaze grateful. "You brought her back, just for a moment. Bless you, child." Their gratitude was a balm, yet it couldn't entirely soothe the disquiet churning within Lila. She offered them a small, shaky smile. "I only opened the door," she murmured, repeating the phrase she often used, the one that shifted responsibility away from herself. "It is their love for you that allows them to step through." But others were less convinced, their earlier curiosity curdling into suspicion in the wake of the sheriff's reaction. Mrs. Gable stood with her arms crossed, her lips pursed disapprovingly. "Well, I never," she muttered to the woman beside her, just loud enough for Lila to hear. "Upsetting the sheriff like that, prying into personal matters. It ain't decent." "How'd you know about them roses, though?" the other woman whispered back, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. "Jed Henderson says the sheriff ain't never spoken of his wife like that, not to nobody." Lila began carefully folding the velvet cloth, her fingers feeling clumsy. She placed the silver bell back into its oilskin pouch. She could feel the weight of their stares, the shift in the atmosphere. She had demonstrated power of a sort, but it was a power that frightened as much as it comforted. In a small, isolated town like Dust Devil Creek, being perceived as powerful, especially for a young, unaccompanied woman, could be as dangerous as being perceived as a fraud. Jed Henderson bustled forward, rubbing his hands together, his expression a mixture of excitement and apprehension. "Well now, folks, quite an evening, he announced, his voice overly hearty, trying to dispel the lingering tension. "Coffee's still warm in the dining room if anyone needs to settle their nerves." A few people took him up on the offer, murmuring amongst themselves as they drifted out. Others simply collected their coats and shawls, casting uncertain glances back at Lila before slipping out into the windy night. Widow Agnes and old Elias offered her another grateful nod before departing, their steps seeming lighter than when they arrived. Mrs. Gable and her companions, however, left with stiff backs and disapproving sniffles, making their judgment clear without uttering another word directly to her. Soon only Lila and Henderson remained in the parlor. The lamps flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to gather in the corners like secrets. The wind howled around the building, pressing against the glass. "Quite the performance, Miss Carson," Henderson said, lowering his voice. He wasn't smiling now. His shrewd eyes assessed her carefully. "Stirred things up proper, just like I thought you might, especially with the sheriff." He paused, stroking his chin. "Never seen Hayes rattled like that. Not since, well, not for a long time. Knowing about them roses, that was something." Lila avoided his gaze, focusing on packing her small bag. "Sometimes the connections are stronger than anticipated," she said evasively. "The grief was very profound." "Profound enough to know about porch swings and flowers he ain't mentioned in 15 years? Henderson raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Folks'll be talking, Miss Carson. And Sheriff Hayes, he ain't the forgetting kind. He values his privacy. And he values order. You disrupted both tonight." A knot of anxiety tightened in Lila's stomach. Henderson's words confirmed her own fears. She had made an enemy, or at least drawn the unwelcome, focused attention of the most powerful man in town. A man whose grief she had inadvertently exposed, whose skepticism she had profoundly challenged. "I meant no disrespect," she said quietly. "I only relayed what came through." Henderson grunted, neither believing nor disbelieving. "Just saying, Dust Devil Creek ain't a forgiving place for folks who cause upset. Best watch your step." He glanced towards the door. "Room's paid for the night. Breakfast at 6. With that, he turned and left, leaving Lila alone in the dimly lit parlor, the scent of extinguished hope and rising suspicion heavy in the air. She finished packing her few belongings, her movements mechanical. The exhilaration and fear from the connection with Martha's memory had faded, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness and a growing sense of unease. She had come to Dust Devil Creek seeking her mother, seeking solace, seeking enough money to keep moving. Instead, she had stirred a hornet's nest, dredging up a painful past and drawing the sharp scrutiny of the law. Extinguishing the remaining lamps, she made her way through the now silent hotel lobby and up the creaking stairs. The loose third step groaned under her foot. The upstairs hallway was colder, darker, the single lamp at the far end casting flickering, inadequate light. Reaching her room, she unlocked the door and slipped inside, locking it firmly behind her. The small, bare room felt like a cage. She leaned her forehead against the cool wood of the door, closing her eyes, trying to quiet the turmoil inside her. The séance had been a success by some measures. She had offered comfort, earned her keep for another day or two, and the connection, the sheer clarity of it. Part of her thrilled at the undeniable proof that something existed beyond her own imaginings. But the cost felt too high. The sheriff's shocked face, the whispers, Henderson's warning, they all pointed towards trouble. She crossed to the small window and peered out, parting the thin curtains. The moon shone brightly now, bathing the deserted street in an ethereal, almost unnerving glow. The wind had died down slightly, but the silence that replaced it felt heavy, watchful. The sheriff's office across the street was dark, but she imagined him inside, pacing, grappling with what he'd heard, his logical world thrown to disarray. Was he angry? Confused? Or was he already planning how to expose her? How to restore the order she had disrupted? She shivered, pulling her thin shawl tighter. Loneliness washed over her, sharp and cold. In moments like this, the absence of her mother felt like a physical ache. "Mama, where are you? Are you watching? Am I doing the right thing?" Only the silence answered, amplifying her doubts, her fears. Maybe she was a fraud. Maybe the connection tonight was a fluke, a strange convergence of her own intuition and the sheriff's raw grief. Or maybe her gift was real but wild, uncontrollable, a dangerous current that could sweep her away if she wasn't careful. She turned from the window, deciding sleep was impossible. She sat on the edge of the bed, reaching beneath her dress to touch the familiar shape of the locket. She needed to ground herself, to reconnect with her purpose. She took out her worn books, hoping the familiar words of Kardec or Davis might offer some structure, some reassurance. But the dense text blurred before her tired eyes. How long she sat there, lost in a fog of anxiety and exhaustion, she didn't know. The grandfather clock in the lobby chimed midnight, then 1. The silence of the town deepened, broken only by the occasional creak of the old hotel settling, or the distant howl of a coyote on the plains. It was the profound silence of the dead hours when the world seemed to hold its breath. And then the silence shattered. It started with a shout, sharp and panicked, cutting through the night from somewhere down the street. Then another, followed by the sound of running footsteps pounding on the boardwalk, frantic and uneven. A door slammed open nearby, light spilling onto the street. More voices joined the first, rising in alarm. Lila jumped to her feet, her heart leaping into her throat. She rushed back to the window, pulling the curtain aside just enough to see. Figures were emerging from the houses, lamps were being lit. People were converging on a spot further down the street, towards the edge of town, near where the last few buildings gave way to the open prairie and the dark outline of the cemetery. The cluster of figures grew, their voices a confused, agitated murmur that carried faintly on the night air. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Her first instinct was fear, fear for herself. Had the sheriff decided to act against her? Was this commotion related to her? But the focus of the crowd wasn't the hotel. It was further down, near the small, unassuming cabin, where she vaguely remembered seeing old Elias chopping wood earlier that day. A new, colder dread washed over her, unrelated to her own precarious situation. Old Elias. The gentle old man who had wept at the mention of his Sarah's lilacs, his face alight with grateful memory. Driven by an instinct she didn't fully understand, Lila quickly pinned her hair back up, threw her shawl around her shoulders, and unlocked her door. The hallway was empty, but the sounds of alarm from outside were clearer now. She hurried down the creaking stairs, her earlier fatigue forgotten, replaced by a sickening sense of foreboding. Jed Henderson burst out of his own room off the lobby, pulling on his trousers, his face pale and alarmed. "What in tarnation?" he muttered, heading for the front door. Lila followed him out onto the porch. The scene down the street was chaotic. More lamps bobbed in the darkness as people hurried towards the growing crowd outside Elias's cabin. The panicked shouting had subsided, replaced by a low, horrified murmur. "What is it, Jed?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. Henderson squinted into the darkness. Looks like trouble at old man Elias's place." He started down the steps. Just then, another figure emerged from the darkness across the street, moving with purpose towards the commotion. Sheriff Hayes. He must have heard the shouts from his office. He moved quickly, his long strides eating up the distance, the moonlight glinting off the badge pinned to his vest. Lila hesitated on the porch, torn. Part of her screamed to retreat, to lock herself in her room and stay out of whatever trouble was unfolding. She was a stranger here, already under suspicion. Getting involved could only make things worse. But the image of old Elias's gentle, tear-streaked face flashed in her mind. The connection she'd felt with his grief, his love for his Sarah, felt real, tangible. She couldn't simply turn away. Taking a deep breath, she stepped off the porch and began walking, hesitantly at first, then more quickly, towards the cluster of townspeople gathered under the cold, indifferent light of the moon. As she drew closer, the horrified murmurs became clearer. She saw faces pale with shock, women covering their mouths, men staring grimly at the ground near the cabin door. She pushed gently through the outer edge of the small crowd, her eyes searching the shadows near the cabin, and then she saw him. Old Elias lay sprawled near his doorstep, his worn cane lying uselessly beside him. His eyes stared sightlessly up at the star-dusted sky, his gentle face frozen in an expression of surprise, perhaps even peace. There was no visible sign of struggle, no obvious wound illuminated by the flickering lanterns held aloft by the onlookers. He simply lay still, too still. The silence that fell over the immediate scene was absolute, profound, a silence far deeper, far colder than the one that had followed the end of the seance hours earlier. This was the silence of death itself, sudden and inexplicable, settling over Dust Devil Creek, like a shroud. Sheriff Hayes pushed through the last ring of onlookers, his gaze sweeping the scene, taking in the still figure on the ground, the shocked faces, the position of the body. His own face was grim, instantly professional, the earlier emotional turmoil locked away behind the mask of the lawman. His eyes scanned the crowd, assessing, searching. And then his gaze landed on Lila, standing frozen at the edge of the lamplight, her face pale, her eyes wide with shock and dawning horror. He saw the stranger, the spiritualist, the woman who had spoken so intimately of the dead man's beloved wife just hours before, now standing near his lifeless body. His expression tightened, suspicion hardening his features, colder and sharper than any skepticism he had shown before. The seance had ended hours ago, but its echoes now intertwined with a chilling, stark reality. In the terrible silence surrounding old Elias's body, a new, dangerous question began to form, pointing directly at the woman who claimed to speak with the dead. Chapter 7. Shadow of Suspicion Falls. The silence stretched, taut and fragile as a spider's web, around the still form of old Elias. The flickering lantern light cast grotesque, dancing shadows on the weathered wood of his small cabin and the shocked faces of the gathered townspeople. The cold prairie wind, momentarily subdued, seemed to hold its breath, swirling dust motes, or like spectral attendants around the scene of death. The moon, high and indifferent, bathed everything in a stark, silver light, stripping away illusion, leaving only the brutal reality of a life extinguished. Sheriff Daniel Hayes stood over the body, his tall frame rigid, his face an impenetrable mask carved from granite. The raw shock Lila had witnessed in the parlor hours ago was gone, replaced by the cold, hard focus of the law. His gray eyes, missing nothing, swept over Elias the peaceful, almost surprised expression. The lack of obvious struggle, the position of the body near the doorstep, the fallen cane. He knelt briefly, his examination cursory by modern standards, but thorough for his time and place, checking for pulse, noting the cooling skin, the fixed gaze. He didn't touch much, his movements economical, precise. When he rose, his gaze swept the ring of horrified onlookers, his voice cutting through the stunned silence, sharp and authoritative. "All right, folks, step back. Give the man some room. Everyone, back away now." His command broke the paralysis. People shuffled backward, murmuring uneasily, their eyes still fixed on the lifeless form on the ground, then darting toward Lila, standing isolated at the edge of the light. The whispers started then, low and venomous, spreading through the crowd like contagion. "He was fine just hours ago. Talking about his Sarah, happy as a clam. And she," a pointed glance towards Lila, "talking about him being at peace, waiting. Said the spirits told her. Maybe they told her something else." Lila felt the shift, the weight of dozens of eyes turning towards her, no longer curious or grateful, but suspicious, hostile. The fragile connections she had offered in the seance now twisted into damning evidence. Her words of comfort, meant to soothe Elias's grief, now sounded like a morbid prophecy, or worse, a veiled threat. She could feel the tendrils of fear and blame reaching for her, tightening around her like icy fingers. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a trapped bird beating its wings against the cage. She wanted to run, to flee back to the anonymity of her room, but her feet felt rooted to the dusty ground. Mrs. Gable pushed forward slightly, her face flushed with indignation, her earlier disapproval now blossoming into outright accusation. "Sheriff," she called out, her voice sharp. "The woman, the spiritualist, she was just talking to him. Filled his head with nonsense about spirits. Maybe she did something." "Now, Martha," Jed Henderson started, wringing his hands, his face pale and sweaty despite the chill night air. He looked nervously between the formidable Mrs. Gable and the sheriff, clearly regretting ever renting his parlor to the stranger. "Don't now, Martha me, Jed Henderson," Mrs. Gable retorted, her voice rising. "It ain't natural. Talking to the dead 1 minute, and poor Elias gone the next. She ought to be questioned, Sheriff, thoroughly." Sheriff Hayes silenced her with a single, quelling look. "I'll handle the questioning, Mrs. Gable," he said, his voice dangerously quiet. "Everyone stay back. Silas," he called out, spotting the livery owner in the crowd. "Go fetch Doc Miller. Tell him it's Elias." Silas nodded grimly and hurried off into the darkness. Hayes then turned, his gaze sweeping past the hostile faces, until it landed with deliberate weight on Lila. He walked towards her, his steps measured, deliberate, each footfall echoing in the sudden silence his authority had imposed. The crowd watched, holding its collective breath. He stopped directly in front of her, close enough that she could see the exhaustion etched around his eyes, the tight set of his jaw, the cold, hard suspicion that had replaced the earlier shock. The intimacy of the seance, the shared vulnerability over the memory of wild roses, felt like a lifetime ago, a dangerous illusion shattered by the harsh reality of death. "Miss Carson," he said, his voice low, devoid of inflection, yet carrying an unmistakable edge of command. "You were acquainted with Mr. Peterson?" He used Elias's surname, formalizing the distance. Lila swallowed, her throat dry. "No, Sheriff, I only met him tonight at the gathering." "The seance," Hayes corrected, the word sounding like an accusation on his lips. "Where you spoke to him. Comforted him, I believe some folks said." His eyes bore into hers, searching, probing. "You told him his departed wife was waiting for him, that he'd soon be at peace." The implication hung heavy in the air. Lila flinched inwardly. "I offered the words that came through," she stammered, hating the defensive tremor in her voice. "To ease his grief, I thought—" "What did you think, Miss Carson?" Hayes pressed, his voice still quiet but relentless. "Did you think he'd be dead before the moon set?" "No." The denial burst out of her, sharp with shock and fear. "Of course not." "I heard the shouting. I came out like everyone else." "You came out," he repeated slowly, skepticism dripping from every syllable. "From the hotel. Convenient. Sheriff, I assure you." "Were you outside earlier tonight, Miss Carson, after the seance?" He cut her off, his questioning sharp, precise. "Did you leave the hotel at any point before you heard the commotion?" "No, I went straight to my room. I was tired, frightened even, after—" She stopped, realizing she was about to mention his own reaction, a topic clearly off limits now. His eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "Frightened? Of what?" "Of the intensity, of the connections," she amended quickly, feeling trapped. "It takes a toll. Does it?" He looked her up and down, his gaze lingering for a moment, on her small, worn carpet-bag, as if weighing her transience against the permanence of the death scene before them. "You spoke with Elias, offered him words of finality, one might say. Hours later, he's found dead. No obvious cause. You can see how that might look, Miss Carson." "It looks like a terrible coincidence," Lila whispered, her voice trembling despite her efforts to control it. "A tragedy. I couldn't—" "Couldn't what, Miss Carson?" His voice hardened. "Couldn't predict it? Or couldn't prevent it?" The unfairness of the implication stung. Tears pricked at the back of her eyes, but she blinked them back fiercely. She wouldn't break down, not here, not in front of him and the hostile crowd. "I am a spiritualist, Sheriff, not a fortune-teller, and certainly not a murderer." She lifted her chin slightly, meeting his cold gaze directly, though her heart pounded against her ribs. "I offer comfort, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. What happened to Mr. Peterson's dreadful, but I had nothing to do with it. For a long moment they stared at each other, the lawman and the spiritualist, locked in a silent battle of wills amidst the flickering lanterns and the whispers of the crowd. Lila saw no flicker of the vulnerability she had glimpsed earlier, only the implacable resolve of a man determined to find answers and order in the face of death, even if it meant focusing on the most convenient, most unsettling suspect. He finally broke the gaze, turning slightly as Doc Miller arrived, breathless, his medical bag bumping against his leg. The doc was a stout man with spectacles perched on his nose, looking flustered and grim. He knelt beside Elias Hayes, murmuring something quietly to him. Hayes turned back to Lila. "You'll stay in town, Miss Carson," he stated. "Not a request, but an order. Don't even think about boarding the next stage or train out. You'll remain at the hotel until I say otherwise. Am I clear?" "Perfectly," Lila replied, her voice barely audible. Trapped, just as she'd feared. "I'll have more questions for you tomorrow," he added, his tone leaving no doubt that the encounter would be unpleasant. He gave her one last hard look before turning his full attention back to Doc Miller and the body of Elias Peterson. Lila stood there for another moment, feeling the weight of the sheriff's decree, the hostility of the crowd pressing in on her. Mrs. Gable sniffed loudly, muttering something about getting what she deserves. Jed Henderson avoided her eyes, looking profoundly uncomfortable. Even Widow Agnes, who had seemed grateful earlier, now looked uncertain, her gaze troubled, as she looked from Elias to Lila. In the space of a few short hours, she had gone from intriguing stranger to harbinger of peace to suspected harbinger of death. The shadow of suspicion had fallen, thick and suffocating. She turned slowly, wanting nothing more than to escape the accusing eyes, the palpable tension. The walk back to the hotel felt impossibly long, each step heavy. She could feel the gazes following her, burning into her back. The whispers seemed to chase her, carried on the cold night wind. Reaching the hotel porch felt like reaching a sanctuary, however flimsy. She glanced back once. The crowd remained huddled around Elias's cabin, the lanterns casting pools of light in the darkness. Sheriff Hayes stood tall amongst them, directing Doc Miller, imposing order on the chaos. His back was to her, but she felt as if his attention was still fixed firmly upon her, a silent, unwavering accusation. Inside the dim lobby, the grandfather clock ticked loudly, measuring out the seconds of her entrapment. She hurried up the stairs, her hand trembling as she fumbled with the key to room 4. The lock finally clicked, and she slipped inside, shutting the door quickly and leaning against it, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She was alone, utterly, terrifyingly alone. The small, bare room offered no comfort, only emphasized her isolation. The events of the night crashed down on her, the intensity of the séance, the sheriff's shocking vulnerability followed by his cold suspicion, the horrifying discovery of Elias's body, the palpable hatred from the townspeople. It was a nightmare, woven from dust and whispers and death. She sank onto the edge of the bed, wrapping her arms around herself, shivering despite the lack of draft. How had Elias died? Had it truly been natural causes, a heart giving out from age or shock? Or was something more sinister at play in Dust Devil Creek? And if it was sinister, why was the finger pointing so readily, so easily, at her? Because she was different. Because she claimed to touch the unseen? Because she had unsettled their stoic sheriff? A new, colder fear crept in. What if her words had somehow contributed? Not intentionally, never intentionally. But what if the emotional intensity of the séance, the dredging up of old grief and hope, had put too much strain on the old man's heart? The thought was horrifying, burdening her with a potential guilt that felt almost as heavy as the town's suspicion. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the image of Elias' lifeless face, the sheriff's accusing eyes. She tried to reach for that quiet center within herself, the place where her mother's comforting presence sometimes flickered. But there was nothing, only cold silence, the echo of the wind outside, and the heavy, cloying presence of fear. The whispers she sought were gone, replaced by the phantom whispers of accusation. The shadow had fallen, and Lila Carson was trapped beneath it, alone in the heart of a town suddenly filled with danger. The door was locked, but she knew with chilling certainty that the real prison was just beginning to close in. Chapter 8. Sheriff Hayes draws the line. The cold weight of the badge felt heavier than usual against Daniel Hayes' chest as he stood sentinel over the quiet tragedy unfolding at Elias Peterson's doorstep. The initial chaos of discovery had subsided under his firm command, replaced by a thick, watchful silence broken only by the mournful sigh of the prairie wind and the low, troubled murmurs of the townsfolk kept at a distance. Lantern light flickered, distorting shadows, making the familiar scene feel alien and menacing. His focus, however, was sharp, honed by years of imposing order on the ragged edges of civilization. Grief, shock, the unnerving memory of wild roses, those were personal storms to be weathered later in private. Right now, there was only the stark reality. A man was dead, and it was his job to find out why. Doc Miller finished his examination, rising stiffly, his spectacles glinting in the lamplight. He wiped his hands on a cloth, his round face grim. "Well, Sheriff?" Daniel asked, his voice low, steady. Doc Miller sighed, a weary sound. "Hard to say for certain, Daniel. Not right here, anyway." He gestured towards Elias's still form. "No sign of violence, no wounds, no marks of struggle that I can see plain. Looks peaceful, almost. Too peaceful." He peered closer at Elias's face. Pupils fixed, skin cool. Been gone maybe an hour, hour and a half, best guess. "An hour and a half," Daniel repeated, the timeline clicking ominously into place. Roughly coinciding with the end of that damnable seance, give or take. His heart, Doc? Could it just have given out? Elias was old, though he'd seemed spry enough earlier that day, chopping wood with steady strokes. "Could be," Doc Miller conceded, adjusting his spectacles. "He wasn't ancient, but he wasn't young. A shock, maybe, or just his time. Old hearts can be fragile things, unpredictable." He hesitated, then lowered his voice further. "But there's nothing obvious. No clutching at the chest like you sometimes see, just stillness. Like he sat down on his doorstep for a moment's rest and never got back up." The lack of a clear answer was frustrating, unsettling. Natural causes were the simplest explanation, the one his logical mind preferred. An old man's heart failing in the night tragic, but understandable. Yet the timing, the circumstances, the presence of Lila Carson and her unsettling pronouncements, it all created ripples of doubt that disturbed the smooth surface reason. "So nothing suspicious?" Daniel pressed, wanting a definitive answer, even as he suspected one wasn't forthcoming. Doc Miller shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "Nothing I can put my finger on, Daniel. Not without not without more than I can do here by lantern light. Seems natural enough on the surface, but..." He let the word hang in the air, laden with the inherent uncertainties of frontier medicine and sudden death. Daniel nodded curtly. "All right, Doc, thanks. Can you help Silas get him inside? We'll deal with arrangements in the morning." As Doc Miller and Silas carefully lifted Elias's frail body and carried him into the small, dark cabin, Daniel turned his attention back to the lingering crowd. They hadn't dispersed far, drawn by a morbid curiosity and the palpable tension. He saw Mrs. Gable whispering vehemently to a knot of neighbors, her sharp gaze periodically flicking towards the hotel where Lila Carson had disappeared. The seed of suspicion had been planted, and it was clearly taking root in the fertile ground of fear and unease. "All right, folks," Daniel called out, his voice carrying easily over the wind. "Nothing more to see here. Doc Miller says it appears Mr. Peterson passed from natural causes. Go on home now. Let the man rest in peace." He used the official pronouncement deliberately, hoping to quell the rising tide of speculation directed at the spiritualist. Whether he believed it entirely himself was another matter, but public order demanded a semblance of certainty. Some people nodded, relieved perhaps to have a simple explanation, and began to drift away, their shoulders slumped with fatigue and the grim reality of another neighbor lost. Others, like Mrs. Gable's contingent, lingered unconvinced, their faces set in grim lines. Mrs. Gable herself stepped forward again, undeterred. "Natural cause, Sheriff, after what that woman said? After how she talked about him going to meet his Sarah? Don't sit right?" "Mrs. Gable," Daniel said, his patience wearing thin, the weariness pulling at him. "I appreciate your concern, but Doc Miller is the closest thing we have to medical authority, and he sees no signs of foul play. Speculation won't help anyone, least of all Elias." "Speculation?" she scoffed. "That woman knew things, Sheriff, things she shouldn't have. About you, too." Her voice dropped slightly, but her eyes held a knowing, almost triumphant glint, referencing the incident in the parlor. Daniel felt a muscle tighten in his jaw. The intrusion, the memory of the wild roses, felt like a fresh wound touched by rough hands. He fought down the surge of anger, the urge to retreat back into stony silence. "My personal matters have no bearing on this, Martha," he said, his voice dangerously level. "This is a death investigation. I will handle it according to the law and the evidence. Now, please, go home." He held her gaze until she finally flinched, turning away with a frustrated huff, muttering to her companions as they finally moved off down the street. Jed Henderson lingered, looking miserable. "Sheriff," Jed began, wringing his hands. I never should have let her use the parlor, if I'd known." "You couldn't have known, Jed," Daniel cut him off, exhaustion making him curt. "Just keep an eye on things at the hotel. Make sure Miss Carson understands she's not to leave town." "Yes, Sheriff, right away, Sheriff," Jed mumbled, scurrying back towards the relative safety of his establishment. Finally, the street was quiet again, save for the wind and the low lamp burning inside Elias's now silent cabin, where Doc Miller and Silas remained. Daniel stood alone in the dusty street, the weight of the night pressing down on him. Natural causes. It was a likely explanation, the logical one. An old man's heart giving way. Yet he walked slowly towards the cabin, his boots crunching on the gritty earth. He pushed the door open wider. Inside, Ashike Elias lay on his narrow cot, covered now with a simple blanket. Doc Miller and Silas stood near the small fireplace, talking in low tones. The cabin was sparsely furnished, tidy, smelling faintly of wood smoke and old wool. It spoke of a simple, solitary life. Daniel's gaze swept the small room, searching for anything out of place, any detail that might contradict the narrative of a peaceful passing. A half-eaten bowl of stew sat on the small table, a testament to an interrupted evening. A worn Bible lay open beside it. Nothing seemed amiss. He walked over to the doorstep where Elias had been found. He crouched down, running his hand over the rough wooden planks, his eyes scanning the ground nearby. Nothing. Just dust. A few stray wood chips. The imprint where the cane had fallen. He straightened up, frustration gnawing at him. There was no evidence, no weapon, no poison, no sign of a struggle. Nothing to support the suspicion that whispered against Lila Carson. Nothing except the timing, her unsettling words, and her unnerving knowledge of things she shouldn't know. His thoughts turned inevitably back to the seance, to her calm, quiet pronouncements, and to that moment. The porch swing, the wild roses. He pushed the memory away forcefully. It was irrelevant. It was a trick, a coincidence, something he couldn't explain but refused to accept as supernatural. It had rattled him, yes. It had breached defenses he thought were impregnable. But it couldn't be allowed to cloud his judgment, to influence his duty. He was the sheriff. His job was facts, evidence, law, not feelings, not spectral whispers, not unsettling coincidences. Elias Peterson was dead, a citizen under his protection. He owed the man and the town a thorough investigation, free from personal bias. And that meant dealing with Lila Carson. She was the anomaly, the disruption, the variable that didn't fit into the neat columns of his ledger. Whether she was a clever fraud, tragically unlucky, or something else entirely, she was now inextricably linked to Elias Peterson's death. Her words at the seance were now potential evidence, her presence in town a point of focus. The townspeople clearly suspected her. Even if Elias had died of natural causes, her presence, her claims, had created an atmosphere where suspicion could fester. He had to question her, formally, not as the man whose painful memories she had inexplicably unearthed, but as the sheriff investigating a death. He needed her statement, her version of events, her explanation for her words, however flimsy it might be. He needed to look her in the eye again, away from the charged atmosphere of the seance and the chaos of the death scene, and gauge her truthfulness, her potential threat. He drew a line in the dust of his mind. On one side lay the unsettling, inexplicable memory of Martha and the roses, a personal matter, a vulnerability he would lock away again, fiercely guarded. On the other side lay his duty, the investigation, the need for facts in order. That line had to be absolute. He couldn't allow the former to bleed into the latter. He couldn't let his own disquiet make him persecute an innocent woman, nor could he let it blind him to potential guilt if evidence warranted it. He stepped out of the cabin, pulling the door shut gently behind him. Doc Miller and Silas emerged a moment later. "We'll see to things in the morning, Sheriff," Doc Miller said quietly. Daniel nodded. "Appreciate it, Doc. Silas." He watched them walk away, their shoulders stooped, leaving him alone again under the vast, star-pricked sky. The wind felt colder now, carrying the chill of the coming dawn. He looked across the street towards the dark shape of the Creekview Hotel. She was in there. Room 4. Waiting. Trapped by his order, by circumstance, by the shadow of suspicion that now clung to her like the prairie dust. He wouldn't confront her tonight. He needed sleep, however elusive. He needed the clear, cold light of morning to conduct a formal interview. But the decision was made. Tomorrow he would face Lila Carson again. He would demand answers. He would follow the evidence, wherever it led. He would uphold the law, maintain order, regardless of the whispers from the crowd or the unsettling echoes within his own soul. Sheriff Daniel Hayes had drawn the line. Now he just had to walk it. He turned and walked towards his office, the weight of his responsibility settling firmly back onto his shoulders, a familiar burden in a world suddenly filled with troubling unknowns. Chapter 9. Trapped Between Worlds. The click of the lock sliding into place echoed unnaturally loud in the sudden, profound silence of room 4. Lila leaned back against the solid wood, the rough grain pressing into her shoulders, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps that did little to calm the frantic bird beating against her ribs. Outside, the receding sounds of commotion, the fading urgency in voices, the shuffle of feet dispersing into the darkness, only amplified the crushing stillness within these four walls. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was suffocating, thick with unspoken accusations and the chilling finality of death. She slid down the door until she was crouched on the floor, drawing her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them tightly as if trying to hold herself together. The worn floorboards felt cool beneath her thin skirts, a stark contrast to the heat flushing her face. Trapped. The sheriff's words resonated in the hollow space of the room. "You'll stay in town, Miss Carson. Don't even think about boarding the next stage. Am I clear?" Perfectly clear. She was a prisoner here, confined not by iron bars but by the weight of suspicion, the authority of a badge, and the hostile judgment of an entire town. Dust Devil Creek. Just yesterday, it had been only a name on a map, another dusty stop on her weary pilgrimage west, another place to perform her fragile communion, another hope for connection. Now it felt like a snare, its jaws closing around her. The wind, which had seemed merely mournful before, now seemed to whisper accusations through the ill-fitting window frame, carrying the phantom echoes of Mrs. Gable's sharp voice. "She ought to be questioned. Thoroughly." Lila squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the images seared into her mind. Old Elias, peaceful, yet terribly still on his doorstep. The ring of hostile faces illuminated by the flickering, judgmental light of lanterns. Sheriff Hayes, his face a mask of cold authority, his gray eyes pinning her with undisguised suspicion. The memory of his earlier vulnerability, the shock that had crossed his face when she spoke of Martha and the roses, seemed like a dangerous hallucination now. That brief glimpse of the man behind the badge had vanished, replaced by the implacable force of the law, a force now directed squarely at her. How could things have gone so terribly wrong? She had come seeking solace, seeking her mother, offering what comfort she could to others along the way. The séance. It had felt powerful, draining, yes, but successful in its way. Widow Agnes's tears of relief, old Elias's trembling smile, those moments of genuine connection, had felt like validation, sparks of light in the often dubious twilight of her abilities. Even the startling clarity of the sheriff's memory, while unsettling in its intimacy, had felt undeniably real, a confirmation that something beyond ordinary perception was at work. But now those very moments were being twisted into instruments of condemnation. Her words of comfort to Elias were being replayed as grim foreshadowing. Her intrusion into the sheriff's private grief was likely seen not as evidence of a spiritual gift, but as proof of unnatural, perhaps malicious knowledge. She was the outsider, the stranger peddling mysteries in a town grounded in harsh reality. When death arrived unexpectedly, who else was there to blame? A wave of nausea washed over her. What if they were right? Not about malice, never that. But what if her words, her dredging up of deep emotions, had somehow contributed? She pictured Elias's face again, the way his eyes had widened at the mention of lilacs, a single tear tracing a path through his weathered skin. Had the sudden surge of emotion, the bittersweet joy of remembrance mixed with the ache of loss, been too much for his old heart? Had her attempt at comfort inadvertently triggered the very event she now stood accused of causing? The thought was unbearable, a leaden weight settling in her gut. It fed the deepest fear that always lurked beneath the surface of her carefully constructed confidence, the fear that her gift, if it even was a gift, was not a source of healing but a dangerous, uncontrollable force. Was she truly a conduit for spirits, or just a lightning rod attracting disaster. She pushed herself up from the floor, pacing the small confines of the room like a caged animal. 3 steps to the window, 3 steps back to the door. The faded quilt on the narrow bed, the chipped wash basin, the rickety wardrobe, the meager furnishing seemed to press in on her, emphasizing her confinement. The single window offered no escape, only a view of the silent, watchful town below, bathed in the cold, accusatory light of the moon. She could see the sheriff's office across the street, a dark block against the lighter dust. Was he in there now, poring over notes, building a case against her? Or was he staring back at her window, his mind filled with suspicion and, perhaps, a cold anger over the memory she had unearthed? She stopped before the small, fly-specked mirror above the washstand, staring at her own reflection. The face looking back was pale, drawn, her eyes wide with a fear she couldn't entirely mask. She looked young, lost, and utterly alone. This wasn't the serene spiritualist who commanded hushed parlors. This was Lila, the orphaned girl adrift in a harsh world, clinging to whispers and shadows for survival. Survival. The word hit her with chilling force. This wasn't just about clearing her name or escaping suspicion anymore. In a town like Dust Devil Creek, where justice could be swift and rough, especially for an outsider, an accusation, even an unfounded one, could be dangerous. Mrs. Gable's hostility felt like a physical threat. The sheriff's quiet order held the implicit power of imprisonment, or worse. She was trapped between worlds in more ways than one, between the skeptical world of the living and the elusive world of the spirits she sought, and now, between the fragile identity of Lila Carson, spiritualist, and the terrifying possibility of being labeled Lila Carson, murderer. Her hand instinctively went to the locket hidden beneath her bodice, the cool, familiar metal a small anchor in the churning sea of her fear. "Mama!" The silent plea was desperate now. "Mama, help me. Tell me what to do. Tell me I didn't cause this. Tell me you're here." She sank onto the edge of the bed, closing her eyes, trying to find that quiet space within, the sanctuary where she sometimes felt her mother's presence, a warmth, a hint of lavender, a feeling of unwavering love. She strained her senses, listening past the frantic pounding of her own heart, past the sighing of the wind, reaching into the ether. But there was only silence, a deeper silence than before. The unsettling whispers she'd sensed upon arriving in Dust Devil Creek. The fragmented emotions carried on the wind, even those were gone now. It was as if the town, or the spirits within it, had withdrawn, holding their breath, leaving her utterly isolated. Or perhaps her own fear was a wall, too thick, too high, blocking any connection. The thought only increased her panic. If she couldn't even reach her own mother, what hope did she have? Was her gift fading? Or had it ever truly been there, beyond her own desperate longing? The ambiguity was a torture. If she was a fraud, then Elias's death was a tragic coincidence she was unfairly blamed for. If her gift was real, then the connection with Martha's memory was genuine. But so too was the terrifying possibility that her words had somehow harmed Elias. Which truth was worse? The helplessness of innocence wrongly accused, or the crushing weight of unintentional guilt? She felt trapped between these two impossible realities, unable to find solid ground. Time crawled. The grandfather clock in the lobby chimed 2, then 3. Each chime seemed to mark another hour of her imprisonment, another hour for suspicion to solidify, for the town's fear to curdle into certainty. She imagined the whispers spreading, morphing into fact as they passed from the house to house. By morning, her guilt would be assumed, her trial conducted in the court of public opinion long before the sheriff asked his first formal question. Hmm. She thought about trying to sleep, but knew it was useless. Her mind raced, replaying every moment of the seance, every word spoken, every reaction observed. She analyzed the sheriff's expressions, the initial skepticism, the flicker of shock, the hardening into cold authority. Had she misread him? Was his earlier vulnerability just another layer of defense, shed when confronted with the reality of death? Or had her revelation truly shaken him, making him even more determined to reassert control by finding a logical, albeit convenient, culprit? A floorboard creaked in the hallway outside her door. Lila froze, her breath catching, every nerve ending screaming. Was it him? Had he come back? Was this the interrogation? She stared at the door, her knuckles white where she gripped the edge of the thin quilt. Silence. Only the settling groans of the old hotel. Perhaps just another guest, or Henderson making his rounds. She let out her breath slowly, but the fear lingered, a cold knot in her stomach. She got up and splashed more cold water on her face from the basin, the shock momentarily clearing her head. She couldn't afford to panic. She needed to think. When the sheriff came, and he would come, she needed to be calm, rational. She needed to answer his questions carefully, honestly, without letting her fear or her own confusing doubts betray her. She had to convince him of her innocence, appeal to the logic he seemed to value, even if her very presence, her very profession, seemed to defy it. But how? How could she explain the inexplicable? How could she account for the detail about the wild roses without sounding like she was admitting to supernatural powers he clearly despised, or resorting to lies that would surely unravel under his scrutiny? How could she defend herself against the damning coincidence of Elias's death, following so closely on her words? She paced again, the floorboards creaking rhythmically under her worn boots. Outside, the first faint hint of gray began to soften the edges of the black sky. Dawn was coming. The long, terrifying night was ending, but the ordeal was just beginning. The rising sun wouldn't bring clarity or relief, only the harsh light of day illuminating her precarious situation, bringing her face to face with the man who held her fate in his hands. She stopped by the window again, watching as the eastern horizon turned a pale, bruised lilac, then slowly flushed with pink. The vast prairie emerged from the darkness, stretching away, immense and indifferent. Somewhere out there, beyond Dust Devil Creek, lay freedom, anonymity, the continuation of her journey. But it felt impossibly far away now. Her world had shrunk to the size of this small room, this hostile town, this looming confrontation. She was trapped. Trapped by circumstance, by suspicion, by the town's fear, by the sheriff's logic, and perhaps most profoundly, trapped by the ambiguity of her own existence, caught somewhere between the tangible world that condemned her and the unseen world that offered no clear answers, no solace, no escape. The dawn light crept into the room, painting stripes across the floor, but bringing no warmth. Only the cold certainty that the trial of Lila Carson was about to begin. A final floorboard creaked in the hallway, closer this time. She turned towards the door, her heart pounding, waiting. Chapter 10. Secrets Buried Under Starlight. The first pale fingers of dawn crept reluctantly through the grime on the window pane, painting stripes of diluted gray across the rough floorboards of room 4. Lila watched them advance, each inch gained by the light feeling like another moment stolen from her rapidly dwindling reprieve. Sleep had been an impossibility, a distant shore she couldn't reach across the turbulent waters of fear and exhaustion. She remained huddled on the edge of the narrow bed, the thin quilt pulled tightly around her shoulders, though the chill she felt was bone deep, impervious to mere fabric. The night had been long, filled with the agonizing replay of events, the echo of accusing whispers, and the oppressive weight of the hotel silence. She had strained her senses, desperately seeking the familiar comfort of her mother's presence, or even a clarifying whisper about old Elias, some sign to guide her, to reassure her. But the unseen world remained stubbornly mute. The vibrant connection she'd felt during the séance, the startling clarity of the sheriff's memory, the poignant images linked to Elias and Sarah had vanished, leaving behind only a terrifying void. Was the silence a punishment, a warning, or simply the stark reality that her gift was as fickle and unreliable as the prairie wind, deserting her when she needed it most? The ambiguity gnawed at her. Without that connection, what defense did she have? She was just a young woman, alone, adrift, with a strange profession and circumstance painting her as the most likely villain. Her truth, the confusing, inconsistent flashes of insight, mixed with intuition and empathy, sounded like fabrication even to her own ears in the harsh light of suspicion. How could she possibly make Sheriff Hayes, a man grounded in unshakable logic, believe her? She thought of the title on one of her worn handbills, Lila Carson, Whispers from Beyond. It felt like a cruel joke now. The only whispers she heard were the phantom voices of the townspeople, condemning her, and the frantic hammering of her own heart. Outside, the town began to stir, the distant crow of a rooster, muffled by walls and distance, the creak of a wagon wheel somewhere down the street, the faint clang of the blacksmith's hammer meeting metal, a rhythm of normalcy that felt utterly alien to her current reality. Dust Devil Creek was waking up, ready to face another day of survival on the edge of the frontier. But for Lila, the dawn brought only the promise of interrogation, of judgment. She rose stiffly from the bed, her limbs aching from tension and lack of sleep. She went to the washstand, pouring the last of the cool water from the pitcher into the chip basin. The shock of the water against her skin helped chase away some of the mental fog, but did little to ease the cold dread coiled in her stomach. She smoothed her hair, trying to appear composed, presentable. Appearance mattered, especially now. She couldn't look like a cornered, frightened animal, even if that's exactly how she felt. She changed out of the slightly finer dress she'd worn for the séance and into her simpler, darker traveling dress, sturdy, practical, less likely to draw attention, though she suspected all eyes would be on her regardless. As she fastened the tiny buttons at her wrist, her fingers trembled. She paused, taking a slow, deliberate breath, forcing down the panic. She had faced skeptical audiences, hostile crowds, and moments of profound self-doubt before. This was different, yes. The stakes were infinitely higher, but she had survived. She had kept moving forward. She had to find that core of resilience within herself now and that quiet strength her mother had always encouraged. Even the darkest night holds a promise of dawn, her mother used to say. But could dawn bring justice in a town already convinced of her guilt? She touched the locket beneath her dress. "Mama, be with me." It was less a request for spiritual intervention now, more a prayer for courage, for the strength to face what was coming. A sharp rap on the door made her jump, her heart leaping into her throat. How she froze, staring at the wooden panel, her breath caught. Was it him? Already? "Miss Carson?" Jed Henderson's reedy voice called through the door, muffled but unmistakable. "Brought you, some coffee. Figured you might need it." Relief washed over her, quickly followed by a renewed sense of isolation. Henderson hadn't offered breakfast, just coffee, a minimal gesture, perhaps offered out of obligation or maybe even pity, but it underscored her status as a pariah. She hesitated, then unlocked the door, opening it just a crack. Henderson stood there, holding a steaming tin mug. He avoided her eyes, shifting his weight awkwardly. His earlier excitement was gone, replaced by a nervous apprehension. "Sheriff, Um, Sheriff Hayes asked me to make sure you were available this morning, he mumbled, pushing the mug towards her. Said he'd be by directly. Thank you, Mr. Henderson, Lila said quietly, taking the mug. The coffee smelled strong, bitter. Her stomach churned at the thought of putting anything in it. Best drink it, Henderson advised, they still not meeting her gaze. Gonna be a long day, I reckon. He cleared his throat. Look, Miss Carson, about last night, Elias... He trailed off, looking profoundly uncomfortable. Folks are stirred up, scared. When something like this happens, they look for answers, simple ones. Even if they're wrong, Lila asked softly. Henderson finally looked at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of pity and warning. Sometimes, Miss Carson, he said grimly. Especially then. He backed away quickly. Sheriff will be here soon. He turned and hurried back down the dim hallway, leaving Lila standing in the doorway, the lukewarm mug trembling in her hand. She closed the door, locking it again, though she knew it offered no real protection. Henderson's words confirmed her fears. The town needed a scapegoat, and she was the perfect fit. She took a sip of the coffee. It was scalding hot, bitter, but the warmth spread through her, a small, temporary comfort against the pervasive chill. She carried it over to the window, looking out at the street below. More people were about now. Wagons rumbled past. Mrs. Gable was sweeping the boardwalk in front of the general store with fierce, energetic strokes, occasionally glancing towards the hotel. Lila quickly stepped back from the window, not wanting to be seen, not wanting to invite more scrutiny. She thought about Sheriff Hayes. What had his night been like? Had he slept? Had the memory of the wild roses continued to haunt him? Or had he successfully compartmentalized, locking away the personal disturbance to focus solely on the investigation? She remembered the coldness in his eyes as he'd ordered her to stay, the unwavering authority. He seemed like a man who clung to logic, to order, as a shield against the chaos of the world, the chaos of loss. Her seance, her inexplicable knowledge, had threatened that order, breached his defenses. Would he see prosecuting her as a way to restore that balance, to reaffirm the rational world he needed to believe in? The title of the chapter echoed in her mind, Secrets Buried Under Starlight. What secrets lay buried in Dust Devil Creek? Elias had seemed like a simple, gentle soul, living out his twilight years quietly. But small towns often concealed tangled histories, old grudges, hidden pains. Could his death be connected to something else entirely? Something unrelated to her? Some past dispute? Some forgotten slight? Or was it truly just a tragic, natural passing, horribly timed to coincide with her arrival? And what about the sheriff's secret? The raw grief she had inadvertently exposed. It felt like a dangerous piece of knowledge to hold, a vulnerability she had witnessed that he would surely resent. Did he fear she knew more? Did he worry she could expose other hidden corners of his past? That fear could be a powerful motivator, driving him to silence her, discredit her, remove her from his town as quickly as possible. The coffee did little to steady her nerves. She set the mug down on the washstand, the tin making a dull clink against the ceramic. She paced the room again, her footsteps muffled on the thin rug, waiting. The waiting was torture, stretching her nerves taut, feeding the terrifying images conjured by her imagination. She pictured herself dragged before the town, accused, unable to defend herself. She pictured the inside of the town's small, grim jail cell. Stop it, she told herself fiercely. Panic wouldn't help. She needed to be calm, collected. She needed to remember the details of the seance, her interactions, everything she had seen and heard since arriving. There had to be something, some small detail that could help her, that could point away from her. She closed her eyes, concentrating, pushing past the fear. She thought back to the feeling in the parlor. Widow Agnes's grief, sharp and fresh. Old Elias's sorrow, deep but softened by time and love. The general curiosity and skepticism. The sheriff's wall of resistance concealing the profound ache beneath. And then Elias again. Had there been anything else? Any discordant note beneath the gentle sadness? She remembered the moment she'd spoken of Sarah waiting for him. The tears, the smile. It had seemed genuine. But was there something else? A flicker, almost imperceptible, just before the gratitude settled on his features? A shadow of fear? Regret? Or was she projecting her own anxieties onto the memory now, desperately searching for an alternative narrative? It was too faint, too uncertain. Trying to grasp it felt like trying to hold smoke. The secrets remained buried. Whether they belonged to Elias, the sheriff, the town, or herself, they lay hidden beneath the surface, obscured by the glare of suspicion focused solely on her. The grandfather clock downstairs began to chime the hour. 8 o'clock. The morning was fully present now, and the business of the day underway, and Sheriff Hayes would be coming. Lila stood by the window, not looking out, but facing the door, her back straight, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. She smoothed her skirt, took another deep breath, and waited. She would face him. She would tell her truth, however inadequate it might seem. She would hold on to the fragile hope that somewhere within the stern lawman, a flicker of the man who remembered wild roses still existed. A man capable of seeing beyond the convenient accusations towards a more complex, perhaps more difficult truth. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching into an eternity. The sounds from the street seemed to fade as her focus narrowed entirely on the hallway outside her door. Every creak of the old building made her jump. Every distant footstep set her heart pounding. Then finally they came. Firm, measured footsteps, stopping directly outside room 4. Unmistakably the sheriff's stride. There was a brief pause, a silence that felt deafening. Lila held her breath. Knock, knock. The sound was sharp, decisive, commanding. Not a request, but a summons. Lila closed her eyes for a fleeting second, gathering every ounce of courage she possessed. Then she opened them, lifted her chin, and walked towards the door. Her hand trembled as she reached for the lock. The final barrier between her and the man who held the power to condemn, or perhaps to understand. The secrets buried under starlight felt vast and deep, and she was about to step into the harsh light of day to confront them, armed with nothing but her own uncertain truth. She turned the key. Chapter 11. The Burden of Belief. The lock clicked open with a finality that echoed in the small room. Lila pulled the door inward, revealing Sheriff Daniel Hayes standing in the dim hallway. He filled the frame, his presence seeming to crowd the narrow space, exuding an aura of quiet, unyielding authority. The morning light filtering from the hallway window behind him cast his face in shadow, making his expression difficult to read. But the set of his jaw was hard, his gray eyes cool and assessing as they met hers. He wore the same clothes as the night before, looking weary but resolute, his hand resting almost casually near the butt of the peacemaker holstered on his hip. "Miss Carson," he said, his voice flat. Devoid of the turmoil she had witnessed hours earlier, it was the voice of the law, impersonal and direct. "May I come in?" It wasn't truly a question. Lila stepped back wordlessly and gesturing him inside. He entered the room, his gaze sweeping quickly over the sparse furnishings, the narrow bed, the washstand, the small table with her few books and the still untouched coffee mug, the worn carpet bag resting near the wardrobe. His eyes seemed to catalog everything, searching for what? Signs of hasty departure? Hidden compartments? Evidence of witchcraft? She couldn't guess. He removed his hat, holding it respectfully in his hands, a small gesture of formality that felt strangely at odds with the tension crackling in the air. He didn't sit, though she gestured vaguely towards the single, straight-backed chair. He preferred to stand, maintaining a physical advantage, asserting his control over the situation. The small room felt even smaller with his presence filling it. Anna Aoi, I have some questions for you regarding the death of Elias Peterson, he stated, getting straight to the point. No preamble, no pleasantries. I understand, Sheriff, Lila replied, striving to keep her voice steady, though her hands, clasped tightly in front of her, betrayed her nervousness. I'll answer as best I can. He nodded curtly, his eyes fixed on her face, searching for any flicker of deceit. Let's start with the séance last night. You spoke directly to Mr. Peterson. Yes. He seemed eager for a connection with his late wife, Sarah. And you provided that connection? The skepticism was thick in his voice. Lila hesitated. How to explain the inexplicable, the unreliable flashes of insight? I opened myself to the possibility, she said carefully. Impressions came through, images, feelings. I related them to Mr. Peterson. She decided against mentioning the lilac specifically, fearing it would sound like boasting or further proof of unnatural knowledge. He seemed to find comfort in them. Comfort, Hayes repeated, the word hanging in the air. You told him his wife was waiting for him. You spoke of peace. The impressions were of peace, Sheriff, Lila insisted quietly. Of love enduring beyond death. That's what I conveyed. It's what people seek in these gatherings, reassurance that their loved ones are not lost, not suffering. And did you get any other impressions regarding Mr. Peterson? His gaze sharpened. Any feeling that his own time was short? That he might soon be joining his beloved Sarah? The question was a trap, baited and sprung. Lila felt her cheeks flush. No, absolutely not. There was no sense of impending death, only memory, love, grief. The energies were strong, but not ominous. He searched his face, hoping for a flicker of understanding, but found only implacable scrutiny. Sheriff, I understand how this looks. The timing, my words. But I swear to you, I had no inkling, no forewarning of what would happen to him. Convenient, Hayes murmured. The same word he'd used last night, sharp and dismissive. He took a step closer, invading her small space, forcing her to tilt her head back slightly to maintain eye contact. Let's talk about your abilities, Miss Carson. How exactly do they work? Do spirits whisper secrets in your ear? Show you moving pictures? Or is it just clever guesswork, playing on people's grief? The direct challenge, the raw disbelief, stung. Lila drew herself up straighter. It's not guesswork, Sheriff, and it's rarely as clear as whispers or pictures. It's fragmented. Feelings, images, sometimes a name, a scent, a fleeting memory that isn't my own. It requires concentration, openness, and it's not always reliable. She hated admitting that, hated revealing the inherent uncertainty, but honesty felt like her only viable path, however perilous. Sometimes there's nothing. Sometimes the connection is faint. Last night, with Mr. Peterson and... She stopped herself just short of mentioning him. The connections felt unusually clear. Unusually clear, he echoed, his eyes narrowing. Clear enough to know about private memories, things unspoken for years? The question hung there, personal and pointed, blurring the line he had supposedly drawn. The memory of the wild roses was clearly still a burr under his saddle, despite his efforts to maintain professional distance. Lila met his gaze steadily, though her heart hammered. Yes, she admitted softly. Sometimes. I don't control what comes through, Sheriff. I only relay it. He stared at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Was he weighing her words, or simply confirming his own conviction that she was a skilled liar, weaving a fantastical tale to cover her tracks? The silence stretched, thick with unspoken history and present suspicion. After the séance concluded, he finally continued, returning to the formal line of questioning, you stated you returned directly to this room. Yes. Mr. Henderson saw me come up. And you didn't leave again? Not for any reason? A breath of fresh air? A walk to clear your head after those intense connections? No, Sheriff, I stayed here. I was unsettled by the evening, by the intensity. I locked the door and remained here until I heard the commotion outside regarding Mr. Peterson. And what time was that, roughly? I don't know exactly. The clock downstairs chimed 1, perhaps 2, not long before the shouting started. Leaving a gap of several hours between the end of your séance and the discovery of the body, Hayes pointed out, during which Mr. Peterson died. A gap during which I was locked in my room, Sheriff, Lila countered, keeping her voice level. Alone. Can anyone verify that? Only Mr. Henderson, perhaps, and if he was watching the hallway. Otherwise, no, I have no witness. The admission felt like another strike against her. Hayes walked slowly towards the window, peering out at the street below, his back to her. Dust Devil Creek is a small town, Miss Carson. Folks know each other. They look out for each other. They don't take kindly to outsiders stirring up trouble, especially trouble that ends in death. He turned back to face her, his expression grim. Right now, you are the only unknown quantity, the only disruption to the natural order of things on the night Elias Peterson died. So I'm the most convenient suspect, Lila stated, a bitter taste in her mouth. You're the most unexplained element, Hayes corrected, though the distinction felt negligible. My job is to find explanations, to restore order. And blaming the stranger, the woman who talks to spirits, is the quickest way to do that? The question was sharper than she intended, tinged with desperation. His eyes hardened. I follow evidence, Miss Carson. Facts, logic. Right now, the facts are these. You interacted with the deceased shortly before his death. You spoke words that could be interpreted as predicting his demise, and you possess knowledge that defies easy explanation. Doc Miller found no conclusive evidence of foul play, but the timing is highly suspicious. So you believe I somehow frightened him to death? Or perhaps whispered poison in his ear through mystical means? The sarcasm slipped out, fueled by fear and frustration. I haven't concluded anything, Hayes snapped, his voice losing its careful control for a moment, revealing the frustration beneath. But I have an unexplained death in a town full of suspicion pointing directly at you. You claim connections to a world I don't believe exists. You pull details out of thin air that shake a man to his core. The reference to himself was oblique, but undeniable. Forgive me if I find your presence here problematic. The air crackled with the unresolved tension between them, the collision of his rigid skepticism and her inexplicable, unwanted insight into his own past. It was a dangerous dynamic, personal and volatile, simmering beneath the surface of the official investigation. Lila took a shaky breath, trying a different approach. Sheriff, she began, her voice softer now, pleading. Think about it logically, as you say. What possible motive could I have? I didn't know Mr. Peterson. I gained nothing from his death, quite the opposite, as you see. My performance, as you might call it, relies on goodwill, on offering comfort. A death associated with my séance is disastrous for me, for my ability to earn a living, to travel. He considered her words, his expression thoughtful, though still wary. Perhaps the motive wasn't personal gain. Perhaps it was accidental. Perhaps your methods are more potent, more dangerous than you realize. The idea struck her again, the horrifying possibility of unintentional guilt. She faltered, the words catching in her throat. I don't know the full extent or the limits of what I experience, Sheriff. Sometimes it frightens me. But I would never, ever consciously harm anyone. My only aim is to help, to connect, to ease suffering. Her genuine distress seemed to register, softening his expression fractionally, though the suspicion remained firmly in place. You carry a heavy burden, Miss Carson, he said, his voice losing some of its harsh edge. Whether you truly believe you speak with the dead, or whether you simply allow others to believe it, it's a dangerous line to walk. Belief itself can be a powerful force. It can heal, yes, but it can also incite fear, hatred, even violence. He looked directly at her, his gray eyes holding a depth of understanding that surprised her. He wasn't just talking about the townspeople. He was talking about the burden of belief itself, the weight of conviction, whether rational or spiritual. He, too, carried the burden of his belief in logic, in order, in the finality of death, a belief that had been shaken, however briefly, by her inexplicable knowledge. They were both burdened, trapped in their own ways by the frameworks they used to understand the world. I understand the burden, Sheriff, Lila whispered, acknowledging the unexpected moment of connection, fragile though it was. Better than you might think. He held her gaze for another long moment, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Then the mask of the lawman snapped back into place. Regardless, he said, his tone becoming brisk again, you remain the focus of this investigation until evidence points elsewhere. You are confined to the hotel premises. Do not attempt to contact anyone involved in last night's events. Do not attempt to leave Dust Devil Creek. Any violation of these instructions will result in your immediate arrest. Is that understood? Yes, Sheriff. The words felt like chains locking around her. Confined to the hotel, unable to seek out potential allies, unable to investigate on her own, unable to flee. I'll be in touch, he said curtly. He placed his hat back on his head, gave her one last lingering look that held a mixture of suspicion, frustration, and perhaps something else, a grudging acknowledgement of the complexity she represented, and then turned and left the room, closing the door firmly behind him. Lila listened to his footsteps receding down the hallway, the sound fading until only the oppressive silence remained. She sank onto the chair, her legs suddenly weak. The interrogation was over for now. She hadn't been arrested, not yet, but she was no closer to freedom, no closer to clearing her name. She was trapped, not just physically within the hotel, but trapped by the burden of belief, the town's belief in her guilt, the sheriff's belief in logic clashing with his own unsettling experience, and her own uncertain belief in the nature of her abilities and their consequences. Elias Peterson was dead, and whether by malice, accident, or tragic coincidence, Lila Carson was paying the price. The path forward remained shrouded in fog, and the only certainty was the crushing weight of suspicion and the chilling isolation of her confinement. The secrets of Dust Devil Creek remained buried, and she was left alone to grapple with the terrifying burden of what others chose to believe. Chapter 12. Danger Lurks in Saloon Smoke. The four walls of Room 4 pressed in on Lila, each hour of forced confinement, shrinking the space until it felt less like a room and more like a cage. The morning interrogation with Sheriff Hayes had left her shaken, adrift in a sea of uncertainty and fear. He hadn't arrested her, not yet, but his suspicion was a tangible thing, cold and hard as the badge pinned to his vest. His order confining her to the hotel premises was absolute, transforming the anonymous room into a prison cell with slightly better furnishings. Sunlight thick with the dust motes dancing perpetually in the dry air, crawled across the floorboards, marking the slow, agonizing passage of time. Lila paced the narrow strip of floor between the bed and the window, her footsteps muffled by the thin, worn rug. She tried reading one of her books, seeking refuge in the familiar words of spiritualist philosophy, but the text blurred, meaningless. Her mind refused to settle, constantly replaying the sheriff's questions, the hostility in Mrs. Gable's eyes, the horrifying image of old Elias lying still beneath the indifferent moon. Every sound from beyond the door was magnified, distorted by her heightened senses. The creak of floorboards in the hallway, the murmur of voices from the lobby downstairs, the rumble of a wagon passing on the street outside. Each noise sent a fresh jolt of anxiety through her. Was it him coming back? Were the townspeople gathering? Was the net tightening? She crept to the door, pressing her ear against the cool wood, straining to hear snippets of conversation from the lobby. Mostly it was the mundane rhythm of the Hotel Jed Henderson's reedy voice dealing with a supplier, the clink of cutlery from the dining room as the midday meal was served, a meal she hadn't been offered and wouldn't have had the stomach for anyway. But occasionally she caught fragments that made her blood run cold. Died right after she talked to him. A woman's sharp whisper drifted up the stairwell. Unnatural, I tell you, a man grumbled in response. Sheriff ought to do something before... The rest was lost in the slam of the front door. They were talking about her. The suspicion hadn't faded with the morning light. It was festering, growing. She backed away from the door, wrapping her arms around herself. Henderson's warning echoed in her mind. Folks are stirred up, scared. They look for answers, simple ones. And she was the simplest answer. The outsider. The witch. She retreated to the window, peering cautiously from behind the edge of the thin curtain. The street below baked under the relentless afternoon sun. Dust hung heavy in the air, stirred by the occasional gust of hot wind that offered no relief. People moved with the slow, deliberate pace necessitated by the heat, their faces grim, preoccupied. She saw Mrs. Gable talking earnestly to two other women outside the general store, her gestures sharp, emphatic. Even from this distance, Lila could feel the waves of animosity directed towards the hotel, towards her room. Her gaze drifted further down the street towards the saloon. The dusty spur, its sign proclaimed in faded letters. Even in the heat of day, its bat-wing doors swung occasionally, revealing glimpses of the dim, smoky interior, spilling out bursts of rough laughter or the discordant notes of an untuned piano. It looked like a dark-mouthed Tun Shijiao Guangxian, He Shi Wang, Tun Shiji Guangxian, He Shi Wang, swallowing light and hope. She imagined the conversations happening inside, fueled by cheap whiskey and fear, twisting speculation to certainty, fanning the embers of suspicion into open flames of accusation. Inside the dusty spur, the air was thick enough to slice. Stale tobacco smoke mingled with the acrid smell of spilled whiskey, sweat, and unwashed bodies, clinging heavily in the dim light filtering through the grimy front windows. Sawdust covered the floor, soaking up spills and muffling footsteps, but it couldn't absorb the rising tension. Usually the afternoon crowd was sparse, a few regulars nursing beers, a poker game simmering quietly in the corner. But today, the place was more crowded, the mood uglier. Ranch hands drifted in early from outlying spreads, drawn by the news that had spread like wildfire across the plains. Drifters passing through lingered, sensing the potential for trouble. And townspeople, their usual routines disrupted by the death and the subsequent unease, sought solace or fuel for their indignation in the bottle. At a table near the back, Caleb Barlow, foreman for one of the big ranches south of town, slammed his empty whiskey glass down. He was a big man, sunburnt and hard-eyed, his face flushed with drink and anger. "Natural causes, my foot," he spat, his voice loud enough to draw attention. "Old Elias was tougher'n saddle leather. Ain't no way he just keeled over an hour after that. That witch filled his head with spook talk." "Hayes says Doc Miller found nothing," mumbled Billy Watson, slumped over the bar, looking pale and unsteady. He'd been at the seance fascinated and terrified in equal measure. "Doc Miller?" Barlow scoffed. "Good enough for patching up buckshot wounds, maybe. But what's he know about curses, hexes?" He lowered his voice conspiratorially, leaning in towards the men gathered around his table. "Heard tell she looked right through Sheriff Hayes, too. Told him things about his dead wife nobody knew. Ain't natural." "She knew about Sarah's lilacs," added another man, a farmer whose land bordered Elias's small plot. "Elias told me once, years ago, how she knew that." Fear, superstition, and resentment brewed in the smoky air. Elias had been a fixture in Dust Devil Creek, quiet and unassuming, bothering no one. His sudden death felt wrong, unsettling. And Lila Carson, with her strange pronouncements and unsettling gaze, provided a convenient focus for their fear and anger. She was different, unknown, powerful in a way they couldn't comprehend, and therefore dangerous. Mrs. Gable sat nursing a small glass of sherry at a corner table, an unusual indulgence for her, indicative of the day's extraordinary tension. She wasn't drinking much, but she was listening intently, occasionally adding a sharp comment that stoked the flames. "Sheriff's being too soft," she declared to the women beside her, though her voice carried. "Letting her sit up there in the hotel like a queen. She ought to be in the jail cell, where she belongs, before she brings more bad luck down on this town." The bartender, a burly man named Gus, with seen-it-all eyes, polished glasses behind the bar, his expression carefully neutral. He'd learned long ago that taking sides in Dust Devil Creek was bad for business, but he kept a wary eye on Barlow and his cronies. Whiskey made men brave, and fear made them stupid. It was a dangerous combination. Sheriff Hayes pushed through the bat-wing doors, pausing for a moment to let his eyes adjust to the gloom. The talk died down slightly, heads turning towards him, but the undercurrent of hostility remained palpable. He needed information, needed to gauge the town's temperature, and the saloon was often the most accurate, if unpleasant, thermometer. He nodded curtly towards Gus, ignoring the challenging stares from Barlow's table. "Afternoon, Gus." "Sheriff," Gus acknowledged, wiping the bar top. "Quiet day." It wasn't, but it was the expected deflection. Hayes leaned against the bar, ordering nothing. He surveyed the room slowly, his presence a clear reminder of the law, but he could feel the resentment simmering just beneath the surface. He heard Barlow mutter something under his breath about protecting witches. "Anything I should know, Gus?" Hayes asked quietly, keeping his back to the room. Gus hesitated, then leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Talk's getting ugly, Sheriff. About the spiritualist woman, Barlow and his boys are liquored up and spouting nonsense about hexes. You might want to keep an eye on them." Hayes nodded grimly. He'd expected as much. Fear of the unknown was a potent poison, especially when mixed with alcohol. "Thanks, Gus." He didn't stay long. His presence wasn't calming the situation. It was merely forcing the ugliness underground for the moment. As he pushed back through the doors into the blinding sunlight, he heard Barlow's voice rise again behind him, defiant and angry. The situation was deteriorating faster than he'd hoped. His order confining Lila Carson to the hotel was meant to keep her accessible for questioning, but it was also rapidly turning her into a sitting duck, trapped while the town's fear and anger coiled outside her door. He felt the weight of his decision, the burden of responsibility. He needed evidence, facts. But what if the town decided not to wait for either? As afternoon bled into evening, the heat inside room 4 became stifling. Lila paced, restless, agitated. Jed Henderson had brought up a meager supper tray earlier, some cold beans, stale bread, and water, leaving it outside her door after a single, sharp knock, clearly unwilling to face her again. She barely touched it. Her appetite was gone, consumed by anxiety. The sounds from the street changed as twilight descended. The ordinary noises of the day faded, replaced by louder, rougher sounds drifting from the direction of the dusty spur. Bursts of drunken laughter, angry shouts, the tinny piano playing faster, more erratically. The noise felt menacing, directed. She could feel the tension in the town ratcheting up, focusing like a magnifying glass on the hotel, on her room. She stood by the window again, hidden in the deepening shadows, watching. Groups of men stumbled out of the saloon, leaning on each other, their voices raised. Some glanced towards the hotel, their expressions ranging from morbid curiosity to outright hostility. She saw Caleb Barlow emerge with 3 other ranch hands, all unsteady on their feet, their faces dark with drink and malice. They stood in the middle of the dusty street for a moment, conferring, their voices too low to hear, but their gestures, rough and angry, were unmistakable. One of them pointed directly at her window. Lila recoiled, stumbling back from the curtain as if struck. Her heart pounded so hard it felt bruised. They knew where she was. They were talking about her, pointing. The danger wasn't just whispers in a smoky room anymore. It was outside her window, fueled by liquor and fear, taking shape in the twilight. She backed away, retreating to the furthest corner of the room, near the wardrobe, seeking refuge in the shadows. The room felt less like a cage now and more like a flimsy box, offering no real protection from the storm gathering outside. The locked door seemed pitifully inadequate against the rising tide of anger. Where was Sheriff Hayes? Was he aware of this? Was he doing anything? Or was he content to let the town's fear run its course, hoping it might flush out a confession or simply solve his problem for him? The thought was terrifying. Could he truly be that callous? Or was he simply overwhelmed, one man against a tide of rising hysteria? She pressed her hands against her ears, trying to block out the sounds from the street, the phantom whispers, the pounding of her own blood. She squeezed her eyes shut, concentrating fiercely, desperately reaching again for that inner connection, for her mother, for guidance, for anything. "Mama, please!" Silence. The same terrifying void answered her plea. No comfort, no wisdom, no escape. Then a different sound, closer. A scraping noise outside her window, followed by a dull thud against the glass. Lila gasped, whirling around. Had someone thrown something? A rock? She crept cautiously back towards the window, her heart hammering against her ribs. Peering through a tiny gap in the curtain, she scanned the street below. Barlow and his men were further down the street now, laughing raucously as they headed back towards the saloon. But the space directly below her window was empty, shrouded in the deepening dusk. Had she imagined it? Was her fear playing tricks on her senses? And then she heard it again. A low murmur of voices from the alleyway beside the hotel just below her room, followed by a distinct, chilling sound, the unmistakable click of a rifle bolt being drawn back. Terror, cold and absolute, seized her. Someone was down there, armed, waiting. For what? For her to show herself at the window? For darkness to fully descend? The danger wasn't just lurking in saloon smoke anymore. It was tangible, immediate, breathing in the shadows just outside her door, just below her window. She was trapped, and the hunters were closing in. Chapter 13. A Trust Forged in Doubt. The click of the rifle bolt echoed in the suffocating confines of room 4, louder and more menacing than any spectral whisper Lila had ever strained to hear. Terror, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of anxiety that had enveloped her all day, leaving her frozen, breathless, in the corner shadows. Someone was in the alley below, armed. Their presence wasn't random, it felt deliberate, targeted. The sounds from the saloon, the pointing fingers, the rock, or whatever it was hitting the window pane. It wasn't just drunken bluster anymore, it was escalating. The vague threat simmering in the town had coalesced into a tangible, immediate danger lurking just outside her flimsy sanctuary. Her mind raced, scrambling for options, finding none. Scream? Who would hear or care beyond Jed Henderson, who had already demonstrated his profound desire to avoid involvement? Barricade the door? Pointless if the threat was coming from the window or the alley. Escape? Impossible. The sheriff's orders, Henderson's watchful if reluctant eye, and now the armed presence below effectively sealed her in. She was utterly exposed, a cornered animal, waiting for the hunters to strike. Panic threatened to overwhelm her, a suffocating wave rising in her chest. She pressed a trembling hand to her mouth to stifle a gasp, forcing herself to think, to breathe. She couldn't simply stand here, paralyzed by fear. She needed to assess the situation, however terrifying. Taking shallow, silent breaths, she crept slowly, cautiously, back towards the window. Staying low, well away from the glass, she strained her ears, listening intently to the sounds from the alley. The low murmuring continued, indistinct, but definitely more than one voice. Male voices, rough-edged. She couldn't make out the words, only the low, angry cadence. Were they Barlow and his men, returned from the saloon? Or someone else, emboldened by the general atmosphere of hostility? A floorboard creaked heavily in the hallway outside her door. Lila flinched violently, whipping her head around, her heart leaping into her throat again. Was the threat coming from both directions? Was she truly surrounded? Silence. Then a low cough, followed by the distinct sound of someone settling their weight against the wall near her door. Not trying to enter, but waiting? Watching? A guard? Had the sheriff posted someone? Or was it someone else, ensuring she didn't escape while their companions lurked below? The ambiguity was terrifying. She was trapped between the unseen watcher in the hall and the armed menace in the alley. The small room felt like the dead center of a closing vice. Her gaze darted around the room, searching desperately for anything that might serve as a weapon, a defense. The heavy water pitcher, too clumsy. The straight-backed chair, too flimsy. Her small silver bell, utterly useless. She was defenseless, relying entirely on a locked door and the thin barrier of window glass. The voices in the alley grew slightly louder, punctuated by a rough laugh that sent a fresh wave of fear through her. They weren't leaving. They were settling in, waiting for, what? Deeper darkness? An opportunity? An image flashed in her mind. Old Elias, lying still. Had he heard voices outside his cabin before he died? Had his death truly been natural, or had fear, perhaps triggered by intruders, stopped his heart? The possibility, dismissed earlier as paranoid speculation, now felt chillingly real. Was the same fate planned for her? Frighten the witch to death? Or perhaps something more direct, staged to look like an accident or suicide? No. She couldn't let fear paralyze her. She had to do something. She needed help. But who? Henderson was useless. The townspeople were hostile. That left only one possibility, however unlikely, however fraught with its own complications. Sheriff Hayes. The man who suspected her, who had confined her here, who had looked at her with cold authority just hours ago. The man whose own carefully guarded grief she had inadvertently exposed. Could she possibly trust him? Could he possibly believe her? setting aside his suspicion long enough to recognize the immediate danger she was in. It felt like an enormous gamble, potentially making her situation even worse if he dismissed her fears as hysterics or manipulation. But what other choice did she have? Staying silent, waiting passively in the dark, felt like accepting defeat, surrendering to the faceless menace outside. Despite his skepticism, despite the personal conflict between them, Hayes was still the law. Upholding order, protecting citizens, even suspected ones, was his sworn duty. She had to believe, had to gamble, that his sense of duty would outweigh his suspicion, at least long enough, to investigate her claims. It was a trust forged entirely in doubt, a desperate plea directed at the very source of her confinement. But how to reach him? She couldn't leave the room. The watcher in the hall, the men in the alley, made that impossible. She looked around frantically. There was no way to signal, no bell pull, nothing. Wait. Henderson. He was her jailer, in effect. If she could somehow alert him, convince him of the danger, perhaps he would fetch the sheriff. It was a long shot. Henderson was clearly terrified of getting involved, caught between his duty to the sheriff and his fear of the volatile townspeople, and perhaps of her. But he was closer than Hayes. Taking a deep breath, Lila moved towards the door. She listened again. The watcher in the hallway was still there, shifting his weight occasionally. She couldn't shout that might alert the men below, provoke them. She needed to be loud enough to attract Henderson's attention, perhaps from the lobby downstairs, but not loud enough to sound like a general alarm. She knocked sharply on her own door, once, twice, then paused, then knocked again, 3 times quickly. A prearranged signal? No, just an attempt to sound urgent, unusual, something more than a simple request. Silence. Anyone heard? She waited, her ears straining. Footsteps hesitantly approached down the hallway, not the heavy tread of the watcher, but the lighter, shuffling steps of Jed Henderson. Miss Carson? His voice was muffled, wary from the other side of the door. You all right in there? Mr. Henderson, Lila called back, pitching her voice low but urgent, hoping it carried past the watcher. There are men. Outside, in the alley below my window. They're armed. I heard a rifle. A long pause. She could almost hear Henderson's internal struggle. Armed? He repeated, his voice tight with fear. Miss Carson, are you sure? Might just be hunters passing through. No, Mr. Henderson, Lila insisted, pressing her forehead against the cool wood, trying to inject conviction into her trembling voice. They were pointing at my window earlier. I heard them talking. They're waiting. Please, you have to get the sheriff. Another agonizing silence. Then Henderson spoke again, his voice even lower, closer to the door. There's, someone out here, Miss. Deputy Miller's boy, Pete. Sheriff posted him. Said for your protection. Protection or surveillance? The distinction felt terrifyingly blurred. Pete Miller, the deputy's son, barely more than a boy himself, likely easily intimidated or influenced. Was he meant to keep her in or keep trouble out? Or perhaps both? Please, Mr. Henderson, Lila pleaded, desperation rising. Even if he's out there. The men below. Pete can't handle them alone. You must get Sheriff Hayes. Now. She heard Henderson swallow hard. All right, miss, he finally conceded, his voice shaky. All right. Don't make no noise. I'll go. I'll fetch him. His footsteps retreated quickly down the hallway. Lila leaned against the door, relief mingling with terror. He was going. But would he be quick enough? Would the sheriff believe him? Would they arrive before the men in the alley decided to act? And what about young Pete Miller outside her door? Was he a protector or just another potential victim if things escalated? She felt a pang of guilt for potentially putting the boy in danger. The waiting began again, but this time it was different. It wasn't the passive waiting of despair, but the taut, high-strung waiting for intervention, for rescue or confrontation. Every creak, every gust of wind, every distant shout from the saloon stretched her nerves to the breaking point. She remained near the door, listening intently to the watcher in the hall, Pete Miller. He was quiet now, perhaps listening himself, perhaps unnerved by her hushed conversation with Henderson. Below, in the alley, the voices seemed to have quieted, too. Were they aware Henderson had gone? Or were they simply biding their time as darkness deepened, cloaking their movements? The silence felt more threatening than the earlier murmurs. Minutes crawled by, each one feeling like an hour. Where was Hayes? Dust Devil Creek wasn't large. It shouldn't take long to find him, unless he was deliberately delaying, weighing her claims against his suspicions. The doubt resurfaced, cold and unwelcome. Had she made a mistake trusting him even directly? Then she heard it. Heavy, purposeful footsteps approaching rapidly down the hallway. More than one person this time. Her breath hitched. Was it Hayes? Pete? Sheriff Hayes' voice, sharp, low, unmistakable. Sheriff? Young Pete Miller's voice held obvious relief. Miss Carson? She said there were men below? Henderson told me. You hear anything? Just voices earlier, Sheriff, down the alley. Couldn't make 'em out clear. Been quiet now for a bit. All right, son. Stay alert. Hayes' voice was closer now, right outside her door. Lila pressed herself back against the wall beside the door, her heart pounding. He didn't knock this time. Miss Carson, he called, his voice firm but controlled. It's Sheriff Hayes. Unlock the door. Her fingers fumbled with the lock again, slick with nervous sweat. She pulled the door open just as he reached for the handle. He stood there, silhouetted against the dim hallway light, his face grim, his eyes searching hers intently. Behind him stood Pete Miller, looking pale but resolute, clutching a shotgun awkwardly. You said men in the alley? Armed? Hayes demanded, his gaze sweeping past her, into the dark room, then back to her face. Yes, Lila breathed, relief making her dizzy. Below the window. I heard them talking, heard a rifle bolt. Without another word, Hayes moved past her into the room, motioning for Pete to remain by the door. He went directly to the window, staying low, peering cautiously out into the darkness that now fully enveloped the alleyway below. Lila held her breath, watching his tense silhouette. He stayed there for a long moment, scanning the shadows, listening. The only sounds were the distant, muffled revelry from the saloon and the sighing of the wind. The alley appeared empty, silent. Hayes straightened up slowly, turning back to face her. His expression was unreadable in the dim light. There's no one there now, Miss Carson. Lila's stomach plummeted. No one? Had they heard him coming? Had they slipped away? Or had she imagined it all? Was it fear playing tricks, amplifying innocent sounds into perceived threats? The doubt, the sheriff's inherent skepticism, rushed back in. But I heard them, she insisted, desperation creeping into her voice. I swear I did. A rifle. Hayes looked at her, his eyes narrowed, weighing her words, her pale face, the genuine fear still trembling in her limbs. He saw the terror in her eyes, stark and unfeigned. He glanced back towards the window, then at the floor near it. He knelt down, running his hand over the rough planks. His fingers stopped, picking something up. He stood holding it out on his palm, a small, jagged stone. This what hit your window? He asked quietly. Lila stared at it. So it hadn't been her imagination. Someone had thrown something. Hayes looked from the stone back to her face. He saw the lingering fear, the vulnerability beneath the surface. He remembered the raw shock on her face when he'd found her near Elias's body, the genuine distress during his interrogation earlier. He remembered, despite himself, the startling intimacy of the porch swing and the wild roses. He saw the pieces, the hostile town, the drunken threats from the saloon, the stone, her palpable terror, the convenient disappearance of the alleged gunman. Logic warred with instinct. His logical mind pointed to the lack of current evidence, no one in the alley now. His instinct, honed by years of dealing with the volatile currents of frontier life, screamed that the danger had been real and likely remained real. Her fear wasn't faked, and the stone was proof of hostile intent, however minor it seemed now. Someone was testing the waters, probing her defenses, perhaps intending worse. He looked at Lila again, truly looked at her, seeing not just the suspected spiritualist, the disruption to his ordered world, but a young woman alone, terrified and trapped in a situation spiraling rapidly out of control, a situation he himself had partly created by confining her here. His duty, the line he had drawn, demanded he protect her, regardless of his suspicions about her involvement in Elias's death, regardless of the unsettling mystery she represented. The immediate threat and the physical danger took precedence. "All right, Miss Carson," he said, his voice losing its accusatory edge, replaced by a weary resignation, a grudging acceptance of the immediate reality. Maybe they cleared out when they heard Henderson or Pete here. He tucked the stone into his pocket. "But I don't like it." He turned to the deputy's son. "Pete, you stay put, right outside this door. Shotgun ready? Nobody gets in or out except me or your PA. Nobody. Understand?" "Yes, sir, Sheriff." Pete straightened up, gripping the shotgun tighter. Hayes turned back to Lila. "You stay away from the window. Keep the door locked. I'm going to check that alley myself, then have a word with Mr. Barlow and his friends." His jaw tightened. "This nonsense stops now." He looked at her one last time, a complex mixture of emotions swirling in his gray eyes. Suspicion still lingered, yes, but overlaid now with a reluctant sense of responsibility, perhaps even a flicker of grudging empathy. "I'll be back," he said gruffly. And with that he turned and left, leaving Lila alone again, but not quite as alone as before. The danger hadn't vanished, but the sheriff had, for the moment, chosen to believe her, or at least to act on the possibility of her danger. A fragile trust, forged in doubt and immediate peril, had been tentatively established. Whether it would be enough to see her through the night, or the days to come, remained buried in the shadows, as uncertain as the whisper she strained to hear. But for the first time since Elias's body was discovered, a tiny, flickering ember of hope ignited within the crushing darkness. Someone was listening. Someone was acting. Maybe, just maybe, she wasn't entirely abandoned. Chapter 14. Echoes only she can hear. Sheriff Hayes' footsteps faded down the hallway, leaving behind a silence that felt different from the oppressive quiet that had preceded it. It was still tense, still fragile, but now imbued with a thin strand of reluctant protection. Outside the door, Pete Miller stood guard, his presence a tangible, if slightly unnerving barrier against the encroaching hostility of Dust Devil Creek. Lila leaned against the locked door, her forehead pressed against the wood, listening to the frantic rhythm of her own heart begin to slow, replaced by the bone-deep tremors of reaction. He had believed her, or at least, he had acted as if he believed her. The distinction mattered less than the result. He had acknowledged the threat, the stone a small piece of concrete evidence validating her fear. He had gone to investigate, to confront Barlow, to impose his authority on the simmering violence. For the first time since this nightmare began, she felt a sliver of agency, not entirely powerless, not completely abandoned to the mercy of the angry town. But the relief was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by the lingering chill of the encounter. The men in the alley had vanished and melting back into the shadows as quickly as they had appeared. The threat remained unseen, perhaps even more dangerous now for having been challenged. And the sheriff, his belief felt tenuous, provisional, contingent on the absence of further evidence against her regarding Elias's death. The fragile trust forged in the crucible of immediate danger could shatter just as quickly if his suspicions shifted back towards her. She pushed herself away from the door, moving deeper into the relative safety of the room's shadows. The single oil lamp she'd kept burning low cast flickering, elongated shapes on the walls, making the small space feel both intimate and menacing. She avoided the window now, acutely aware of its vulnerability, the feeling of unseen eyes potentially watching from the darkness outside. Confined, protected, yet still imprisoned, she was left again with only her thoughts, her fears, and the unnerving silence from the spirit world. The brief surge of adrenaline had faded, leaving behind a profound exhaustion, a weariness that settled deep in her bones. She sank onto the edge of the bed, pulling the thin quilt around her shoulders again, seeking a comfort it couldn't provide. Why was the connection gone? Why, when she needed guidance or reassurance, anything, was there only this deafening void? Had the fear finally erected an impenetrable wall, or was the silence itself a message, a warning to rely on her own resources, her own intuition, in the tangible world? She closed her eyes, not trying to sleep, but to find that quiet center again. Not necessarily to reach for spirits, but simply to find a point of stillness within the internal storm. She focused on her breathing, slow and deep, trying to push away the images of angry faces, the sound of the rifle bolt, the sheriff's probing eyes. Gradually, the frantic edge of her fear began to soften, replaced by a dull ache of loneliness and uncertainty. She thought of her mother, not as a spirit to be summoned, but as the woman who had raised her, whose strength and quiet determination had been her anchor. What would Eleanor have done in this situation? She wouldn't have panicked. She would have observed, listened, waited patiently for the right moment, the right course of action. She possessed a deep well of inner resilience, a faith, not necessarily in spirits, but in the inherent goodness that could sometimes be found even in the hardest of circumstances. Could Lila find that same strength within herself? She had always relied on the whispers, the fleeting connections, to guide her, to validate her path. Without them, she felt stripped bare, unsure of her own footing. Who was she without the spirits? Just a frightened young woman, alone and accused in a hostile town. But perhaps that wasn't entirely true. The connections, the insights, they came through her. Maybe part of it wasn't just passive reception, but her own empathy, her own intuition, amplified and honed by years of listening, observing, feeling the emotional currents around her. Maybe the sheriff's memory of the roses hadn't been beamed into her mind by Martha's spirit, but dredged up from his own profound grief, a grief so palpable it had resonated within Lila herself, painting a picture sharper than any spirit message. Maybe her gift wasn't just about hearing the dead, but about truly hearing the living, sensing the hidden sorrows, the unspoken truths buried beneath the surface. The thought was both empowering and terrifying. Empowering because it suggested an inner strength, a perceptive ability that belonged to her, not just borrowed from the ether. Terrifying because it made her responsible, not just a vessel, but an active participant. And it offered no easy answers, no supernatural shield against the dangers of the world. As she sat there, immersed in this unsettling introspection, a subtle shift occurred in the room's atmosphere. It wasn't the return of the void's oppressive silence, nor was it a clear presence. It was something far more faint, like the barest change in air pressure before a storm, or the almost imperceptible hum of distant machinery. A low thrumming began at the edge of her awareness, a subtle vibration that seemed to emanate not from the spirit world, but from the very bones of the town itself. She sat up straighter, her senses instantly alert. This was different. It wasn't the clear, emotionally charged presence she associated with individual spirits seeking connection. This felt older, deeper, more diffuse, like an echo trapped in the walls, in the dust, in the parched earth outside. An echo of what? She focused, letting her awareness expand, gently probing the faint vibration. It wasn't directed at her, not like the connections during the seance. It simply was. A low, resonant hum of unresolved energy. Fragmented images began to surface behind her closed eyelids, hazy and indistinct, like old daguerreotypes left too long in the sun. Dust. Endless, choking dust. The glint of sun on a shovel blade, rough hands digging, straining. The sharp tang of sweat and desperation. A feeling of frantic hope turning sour, curdling into bitterness, then fear. A shallow grave, hastily dug under starlight. Not Elias's grave. Something older, something hidden. And overlaid with these images, a faint, persistent whisper. Not words, but a feeling injustice. A wrongness left to fester. A secret buried, literally and figuratively, beneath the foundations of Dust Devil Creek. Lila's breath caught. Was this connected to Elias? Or was it something else entirely, another layer of darkness hidden beneath the town's quiet facade? The feeling was centered somehow near Elias's property, but it felt older than him, deeper. She tried to focus the impressions, to grasp a clearer image, a name, a specific event. But the echoes remained fragmented, elusive. It was like listening to a conversation through a thick wall, muffled sounds, indistinct meanings, only the underlying emotion coming through clearly. Injustice, secrecy, fear. Was this why the spirits were silent? Overshadowed by this older, deeper resonance? Or was this the true message, the one she needed to hear? Not a comforting whisper from her mother, but a cryptic clue rising from the troubled earth of Dust Devil Creek itself. An echo only she could hear, perhaps because her senses were already attuned to the subtle frequencies of the unseen, the unspoken. A new kind of fear settled over her, different from the immediate terror of Barlow and his men. This felt deeper, more insidious. What secrets did this town hold? What darkness lay buried beneath the veneer of simple frontier life? And how was it connected, if at all, to Elias Peterson's sudden death? She thought of Elias again, his gentle face, his quiet life. Had he known something? Had he stumbled upon this old secret? Or was his death truly unrelated, his passing simply stirring the troubled waters, bringing the older resonance closer to the surface? And the sheriff, did he sense it too? Beneath his rigid logic, his determined focus on order, did he feel the underlying wrongness of this place? Was his deep, abiding grief for Martha amplified by the pervasive sense of unresolved sorrow that seemed to cling to the very air here? The questions swirled, offering no easy answers. But the echoes, faint as they were, provided something else, a potential direction. If Elias's death wasn't about her seance, wasn't just a random tragedy, but possibly connected to this older, buried secret, then proving that might be her only path to freedom. If she could uncover what truly happened, find the source of these echoes, perhaps she could divert the suspicion away from herself, expose the real darkness lurking in Dust Devil Creek. It was an impossibly tall order. She was confined, suspected, lacking allies. How could she possibly investigate a buried secret? Decipher echoes only she could hear while trapped in this room? She opened her eyes, the dim lamplight seeming harsh after the darkness behind her lids. The faint hum, the echoes, receded slightly, pushed back by the return to conscious awareness, but the impression remained, a lingering resonance in the quiet room. It wasn't proof. It wasn't even a clear clue. But it was something. Something beyond her own fear, something external, something that hinted at a deeper mystery at play. A sudden noise from the hallway jolted her back to the present. Pete Miller shifting his weight, clearing his throat nervously. He was still out there. Her guard. Her watcher. Could he be an unwilling ally? He was young, perhaps less ingrained in the town's prejudices than the older generation. He served the sheriff who, despite his suspicion, had just acted to protect her. Was there a way to reach him, to glean information, to perhaps even enlist his help, however subtly? It was another gamble, potentially violating the sheriff's strict orders not to communicate with anyone. But passive waiting felt increasingly dangerous. The echoes, however faint, urged her towards action, towards uncovering the truth. She stood up. Walking quietly towards the door, she listened for a moment. Pete coughed again, a nervous sound. "Pete," she called softly, barely louder than a whisper, pitching her voice so only someone standing right outside could hear. "Pete Miller?" Silence. Then, after a hesitant pause, "Ma'am?" His voice was uncertain, wary. "Are you all right out there, Pete?" she asked, keeping her tone gentle, concerned. Yes, ma'am. Just keeping watch, like the sheriff said." Has Sheriff Hayes returned?" "No, ma'am, not yet. Heard some shouting down by the saloon a bit ago, but it quieted down now." So Hayes had confronted them. Had he succeeded in quelling the trouble or just driven it underground again? "Pete," Lila began, choosing her words carefully. "Last night, Mr. Peterson, did he seem unwell to you? Did anyone mention him being sick or having any troubles?" She tried to sound casually curious, masking the desperate search for any scrap of information that might corroborate the unsettling echoes. There was a longer pause this time. She could hear the boy shifting uncomfortably. Violating the sheriff's orders was clearly weighing on him. "Can't rightly talk about the investigation, ma'am," he finally mumbled, sticking to his instructions. "Sheriff wouldn't like it." Lila sighed inwardly. A dead end. But perhaps... "I understand, Pete. Thank you for being out there." She tried to inject warmth into her voice, hoping to build even the smallest bridge of human connection. "Yes, ma'am," he replied stiffly. She retreated from the door, disappointment washing over her. It had been a foolish hope. She was truly on her own, armed only with fragmented impressions, unsettling echoes that no one else could hear, and the daunting task of uncovering secrets buried deep under the dust and starlight of a town that wanted her gone, or worse. The burden of belief had shifted. It was no longer just about whether others believed in her abilities, but whether she could believe in herself, in the faint, troubling echoes guiding her towards a hidden truth. A truth that might be her only salvation, or her ultimate undoing. Chapter 15. Unraveling Threads of Deceit. The fragile shield of the sheriff's grudging protection felt as thin and brittle as window glass against the palpable hostility emanating from the town beyond Room 4's locked door. Lila remained in the deepening twilight, the departure of Sheriff Hayes leaving a vacuum filled not with peace, but with a different, colder kind of dread. The immediate threat in the alley might have dissipated, vanishing like smoke into the dusk, but the underlying menace remained, perhaps driven deeper, made more cunning by the sheriff's intervention. She listened, perched on the edge of the hard chair, every nerve strained, cataloging the sounds filtering up from the street. The raucous noise from the dusty spur had indeed quieted somewhat after Hay's departure towards it. But it hadn't ceased. It had merely changed character. The boisterous anger replaced by a lower, more sullen grumbling, punctuated by occasional defiant shouts, the sound of resentment forced into temporary submission, but far from extinguished. Barlow and his men might have been warned off direct confrontation for now, but their hatred, fueled by fear and whiskey, wouldn't simply evaporate. It would fester. Outside her door, Pete Miller maintained his vigil. She heard him shift his weight, cough nervously. The sounds both a comfort and a stark reminder of her confinement. He was her guard, yes, but also her jailer, a physical manifestation of the suspicion that still clung to her. Her brief attempt to glean information from him had failed, reinforcing her isolation. She was alone with her fears, her fragmented impressions, and the chilling echoes of Dust Devil Creek's buried past. Exhaustion warred with a restless, urgent energy. The echoes she'd sensed earlier, the feeling of old injustice, the images of digging, the secret buried under starlight near Elias's property wouldn't leave her. They hummed beneath the surface of her fear, a persistent counter-melody to the town's overt hostility. Was it merely her overactive imagination, amplified by stress and isolation? Or was it a genuine clue, a thread leading away from the simplistic narrative of the seance gone wrong? She couldn't afford to dismiss it. If Elias' death wasn't directly linked to her, if it was tangled up in some older, darker town secret, then uncovering that secret was her only hope. Blaming the outsider, the spiritualist, was easy. Blaming one of their own, especially if it involved dredging up long-buried history, would be far more difficult, far more disruptive to the town's fragile equilibrium. If she could just find a way to point the sheriff, to point anyone in that direction. But how? Trapped in this room, cut off from communication, how could she possibly investigate? She felt like a spider trying to spin a web in a hurricane, her efforts futile against the overwhelming forces arrayed against her. Frustration gnawed at her. She pushed herself up from the chair and began to pace again. The familiar 3 steps to the window, avoiding getting too close, 3 steps back to the door, thinking, reviewing, searching her memory for any overlooked detail, any inconsistency, any crack in the smooth facade of events. The seance. She replayed it in her mind, focusing not just on Elias or the sheriff, but on the others. Widow Agnes lost in her grief. Old Elias, tearful but seemingly content in his remembrance. Mrs. Gable, sharp-eyed and disapproving from the start. Billy Watson, uncomfortable but fascinated. The Barlow foreman, Caleb, hadn't been there, she recalled. His anger was second-hand, fueled by rumor and saloon talk. Who else? The farmer whose land bordered Elias's. He had seemed genuinely surprised by her knowledge of the lilacs, reinforcing Elias's own story. Wait, Mrs. Gable. Why was she so vehemently convinced of Lila's guilt, even before Elias's death? Simple disapproval of spiritualism didn't seem strong enough to warrant such immediate, focused hostility. Was there something more personal behind it? Did she have some connection to Elias, some past interaction that made her particularly sensitive or suspicious? Or was her loud condemnation a performance, a way to deflect attention from something else? It felt like a loose thread, thin and speculative, but a thread nonetheless. And the echoes, the feeling of injustice tied to the land near Elias. Land disputes were common, festering for generations. Had Elias recently asserted an old claim, found something on his small plot that reignited an old conflict? The images of digging, prospecting, or burying something incriminating? She stopped pacing, standing still in the center of the room, the lamplight casting her shadow long against the wall. The pieces felt disconnected, swirling like dust devils in her mind, Mrs. Gable's unusual vehemence. The feeling of old injustice tied to land near Elias's cabin. Elias's sudden death, seemingly from natural causes, yet profoundly unsettling. The sheriff's own shaken reaction to her abilities, complicating his investigation, and the armed men lurking outside her window. How did it all fit together? Deceit. The word resonated. Someone somewhere was likely deceiving someone else. Was Mrs. Gable deceiving the town with her righteous anger? Was Barlow deceiving himself and others with his talk of hexes? Was Doc Miller perhaps deceiving everyone, or being deceived himself about the true cause of Elias's death? Natural causes seemed too neat, too convenient, especially now viewed through the lens of the unsettling echoes. And was she deceiving herself, trusting faint impressions, intangible echoes, when the reality might be far simpler, far more brutal, that she was merely a convenient scapegoat in a town gripped by fear? The sound of heavy footsteps approaching down the hallway broke through her troubled thoughts. Purposeful, unhurried steps. Sheriff Hayes. He hadn't knocked. He simply stopped outside the door. "Pete?" His voice was low, controlled. "Anything?" "No, Sheriff. Quiet since you left. Real quiet." "All right. You can head home now, son. Get some rest. Tell your PA I appreciate it." "Yes, sir." Relief was evident in the boy's voice. Lila heard his lighter footsteps retreating down the hall. Then the sheriff's knuckles rapped sharply on her door. "Miss Carson." Lila took a steadying breath, smoothed her skirt, and unlocked the door. He stood there looking weary, the lines around his eyes deeper than before. Dust coated his boots and the bottom of his trousers. He held his hat in his hand again. "May I?" he asked, his tone gruff but lacking the sharp edge of accusation from his earlier visit. She nodded, stepping aside. He entered, glancing around the room again, his gaze lingering for a moment on the untouched supper tray. He didn't comment on it. "Well?" Lila asked, unable to keep the tremor of anxiety from her voice. "The men? Mr. Barlow?" Hayes sighed, running a hand over his face. Barlow and his boys were back at the saloon, full of whiskey and righteous indignation. Denied everything, naturally. Said they were just having a drink. Blew off some steam. No proof they were in that alley. No rifle found. He looked at her directly. "But I gave 'em fair warning. Made it clear any further trouble directed at you or anyone else would land them squarely in my jail. So, no resolution, just a temporary standoff. The threat remained, perhaps driven further underground." "Thank you, Sheriff," Lila said quietly. The words felt inadequate, but sincere. He had acted, put his authority on the line for her despite his doubts. He gave a curt nod, acknowledging her thanks, but not dwelling on it. "Doc Miller confirmed his findings," he continued, shifting the subject back to the official investigation. "No external injuries, no signs of poison he could detect. Best determination is heart failure. Natural causes." He stated it flatly, a declaration of fact. Lila felt a chill despite the room's stuffiness. Natural causes, officially. That should have made her safer, shifting the focus away from foul play. But somehow it felt worse. If Elias had simply died naturally, then the only unnatural element remaining was her. Her seance, her words, became the sole focal point, the likely trigger in the eyes of the town. The official verdict didn't exonerate her. It potentially solidified her position as the catalyst, the unintentional instrument of death. "So, that's the end of it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "An old man's heart gave out." Hayes looked at her, his expression complex. "That's the official finding," he said carefully. "Doesn't mean I'm closing the book entirely. Doesn't explain." He paused, clearly reluctant to voice his own lingering unease, the inconsistencies that didn't fit his logical framework. He didn't mention the stone he'd found, didn't mention her specific knowledge of his past. He kept those threads to himself. It means, he concluded firmly, that unless new evidence comes to light, there's no crime to prosecute regarding his death. Hope flickered within Lila. No crime? Did that mean, so I'm free to go? His gaze hardened slightly. Not yet. The situation, the town's mood, is still volatile. Your presence here is clearly inflammatory. For your own safety, and to prevent further unrest, you'll remain here, confined to the hotel, until I deem it safe for you to travel. He saw the disappointment flood her face. The next stage leaves the day after tomorrow. If things remain calm, you'll be on it. Until then, you stay put. Still a prisoner. But with an end date, perhaps. A fragile promise of escape, contingent on the town's unpredictable temper. Now was her chance, her only chance perhaps, to plant a seed of doubt, to gently pull on the thread of the town's hidden history, without revealing her own inexplicable source. Sheriff, she began, choosing her words with extreme care, trying to sound rational, even helpful. While I was waiting, I couldn't help but overhear snippets of conversation. And thinking back on Mr. Peterson, he seemed like such a quiet man. It's hard to believe his passing, even if natural, could cause such intense reactions. Hayes watched her, his expression wary. Fear of the unknown does strange things to people, Miss Carson. Your seance unsettled them. Perhaps, she conceded. But is it just the seance? Or did Mr. Peterson's death stir up something else? I heard someone mention old disputes about land near his cabin. She offered it tentatively, framing it as overheard gossip, a plausible explanation for the heightened tension. His eyes narrowed slightly. Old land disputes, he repeated slowly. There's always squabbles over boundaries, water rights, nothing recent involving Elias that I know of. Perhaps not recent, Lila pressed gently. But old ones? Sometimes they fester, especially if she hesitated, searching for a logical hook. If something changes? If something is found, perhaps, on the land? She held her breath, hoping the vague reference might resonate with the echo she felt, hoping it sounded like plausible speculation rather than spirit communication. Hayes frowned, considering her words. He leaned against the door frame, crossing his arms, his gaze distant for a moment. Old disputes near Elias's place. There was talk, decades old, mostly forgotten now. Something about the original claim before Elias even arrived. Rumors of a prospector who struck a rich vein and then vanished without a trace, his claim reverting to the territory and later sold off cheap. Elias's plot was part of that section. Most dismissed it as prospector tall tales, mirages born of desperation and dust. But the memory lingered, occasionally surfacing in saloon ramblings. He looked back at Lila, suspicion warring with grudging curiosity. Was she guessing? Fishing? Or had she genuinely overheard something? Or was this another instance of her uncanny insight? He disliked the uncertainty intensely. Old prospector stories, he said dismissively, testing her reaction. Every patch of dirt out here has a story about lost gold attached to it. Doesn't mean anything. Perhaps not, Lila agreed quickly, careful not to push too hard. It just seemed, odd. The level of anger directed at me, as if they needed someone to blame, to distract from something else. She let the suggestion hang in the air, letting his own logical mind work on it. He didn't respond immediately, just continued to study her, his expression thoughtful, calculating. He hadn't considered that angle. The town's focus on the spiritualist was convenient, yes, but was it too convenient? Was the outcry, particularly from certain quarters like Barlow, whose ranch bordered the old disputed territory, or even Mrs. Gable, whose family were among the earliest settlers with fingers in many pies, a deliberate misdirection? It was a possibility, thin, speculative, but plausible, within the framework of human greed and deception. He understood far better than spirit whispers. It didn't change the official verdict on Elias, but it might explain the volatile atmosphere, the targeted hostility towards Lila. "You might be right, Miss Carson," he conceded slowly, the admission costing him an effort. "Fear and grief make folks irrational. Sometimes they latch on to the easiest target to avoid looking at harder truths." He wasn't agreeing with her specific theory about land or prospectors, but he was acknowledging the possibility of deception, of hidden motives within the town's reaction. It was a tiny shift, a crack in the wall of his certainty. "I'll look into the general unrest," he said gruffly, unwilling to commit to investigating vague land disputes based on her overheard comments. "Make sure Barlow and his ilk toe the line." He pushed himself away from the doorframe. "Get some rest if you can. Keep the door locked. I'll have Henderson check on you periodically." He clearly wasn't reinstating Pete Miller's guard duty, perhaps deciding it drew too much attention. Or perhaps feeling the immediate threat had passed, or maybe leaving her slightly more vulnerable, was part of his complex calculus. He paused at the door, turning back one last time. "Day after tomorrow," he repeated. "Stay out of sight. Stay out of trouble." It was both an order and perhaps a veiled warning. Then he was gone, leaving Lila alone once more in the lamplit room. The air felt subtly changed. The conversation hadn't yielded definitive answers, hadn't secured her freedom, but it had nudged the narrative, however slightly. She had planted a seed of doubt about the town's motives, subtly pointing towards the possibility of buried secrets, without revealing her own uncanny source. She had pulled ever so gently on a thread of deceit. She looked down at her hands. They were trembling slightly, but not just from fear anymore. A flicker of determination, of purpose ignited within her. The echoes were real. She felt it deep within her bones. The injustice was real, and Elias Peterson's death, whether natural or not, felt inextricably tangled within it. She was still trapped, still suspected, but she wasn't just a passive victim anymore. She had a thread, however fragile, and the quiet resolve to follow it, even from within the confines of her cage. The unraveling had begun. Chapter 16. The spiritualist crossed to bear. The long night finally bled away, replaced by another dawn, filtering gray and unwelcome through the dusty window pane of room 4. Lila hadn't slept. Rest remained an elusive phantom, chased away by the lingering echoes of fear, the unsettling resonance of buried secrets, and the fragile, double-edged hope sparked by her last conversation with the Sheriff Hayes. He hadn't exonerated her, hadn't lifted his suspicion, but he had acknowledged the possibility of deeper currents beneath the surface of town's hostility. He had promised she could leave the day after tomorrow. 24 hours, an eternity, measured in the currency of fear and confinement. She sat by the small table, nursing a mug of lukewarm coffee Jed Henderson had left outside her door with his customary silent knock. The silence from the town felt different this morning. Not peaceful, but sullen, watchful. The brief flare-up of overt hostility seemed to have subsided after the sheriff's intervention, driven back underground. But Lila felt its presence like a physical weight, a coiled tension waiting for the slightest provocation to strike. The promise of departure felt less like a guarantee and more like a precarious truce, easily broken. Her mind kept returning to the echoes, the fragmented images of digging, the feeling of old injustice tied to the land near Elias's cabin. It felt like the key, the only way to truly untangle the web of suspicion surrounding her. But how could she pursue it? Locked in this room, forbidden contact, reliant on the sheriff's grudging willingness to even consider alternatives to her guilt, it felt impossible. She felt the weight of her perceived identity pressing down on her. Lila Carson, the spiritualist. It was both her shield and her curse. Her supposed connection to the unseen was the source of the town's fear and suspicion, the reason she was the focus of blame. Yet it was also the source of the echoes, the faint clues that might hold the truth. It was a cross she bore, isolating her, marking her as other, yet potentially providing the very insights needed to save herself. If only the insights weren't so damnably elusive. She closed her eyes, concentrating, trying to recapture the resonance, the images, dust, shovels, starlight, fear, injustice. The fragments remained maddeningly incomplete, refusing to coalesce into a coherent narrative. Was it gold? A murder victim buried long ago? Stolen money? The echoes offered no specifics, only the raw emotion, the sense of a festering wrongness. Frustration built within her. Why couldn't the spirits, if they truly existed, speak plainly? Why deal in riddles and shadows when her life, her freedom, hung in the balance? She thought of her mother. Would Eleanor understand this struggle, this burden? Her mother had possessed a quiet faith, a gentle certainty, but she had never claimed the dramatic connections Lila sometimes experienced or purported to experience. Eleanor's strength lay in her empathy, her resilience, her unwavering belief in the goodness within people, however deeply buried. Lila opened her eyes, staring sightlessly at the chipped rim of the coffee mug. Maybe that was the answer. Not waiting for spectral pronouncements, but using her own abilities, her intuition, her empathy, her skill at reading the subtle currents of human emotion, skills honed by years of observing grieving clients, of trying to offer genuine comfort amidst the ambiguity. Perhaps she needed to stop listening for spirits and start listening to the living, to the subtle dissonance in their stories, the cracks in their facades. Sheriff Hayes. He was the key figure, the arbiter of her fate in this town. His skepticism was profound, rooted in his own deep loss. Yet he wasn't entirely closed off. He had listened, however grudgingly. He had acted to protect her, however provisionally. He valued logic, facts, order. If she could provide him with something tangible, something that fit his framework, perhaps she could shift his focus definitively. But what? She had no evidence, only feelings, echoes. She thought back to his reaction in the seance, the porch swing, the wild roses. Her knowledge had shaken him, breached his defenses. It was a dangerous power, one she instinctively shied away from wielding, especially against him. But what if she could use that sensitivity, not to reveal his past, but to sense the truth about Elias's death? She closed her eyes again, focusing not on the land this time, but on the image of old Elias. She pictured him sitting on his doorstep, taking a moment's rest. She tried to feel what he might have felt in those final moments. Peace? Contentment after the seance? Or something else? Slowly, tentatively, an impression began to form. Not a clear vision, but a feeling. A sudden tightness in the chest, a sharp intake of breath. Surprise. Not the peaceful surprise of a heart gently giving out, but the sharp, jolting surprise of recognition, fear. And then another image overlaid it, faint but distinct, a hand reaching out. Not an attacking hand, but a familiar hand, perhaps offering something, a cup, a bottle, followed by a sudden sharp pain, a burning sensation, spreading through the chest, stealing the breath away. confusion. Betrayal? Lila's eyes snapped open, her heart pounding. Poison? Had Doc Miller missed something? Was it possible? A poison that mimicked heart failure, leaving few traces discernible to a frontier doctor working by lamplight. It seemed fantastical, like something out of a penny dreadful, yet the impression felt distinct, more focused than the hazy echoes from the land. Poison, administered by a familiar hand. Someone Elias knew, trusted enough to accept a drink from? Who? Who in town was close to Elias? He seemed like a solitary man. The farmer next door, possibly. Billy Watson sometimes ran errands for him, people said. Mrs. Gable, despite her later hostility, might have occasionally checked on him as a neighborly duty. Who else? The pieces clicked into place with horrifying speed. The suddenness of the death, the lack of struggle, the seemingly natural causes, the town's immediate, almost frantic need to blame the outsider. Was the hostility towards Lila not just fear of the unknown, but a deliberate, perhaps even orchestrated attempt to divert attention from the real cause, the real perpetrator? If Elias was poisoned by someone he knew, someone within the fabric of Dust Devil Creek society, the scandal, the betrayal, would tear the town apart far more effectively than any spiritualist's seance. Blaming Lila kept the horror contained, externalized. But who and why? Did it connect back to the land, the buried secret? Had Elias found something, threatened to reveal something? Or was the motive simpler, more personal, an old grudge, a debt? Lila felt a surge of desperate energy. This felt real. This felt like something she could work with, something the sheriff, with his focus on facts and evidence, might actually investigate if presented correctly. But how? She couldn't simply tell him. I had a feeling Elias was poisoned by someone he knew. He'd dismiss it instantly as more spiritualist nonsense, perhaps even see it as a desperate attempt to deflect blame. She needed evidence, or at least enough logical suspicion to compel him to look closer, to reconsider Doc Miller's initial finding. Poison. Where would someone get poison in a town like this? Rat poison from the general store. Mrs. Gable's store. Strychnine, perhaps, sometimes used for predator control. Or something more subtle, derived from plants. Certain herbs, improperly prepared. She thought about Doc Miller. Was he thorough, competent, or easily swayed by expectation, by the desire for a simple explanation? Could he have missed subtle signs? Could he be persuaded to re-examine? Unlikely, without the sheriff ordering it. Her gaze fell on the supper tray Henderson had left, the cold beans and stale bread untouched. Food, drink. If Elias was poisoned, it was likely ingested. The half-eaten bowl of stew in his cabin. Had the sheriff checked it? Or the cup beside it? And the hand. The familiar hand offering the cup or bottle. Whose hand? The impression offered no face, only the feeling of familiarity, of trust betrayed. She stood up, pacing again, her mind working furiously. She needed to get a message to Hayes, frame her concerns in a way that appealed to his logic, his duty. Not, I sense poison, but perhaps, Sheriff, are you certain Doc Miller checked everything? Could something have been missed? The town's reaction seems disproportionate, if it was truly natural causes. Perhaps there's more to it? Vague, yes, but maybe enough to plant a seed of doubt to make him reconsider. But how to get the message to him without raising Henderson's suspicions or violating her confinement? Writing a note felt too risky. What if Henderson read it? What if it fell into the wrong hands? She went to the door, listening again. Silence from the hallway. Henderson wasn't nearby. Pete Miller was gone. She was alone, unwatched for the moment. Could she risk slipping out? just for a moment. Not to flee, but to find Henderson, to speak to him directly, urgently, to impress upon him the need to fetch the sheriff again, framing it perhaps as renewed fear for her own safety, hinting that the threat might be linked to covering up the real cause of Elias's death. It was incredibly risky. If caught violating her confinement, Hayes' fragile trust would evaporate instantly. She could end up in the jail cell Mrs. Gable thought she deserved. But staying silent, waiting passively for the stagecoach while a potential murderer walked free and the town's hostility festered, felt like an even greater risk. The echoes of injustice resonated within her, stronger now, fueled by the chilling impression of poison, of betrayal. It wasn't just about saving herself anymore. It was about Elias, about the truth. It was the spiritualist's cross to bear, not just enduring the suspicion, but using whatever insight she possessed, however strange its source, to fight for the truth, even at great personal risk. She took a deep breath, the decision hardening in her. She would try to reach Henderson. She would try to make the sheriff look again. It was a desperate gamble, relying on intuition, empathy, and a carefully worded appeal to logic, all while navigating a minefield of suspicion and danger. She smoothed her dress, took another calming breath, and reached for the doorknob. The thread of deceit felt taut, humming with tension, and she was about to give it a dangerous tug. Chapter 17. A Kiss Under a Gunmetal Sky. The decision, once made, sent a jolt of terrified adrenaline through Lila's veins, momentarily overriding the deep fatigue, risking discovery, risking the sheriff's wrath, risking everything on the fragile hope of planting a seed of doubt. It was madness. Yet the alternative, sitting passively while suspicion solidified around her like hardening cement, felt like a slower, more certain kind of doom. The echoes of injustice, the chilling impression of poison and betrayal surrounding Elias's death, demanded action, however perilous. She moved to the door, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Pressing her ear to the wood, she listened. Silence. The hallway outside was still empty. Pete Miller was gone. Jed Henderson was likely occupied downstairs, trying to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his increasingly tense establishment. Now was her chance, perhaps her only chance, before Hayes returned, before someone else took up the watch. Her hand trembled as she reached for the lock, the metal cool beneath her fingertips. Slowly, carefully, she turned the key, the mechanism clicking softly in the quiet room. She eased the door open a mere crack, peering out into the dim, deserted hallway. Empty. Sunshine slanted through the grimy window at the far end, illuminating dust motes dancing in the still air, but casting long shadows elsewhere. It felt like stepping out of a cage and into a slightly larger but no less dangerous enclosure. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Lila slipped out of room 4, pulling the door shut gently behind her without locking it, a small act of defiance, a refusal to accept her imprisonment completely. She kept close to the wall, her soft-soled traveling boots making almost no sound on the worn floorboards. Every creak of the old building seemed magnified, every distant noise from downstairs threatening discovery. Her destination was the lobby, or Henderson's small office just off it. She needed to speak to him urgently, impress upon him the need to fetch the sheriff again, framing her fears carefully. She reached the top of the main staircase, pausing in the shadows of the landing. Below, the lobby was quiet. She could see the edge of the front desk, unoccupied. Henderson must be in his office. Gathering her courage, she started down the stairs, moving as quickly and silently as she dared, acutely aware of the loose third step Henderson had warned her about on arrival. She was halfway down when the front door of the hotel opened, letting in a rectangle of harsh, gray light that momentarily blinded her. Lila froze on the stairs, her heart leaping into her throat, instinctively shrinking back against the wall, hoping the shadows concealed her. Sheriff Daniel Hayes stepped inside, bringing the oppressive feel of the outside air with him. The sky beyond the doorway wasn't the harsh blue of the previous day. It was a flat, heavy gray, the color of gunmetal, pressing down on the town, promising a storm or perhaps just endless suffocating heat. Dust clung to his clothes and his face was grim, etched with fatigue and frustration. He hadn't found Barlow's rifle. He hadn't broken their defiant denials. He had imposed a temporary truce, nothing more. He paused just inside the door, his gaze sweeping the lobby, then lifting towards the staircase. His eyes, sharp and accustomed to piercing shadows, found her instantly. Lila saw his expression tighten, disbelief warring with instant suspicion, then hardening into anger. He hadn't expected her to defy his direct order. Her presence on the stairs, clearly having left her room, felt like a betrayal, a confirmation of her untrustworthiness. "Miss Carson," he bit out, his voice low and dangerous, cutting through the lobby's quiet. "What in God's name do you think you're doing?" Caught. Her plan to subtly influence Henderson vanished. There was no retreat, no hiding. She could only face him, here and now. She descended the remaining stairs slowly, her legs feeling unsteady, forcing herself to meet his furious gaze. "Sheriff," she began, her voice trembling lightly despite her resolve. I had to speak with you. Urgently." "My orders were explicit," he snapped, taking a step towards the foot of the stairs, blocking her path. "You were to remain in your room. Confined to the hotel premises, yes, but in your room unless instructed otherwise." What part of that was unclear? His anger wasn't just about disobedience. It felt deeper, fueled by the frustration of the investigation, the volatility of the town, and perhaps the unsettling effect she continued to have on him. "It's about Mr. Peterson," Lila pressed on, ignoring his fury, driven by her own desperate urgency. "Sheriff, I know you said natural causes, but I can't shake the feeling something is wrong. Terribly wrong." "A feeling?" Hayes scoffed, disbelief heavy in his voice. "We're back to your feelings, are we? Your spectral whispers?" "No, not exactly." She struggled to find the right words, the logical framing she had rehearsed. "It's the reaction of the town seems too extreme for a simple passing, even a sudden one. The hostility directed at me. It feels like more than just fear of the unknown. It feels like a deliberate misdirection." He stared at her, his eyes narrowed. "Misdirection? From what?" "From the truth," Lila whispered, taking another step down until she stood just one step above him, close enough to see the lines of exhaustion around his eyes, the tightly controlled tension in his jaw. "Sheriff, I know this sounds difficult to believe, based on intuition, but I strongly suspect Elias Peterson did not die of natural causes. I believe he may have been poisoned." The accusation hung in the air between them, stark and shocking. Hayes's eyes widened almost imperceptibly, then hardened further, his skepticism warring with a flicker of something else, perhaps, the echo of his own nagging doubts. Poison," he repeated, his voice dangerously soft. "Based on what evidence, Miss Carson? Another convenient feeling? Did the spirits conveniently deliver this information now that the natural causes verdict doesn't suit your narrative?" "It's not convenient," Lila retorted, stung by the accusation, her own fear momentarily eclipsed by indignation. "It's horrifying. But the impression was so strong. A familiar hand offering something, a burning pain, confusion, betrayal. The words tumbled out, more charged with the raw feeling of the impression than the careful logic she had intended. Hayes recoiled slightly, his face paling almost imperceptibly beneath the dust and tan. A familiar hand? The phrase seemed to snag on something within him. Someone he knew, Lila clarified quickly, realizing her slip. Someone he trusted. Sheriff, please. Just consider it. Could Doc Miller have missed something? Could a poison mimic heart failure? Wouldn't that explain the lack of struggle? The peaceful appearance? Wouldn't it explain why certain people, she hesitated, glancing nervously toward the street, are so eager to blame me, the outsider? He stared at her, his expression a maelstrom of conflicting emotions, anger at her disobedience, deep-seated skepticism clashing with the undeniable strangeness surrounding her, the unsettling resonance of her words, a familiar hand, betrayal, and beneath it all, the weary responsibility of his office, the nagging possibility that he and his reliance on logic and Doc Miller's cursory exam might have missed something crucial. You expect me to launch a murder investigation, exhume a body, turn this town inside out based on your impressions? He demanded, though his voice lacked its earlier conviction. The foundation of his certainty felt shaken, undermined not just by her words, but by the accumulation of events, the palpable tension in the town, the stone thrown at her window, his own inexplicable reaction to her presence. I expect you to seek the truth, Sheriff, Lila cried, her voice trembling with the force of her conviction, her fear. Whatever it is, Elias deserves that much. Doesn't he? If there's even a chance. She stepped down onto the lobby floor, standing directly before him now, her smaller stature emphasizing her vulnerability, yet her eyes blazing with desperate intensity. You value logic, facts. Isn't the intensity of the town's reaction, their focus on me, illogical? If it was just a natural death, isn't that, in itself, suspicious? He didn't answer immediately. He simply looked down at her, trapped in the vortex of her gaze, her passionate plea, her terrifying certainty. The air between them crackled, thick with unspoken grief, suspicion, fear, and an undeniable, deeply unsettling connection. He saw the genuine terror in her eyes, but also the fierce determination, the core of strength beneath the trembling facade. He saw the woman who spoke of spirits, yes, but also the woman who had faced down his anger, defied his orders, risked everything to voice a suspicion born of something he couldn't rationally explain but couldn't entirely dismiss. The gunmetal sky outside seemed to press closer, the air thick and heavy, charged like the moment before lightning strikes. The dim light of the lobby cocooned them, isolating them from the hostile world outside, creating a pocket of intense, raw emotion. He felt the carefully constructed walls around his own grief, his logic, begin to crumble under the assault of her conviction, her proximity, the sheer impossibility of her. He reached out, his movement rough, involuntary, his fingers closing around her upper arm. Not an act of arrest, but an anchor, a desperate attempt to ground himself in the face of the bewildering storm she represented. Lila flinched at the sudden contact, her eyes widening, but she didn't pull away. She stood her ground, looking up at him, her breath catching in her throat. Why? He rasped, his voice thick with suppressed emotion. Why you? Why do you know things, feel things? It wasn't just about Elias anymore. It was about the roses, about the way she saw past his defenses, about the chaos she brought to his ordered world. I don't know, she whispered, the simple honesty disarming. Tears welled in her eyes, born of fear, frustration, and the sudden, shocking intimacy of his touch, his raw vulnerability. I just Do. It's a cross I bear." His grip tightened slightly, his thumb brushing against the worn fabric of her sleeve. He looked down at her face, pale and tear-streaked in the gloomy light, her eyes wide, searching his. He saw not a witch, not a fraud, but a woman, terrified and alone, burdened by something neither of them understood. The logic, the suspicion, the carefully drawn and blurred, dissolving in the overwhelming tide of emotion, frustration, confusion, anger, empathy, and something else, something deeper, more dangerous, that he had been fighting since she first spoke Martha's unspoken memory. He groaned, a low sound torn from his chest, a surrender to the impossible force pulling him towards her. Before logic could reassert itself, before duty could slam the barriers back into place, he lowered his head, closing the small distance between them. His lips met hers, rough, demanding, desperate. It wasn't a gentle kiss, not born of tenderness or romance, but of conflict, confusion, and a desperate need for connection in a world that felt increasingly hostile and unreal. It was the collision of two burdened souls under a gunmetal sky, a seeking of solace in the very source of turmoil. Lila gasped against his mouth, shocked by the suddenness, the intensity. Her mind reeled. This was the sheriff, the man who held her fate, the skeptic, the guardian of logic. Yet his kiss held no logic, only raw, ungovernable emotion, a reflection of the storm raging within him, within her. For a heartbeat she resisted, her hands coming up against his chest. But then, the overwhelming loneliness, the terror, the desperate need for a human anchor in the swirling chaos made her yield. Her hands clenched his shirt, holding on as if drowning, and she kissed him back, meeting his desperation with her own. A silent, anguished cry funneled into the devastating intimacy of the embrace. The kiss was brief, explosive, shattering. It burned through the tension, leaving behind a different kind of devastation. Hayes tore himself away abruptly, stumbling back a step, his breath coming in harsh gasps, his eyes wide with shock and self-recrimination. He stared at Lila as if seeing her and himself for the first time, appalled by the line he had just crossed, the duty he had betrayed, the vulnerability he had exposed. Lila stood frozen, her lips tingling, her body trembling, the echo of the kiss reverberating through her. She touched her mouth with trembling fingers, confusion and fear warring within her. What had just happened? What did it mean? Hayes turned away, sharply, unable to meet her eyes, running a hand distractedly through his already disheveled hair. He started, then stopped, shaking his head. "Damn it!" He looked back at her, his face shuddered again. The mask of the lawman falling back into place, harder, colder than before, perhaps to compensate for the crack in his armor. "Go back to your room, Miss Carson," he ordered, his voice rough, strained. "Lock the door. Do not leave it again. For any reason." He didn't address her suspicions about the poison, didn't acknowledge the intimacy, the raw emotion that had just passed between them. He simply retreated behind the wall of his authority, perhaps the only defense he had left. "Sheriff, wait," Lila began, needing clarification, needing something, anything to make sense of the emotional wreckage. "Go. Now," he repeated, his voice leaving no room for argument. He turned his back on her deliberately, staring out the front door at the oppressive gunmetal sky, a man visibly wrestling with demons she had inadvertently helped unleash. Heart pounding, utterly bewildered, Lila turned and fled back up the stairs, the sheriff's dismissal echoing in her ears. She stumbled into her room, slamming the door shut, leaning against it, her body shaking uncontrollably. She locked the bolt, the sound deafening in the sudden silence. The kiss. It hadn't brought clarity or comfort. It had only deepened the shadows, tangled the threads further. It was a dangerous secret shared, a moment of impossible connection under a sky that promised only storms. She felt more trapped than ever, caught not just by suspicion, but by the volatile, unpredictable force of Sheriff Daniel Hayes's conflicted heart. A heart she had touched in ways neither of them had intended or understood. The gunmetal sky outside seemed to weep, mirroring the tears that finally began to stream down Lila's face. Chapter 18. The Tangled Web Tightens. The echo of the kiss lingered in the stale air of room 4, a phantom touch against Lila's lips, a bewildering counterpoint to the fear and isolation that pressed in on her. Sheriff Hayes's abrupt retreat, his hasty rebuilding of the walls between them, left her reeling, confused, and more uncertain than ever. What had that moment of raw, desperate connection meant? Was it a flicker of empathy, in his armor of skepticism, or merely an aberration, a momentary loss of control that would only harden his resolve against her, make him even more determined to see her gone? She paced the floor, unable to settle, her thoughts a tangled mess. The kiss itself felt like another thread woven to the already complex web surrounding her, tightening its hold. It was a secret shared, a dangerous intimacy forged in a moment of crisis, blurring the lines between accuser and accused, lawman and suspect, skeptic and something else entirely. Would he resent her for that moment of vulnerability? Would he see it as another form of manipulation on her part? Or would it, perhaps, make him more inclined to consider her desperate plea about Elias, the suspicion of poison? She didn't know. She couldn't read him. One moment he was cold authority, and the next raw, unguarded emotion, then instantly retreating behind his badge again. He was a man at war with himself, his logic battling inexplicable experiences, his grief colliding with an unwanted, unsettling connection to her, and she was caught in the crossfire. The afternoon dragged on, measured by the shifting slant of the oppressive gray light through the window. The promised storm hadn't broken, but the air remained thick, heavy, charged with unspoken tension. Outside, the town seemed quieter, perhaps subdued by the sheriff's warnings, perhaps merely gathering its forces in the sullen calm before another eruption. Lila stayed away from the window, unwilling to draw attention, contenting herself with listening to the muted sounds filtering up from the street. Jed Henderson didn't appear with a supper tray. Perhaps the sheriff had countermanded the order, deciding even that minimal contact was too much. Or perhaps Henderson himself was now too frightened to approach her door after the earlier commotion and Hayes's obvious anger. The isolation deepened, hunger gnawing at her stomach, adding a physical ache to her emotional turmoil. She tried again to reach for the echoes, for the faint impressions that had guided her towards the suspicion of poison. Closing her eyes, she focused on the image of Elias, on the feeling of betrayal. But her own inner chaos, the lingering shock of the kiss, the fear, the uncertainty about Hayes, created too much static. The connection remained elusive, the echoes maddeningly faint, offering no further clarity, no names, no concrete details. She was left with only the bare, terrifying suspicion, a weapon too flimsy to wield effectively against the wall of official disbelief. As dusk began to settle again, painting the gunmetal sky in shades of bruised purple, a new sound intruded, not from the street this time, but from within the hotel itself. Raised voices from downstairs, not the drunken anger of the saloon crowd, but something different, agitated, argumentative. Lila crept to the door, pressing her ear against the wood. She could distinguish Jed Henderson's reedy, panicked tones, and another voice, female, sharp, and accusatory. "Mrs. Gable." "Told you she was trouble, Jed Henderson." Mrs. Gable's voice rose, sharp enough to carry up the stairwell. "Bringing witchcraft and bad luck down on us all. And now this." "Now, Martha, calm down," Henderson pleaded. "Sheriff's handling it." "Handling it? By letting her sit up there like royalty while honest folks suffer? Elias gone, and who knows what else she'll bring down on us. And now my stores vanished." "Stores?" Henderson sounded bewildered. "What stores?" "Laudanum. From the dispensary shelf behind the counter. A whole bottle, nearly full. It's gone." Lila's blood ran cold. "Laudanum, opium tincture. Used for pain, for sleep. Readily available at the general store's small dispensary. But in large doses, poisonous, deadly, mimicking lethargy, sleep. Perhaps even heart failure if the dose was right." "Are you sure, Martha?" Henderson asked nervously. "Maybe you misplaced it?" "Misplaced it?" "Jed Henderson, I run my store meticulously. Everything in its place. It was there yesterday morning. I checked my stock. Now it's gone. And who do you suppose has been skulking around looking for ways to cause trouble? That spirit woman." "But she ain't left her room," Henderson protested weakly. "Sheriff confined her." "Confined?" Mrs. Gable scoffed. "You think locks and orders mean anything to her kind? She probably floated through the walls. Or maybe," her voice dropped, becoming sly, conspiratorial, "maybe someone fetched it for her." The implication hung heavy in the air. Someone susceptible, perhaps? Like young Billy Watson, who had seemed fascinated at the seance? Or even Henderson himself initially accommodating? "That's ridiculous, Martha," Henderson squawked, clearly terrified by the implication. "Is it?" Mrs. Gable pressed. "Someone took that laudanum, and right after Elias Peterson drops dead naturally? It don't take a spirit talker to see the connection." "I'm going to the sheriff." Lila heard Mrs. Gable's determined footsteps crossing the lobby, the front door opening and closing firmly. Henderson let out a shaky sigh, muttering something incoherent under his breath. Lila backed away from the door, her mind reeling. Laudanum. Missing. From Mrs. Gable's store. The timing coinciding with her own suspicions of poison. It was too perfect, too damning. It transformed her vague intuition into a scenario with a potential weapon, a source, and a prime suspect herself. This changed everything. This wasn't just about echoes and feelings anymore. This was tangible. A missing bottle of poison. Mrs. Gable would go straight to Hayes, her suspicions validated, her accusations given weight. How would Hayes react? Faced with this new piece of information, would his fragile, grudging trust in Lila evaporate completely? Would he see it as confirmation of her guilt, proof that her talk of poison was merely a panicked attempt at misdirection after realizing her crime might be discovered? The web tightened, its silken thread suddenly feeling like cold steel. She felt trapped, not just physically, but by a converging narrative that painted her as the villain. The missing laudanum provided the how. Her seance provided the opportunity, in their minds. Elias's death provided the what. All they lacked was a clear why, but in the face of such circumstantial evidence, fueled by fear and superstition, motive often became secondary. Being an outsider, a witch, was motive enough for many. Panic clawed at her throat again, cold and suffocating. She had to think, had to find a way through this. If she hadn't taken the laudanum, and she knew she hadn't, then who did? And why? Was it the person who truly killed Elias? Had they stolen the laudanum beforehand, used it, and Mrs. Gable only just noticed its absence? That seemed plausible. It would mean the poison theory was correct. But who? The familiar hand. Who had access to both Elias and the general store? Mrs. Gable herself? Running the store, she had the easiest access. But why would she poison Elias, and why draw attention to the missing bottle now, implicating herself, unless she had a foolproof way to divert suspicion? Blaming the spiritualist seemed the obvious deflection. Was her outrage entirely genuine, or partly manufactured? The thread of her earlier vehemence felt thicker now. Who else had easy access? Billy Watson sometimes helped Mrs. Gable in the store, people said. Young, easily influenced. Could someone have manipulated him into getting the laudanum, or did he have his own reason? He had seemed merely uncomfortable at the séance, not malicious. What about Barlow or his men? Unlikely they had casual access to the store's dispensary. Their hostility seemed more direct, less subtle than poison. The sheriff preposterous. Despite the kiss, despite his inner turmoil, he was the law. Poisoning an old man and framing an outsider felt utterly contradictory to his rigid sense of duty. No, the most logical suspect, if Elias was poisoned with the missing laudanum, was someone who knew him, had access to the store, and had a motive connected, perhaps, to those buried secrets, that old injustice tied to the land. Someone who saw Lila's arrival, her séance, as a dangerous catalyst threatening to expose them, and seized the opportunity to silence Elias and frame her simultaneously. It was a complex, chilling theory born of echoes and circumstantial threads, but it felt terrifyingly coherent. The missing laudanum wasn't just a threat. It could also be a crucial clue pointing away from her if handled correctly. But how? Hayes would hear Mrs. Gable's accusation first. He would likely come straight here, his temporary trust shattered, his suspicion solidified into certainty. She wouldn't get a chance to plead her case, to suggest alternatives. She needed to preempt him. She needed somehow to communicate her own theory, her own suspicions about the laudanum, before he confronted her. She looked frantically around the room again. Paper? Ink? She had none. Her few books. Could she tear out a page? Write a message in... what? Soot from the lamp chimney? It felt desperate, theatrical, likely to be dismissed. Her gaze fell on the tarnished silver bell she used in her séances, resting on a small table. Useless as a weapon, but a signal? Could she use it? Ring it insistently? Would Henderson come? Would he dare carry a message, even a verbal one? Now that Mrs. Gable had thrown suspicion, potentially onto him as well. Suddenly, another memory surfaced. The sheriff's words during the interrogation. You claim connections to a world I don't believe exists. You pull details out of thin air that shake a man to his core. He didn't believe, but her inexplicable knowledge affected him deeply. The wild roses. Could she risk it? Could she use that strange, unsettling connection one more time? Not to reveal more of his past, but to convey urgency, danger, truth, in a way that bypassed logic, bypassed his defenses? Could she somehow project her knowledge, her certainty about the poison, about the frame-up, directly to him? It felt like playing with fire, wielding a power she didn't understand and couldn't control. The last time she'd focused on him, it had resulted in that devastating kiss, shattering the boundaries between them. Doing it again could backfire spectacularly, confirming his worst fears about her manipulative abilities. But she was running out of time. She could almost hear Mrs. Gable's determined footsteps marching towards the sheriff's office. Soon Hayes would be on his way here, armed with this damning new evidence. She had to try. Taking a deep breath, Lila sat on the edge of the bed, clasping her hands tightly in her lap to still their trembling. She closed her eyes, shutting out the dingy room, the fear, the confusion. She focused her intent not on the spirit world, not on her mother, but on one specific, living mind, Sheriff Daniel Hayes. She pictured him in his office, perhaps listening to Mrs. Gable's furious accusations. She pushed past the anger, the suspicion she knew would be directed at her. She focused on the man beneath the badge, the man who grieved for Martha, the man who valued truth and order above all else, the man who had, however briefly, let his guard down. She didn't try to send words or images. She focused on the feeling, the certainty. Poison, laudanum. Frame up. Look closer. Don't trust Gable, the land, the old secret. She poured all her conviction, all her desperation, into that silent broadcast, projecting it outwards with the focused intensity of a prayer. She held the image of the missing laudanum bottle, the feeling of betrayal surrounding Elias, the certainty that she was being framed, and aimed it directly at the sheriff's conflicted mind. She didn't know if it would work, didn't know if he would feel anything other than annoyance or increased suspicion, didn't know if she was tapping into a genuine connection or just engaging in desperate magical thinking. But it was all she had left. A wave of dizziness washed over her from the effort, the intense concentration. She opened her eyes, gasping slightly, the room swimming for a moment. Had it worked? Had anything gotten through? There was no way to know. She could only wait. Wait for the sound of his footsteps returning. Wait to see if he arrived with handcuffs and accusations, his mind poisoned by Mrs. Gable's claims. Or wait, clinging to a fragile hope, to see if some flicker of doubt, some resonance from her desperate, silent plea might make him hesitate, make him look deeper into the tangled web that was tightening around them both. The cross she bore felt heavier than ever, its weight poised to either crush her or, just possibly, point the way to salvation. Chapter 19. A choice between badge and heart. Sheriff Daniel Hayes slammed the door of his office shut, the sharp crack echoing the turmoil raging within him. Mrs. Gable had just left, her righteous indignation and accusations against Lila Carson still hanging thick and acrid in the air, mingling with the stale scent of old paper and gun oil, a bottle of laudanum missing from her dispensary shelf, discovered just now, hours after Elias Peterson's death. The timing was damning, the implication unavoidable. It fit the narrative the town wanted, the narrative that blamed the outsider, the witch, the convenient disruption to their uneasy peace. He sank into his worn leather chair, the springs groaning under his weight, running a hand vigorously over his face, trying to rub away the exhaustion, the confusion, the gnawing uncertainty. Every instinct honed by years of upholding the law screamed at him to accept the obvious conclusion. Lila Carson, the spiritualist with the uncanny knowledge and unsettling presence, had somehow acquired poison, perhaps anticipating trouble, perhaps intending harm from the start, and used it on the vulnerable old man after softening him up with talk of spirits. Her subsequent impressions of poison were merely a desperate, perhaps panicked attempt at misdirection once she realized the laudanum might be missed. It was logical. It fit the available facts, however circumstantial. It restored order. His badge felt heavy on his chest, a tangible reminder of his duty. Arrest her. Question her until she broke. Close the case. Let the town settle back into its uneasy rhythm, the disruption contained, excised. That was the clear path, the one dictated by procedure, by the evidence presented, by the demands of the fearful populace he was sworn to protect. Yet he couldn't shake the profound sense of disquiet. It wasn't just the lack of concrete proof, the reliance on Mrs. Gable's word, and the convenient timing. It was Lila herself. He pictured her standing before him in the dim hotel lobby, defiant and terrified, pleading with him to look deeper, her eyes blazing with a conviction that felt unnervingly genuine. He remembered the tremor in her voice, the vulnerability beneath the surface. And he remembered, with a jolt that sent heat rushing to his face, the desperate, shattering kiss, a moment of raw, inexplicable connection that had bypassed every one of his defenses. He swore under his breath, pushing the memory away, angry at himself for the lapse, angrier still that it continued to cloud his judgment. That kiss meant nothing, he told himself fiercely. It was an aberration, born of stress and proximity and the bewildering effect she had on him. It wouldn't influence his duty. But could he truly ignore her passionate insistence that Elias was poisoned before Mrs. Gable discovered the missing laudanum? Could he dismiss her intuition, or whatever it was, as mere coincidence, a lucky guess? He remembered her words about a familiar hand, about betrayal, impressions she claimed came before the laudanum theft was known. If that were true, it changed the equation entirely. It suggested she was the one being framed, her strange abilities twisted into incriminating evidence by the real culprit. And then there was the other unsettling element, the one he hadn't mentioned to her. As he stood in his office, listening to Mrs. Gable's tirade, a strange sensation had washed over him. Not a sound, not an image, but an intense feeling, a wave of desperation, conviction, hitting him with almost physical force. Poison, laudanum, frame up, look closer, don't trust Gable, the land, the old secret. It wasn't his own thought process. It felt invasive, external, like an echo of Lila Carson's own desperate plea from the lobby, somehow reaching him across the dusty street. He shook his head violently, scrubbing his hand over his face again. Impossible. He was exhausted, overwrought. Grief and lack of sleep were playing tricks on his mind. There was no such thing as telepathy, just as there were no whispering spirits. It had to be his own subconscious grappling with the inconsistencies, projecting his own nascent doubts onto an external source. Yet the feeling had been so strong, so specific, mirroring the very suspicions Lila had tried to instill in him. Don't trust Gable, the land, the old secret. He pushed himself up from the chair, pacing the confines of his small office. The logical path arrest Lila Carson felt increasingly wrong, like following a map that led towards a cliff edge shrouded in fog. But the alternative path, trusting the intuition of a suspected spiritualist, investigating decades-old land disputes and forgotten prospector tales based on feelings and cryptic mental intrusions, felt like abandoning the map entirely, wandering into uncharted, irrational territory. His gaze fell on Martha's photograph. Her kind eyes seemed to hold a gentle reproach. What would she counsel? Martha had always possessed a quiet wisdom, an ability to see the heart of a matter beneath the surface clutter. She wouldn't have dismissed Lila's claims out of hand simply because they defied logic. She would have listened, observed, considered the person, not just the circumstances. She would have reminded him that truth sometimes wore strange disguises, and that justice required looking beyond the obvious, the convenient. He thought about Elias Peterson. A quiet man, yes, but respected. He deserved the truth, whatever it was. Simply closing the case based on circumstantial evidence against the outsider felt like a betrayal, not just of Lila Carson, but of Elias himself, of the very principles of justice Daniel Hayes was sworn to uphold. And Mrs. Gable? He replayed her accusations in his mind. Her certainty about the missing laudanum seemed absolute. But was her indignation entirely genuine? She was a pillar of the town, yes, stoutly religious, relentlessly proper. But she was also known for her sharp tongue, her tendency towards gossip, and her family's long-standing involvement in nearly every significant landholding and business venture since Dust Devil Creek's founding. If there was an old secret tied to land, a secret Elias might have stumbled upon, the Gable family archives or Mrs. Gable's own memory, might hold the key. Was her eagerness to blame Lila a way to ensure no one started digging into potentially uncomfortable local history? Don't trust Gable. The echo persisted, unsettlingly. He stopped pacing, standing before the cluttered desk, his hand hovering over the Colt peacemaker resting there. One path. Pick up the handcuffs, walk across the street, arrest the woman who both infuriated and inexplicably drew him, satisfy the town, restore order through force of law. The path of the badge, clear, defined, expected. The other path. Pick up his hat, walk out into the uneasy quiet of the town, start asking difficult questions about old land claims, about vanished prospectors, about who might have benefited from silencing Elias Peterson, follow the faintest threads of intuition and unsettling echoes, potentially alienating powerful figures like Mrs. Gable, risking his own authority, his own carefully constructed reality. The path of the heart, perhaps? Not romantic love. The kiss had been desperation, confusion. Not courtship, but the heart of the matter, the pursuit of a deeper, more complex truth, guided by a reluctant empathy, a grudging acknowledgement of possibilities beyond his understanding. Badge or heart, logic or intuition, order or truth? He looked again at Martha's photograph, at her steady, loving gaze. He thought of Lila, trapped and terrified in her room, her fierce conviction shining through her fear. He thought of Elias, deserving of justice. He thought of the uneasy feeling in his own gut, the sense of wrongness that the natural causes verdict and the missing laudanum couldn't quite silence. Damn it all. Damn spiritualists. Damn poisons. Damn buried secrets. Damn the confusing, illogical pull he felt towards the woman who had turned his world upside down. He made his choice. It wasn't a conscious decision articulated in words, but a subtle shift, a leaning towards the harder, less certain path. He wouldn't arrest her, not yet. He wouldn't ignore Mrs. Gable's report about the laudanum that required investigation, securing the remaining stock, questioning her further, looking for witnesses who might have seen someone near the dispensary. But he wouldn't use it as immediate grounds for arrest. He would treat it as another piece of a puzzle that was becoming increasingly complex. A puzzle where Lila Carson might be a victim, not the perpetrator. He would pull on that thread she had offered, the land dispute, the old stories. He would visit the land records office, dusty and neglected as it was. He would talk to some of the old-timers discreetly, see what memories surfaced about the vanished prospector, about the original claim on Elias's land. He would look into Mrs. Gable's family history regarding that specific parcel. It felt like searching for a needle in a haystack built of dust and decades, guided only by a spiritualist's feeling and his own reluctant intuition. But it was the only path that felt remotely like seeking actual justice, rather than expediently closing a case. He picked up his hat, settling it firmly on his head. He strapped the peacemaker back onto his hip, the familiar weight a grounding presence. He wouldn't tell Lila about his decision. He couldn't afford to give her false hope, nor could he reveal the extent to which her strange influence was affecting his judgment. He needed to maintain distance, maintain authority, but his actions would speak for themselves. He opened the office door, stepping out into the oppressive gray afternoon. The air felt thick, stagnant. He glanced across the street towards the Creekview Hotel. He imagined Lila inside room 4, waiting, fearing the worst. He felt a strange mix of responsibility, irritation, and a grudging respect for her tenacity. She was a disruption, a mystery, a profound complication in his life. But she deserved the benefit of the doubt, at least until genuine evidence proved otherwise. His duty wasn't just to the town's peace, but to the principle of justice itself, however convoluted the path became. He turned not towards the hotel, but towards the small, clapboard building that housed the town's meager records. It was a choice made, a line crossed internally. He was stepping off the well-worn path of the badge, venturing into the shadowed territory, guided, however reluctantly, by the unsettling connection to Lila Carson's world, a world he didn't understand but could no longer entirely dismiss. The tangled web was tightening, but perhaps, just perhaps, he now held a different thread, one that might lead not to the spider, but out of the darkness. The cost, to his authority, to his peace of mind, remained terrifyingly unclear. Chapter 20. Truth Revealed in the Moonlight. Hours crawled by in the suffocating confines of Room 4, each tick of the unseen grandfather clock in the lobby below marking another moment Lila spent suspended between hope and dread. Sheriff Hayes hadn't returned. After his abrupt departure following the devastating kiss, and then the later, more formal interview where she'd risked voicing her suspicions about poison, there had been only silence. Silence from the sheriff, silence from the town beyond her guarded door, first Pete Miller, now seemingly no one. Silence from the spirit world. Only the internal clamor of her own fear and the persistent, maddeningly vague echoes of buried secrets kept her company. Had her desperate gamble worked? Had her silent plea, her projection of certainty about the laudanum and the frame-up reached him? Had her carefully worded suggestion about old land disputes planted a seed of doubt? Or had Mrs. Gable's accusations, bolstered by the missing poison, solidified his suspicion, leading him down a path that would end with handcuffs and a jail cell for Lila? There was no way to know. She could only wait, trapped in this agonizing limbo, the promised departure the day after tomorrow feeling like a distant mirage. As dusk deepened into true night, the oppressive gray sky finally yielded, not to a cleansing storm, but to a sliver of moon breaking through the clouds. Its pale, ethereal light filtered through the window, casting long, skeletal shadows across the floor, transforming the familiar objects in the room into strange, unsettling shapes. The silence outside seemed to deepen, the earlier sullen quiet lapsing into an almost unnatural stillness. Even the dusty spur seemed to have fallen quiet, its usual nightly raucousness subdued. It felt like the whole town was holding its breath, waiting. Lila sat on the edge of the bed, exhaustion making her limbs feel heavy as lead, yet her mind raced. She couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. The sheriff's decision, whatever it was, felt imminent. And the echoes. They felt stronger tonight, closer, more insistent. The feeling of injustice, the images of digging under starlight, the sense of a wrongness buried near Elias's property, they pulsed at the edge of her awareness, demanding attention. Driven by a restless energy she couldn't explain, she rose and went to the window, unable to resist peering out despite the sheriff's warning. Keeping well back in the shadows, she looked down onto the moonlit street. It was deserted. Even the usual stray dogs seemed to have sought shelter. The buildings stood like dark, silent sentinels under the pale moonlight. The only sign of life was the single lamp burning low in the sheriff's office across the way. Was he in there, wrestling with his decision? Or was he out somewhere, pursuing the threads she had so tentatively offered? Her gaze drifted towards the edge of town, towards the dark silhouette of Elias Peterson's small cabin, now standing empty and silent. Beyond it, barely visible, lay the wind-swept cemetery, and nestled somewhere in that darkness, according to the persistent echoes, lay a secret. Suddenly she saw movement near the cabin. A flicker of shadow detaching itself from the deeper darkness near the woodpile. Lila froze, her heart leaping. Was it Barlow again, or someone else? The figure moved stealthily, keeping low, heading not towards the cabin itself, but towards the rough patch of ground behind it, the area bordering the neglected, weed-choked land that stretched towards the old, disputed territory. Lila strained her eyes, trying to make out details in the deceptive moonlight. The figure was slight, moving with a furtive urgency. Not the bulky frame of Caleb Barlow. Who, then? Curiosity warred with fear. This felt significant, connected to the echoes. Someone was drawn to that spot under the cover of darkness. Driven by an impulse stronger than caution, Lila made a snap decision. She couldn't stay here, waiting passively, while potential answers unfolded just down the street. She had to see, she had to know. Hayes had confined her to the hotel, but he wasn't here now. There was no guard outside her door. This might be her only chance to find something tangible, something to corroborate her intuitions before the stagecoach arrived or before the sheriff returned with handcuffs. Her hands trembling, she unlocked the door again, slipping out into the silent, dimly lit hallway. The hotel seemed asleep. Henderson likely long since retired to his own quarters, trusting the sheriff's earlier warnings to keep the peace and keep her contained. She moved swiftly, silently down the stairs, bypassing the loose step, her senses on high alert. The lobby was empty. Bathed in the ghostly moonlight slanting through the front windows, the front door was unlocked. Taking a deep breath, Lila pulled it open just enough to slip outside, then eased it shut behind her. The night air was cool, carrying the scent of dust and dry grass, and something else, tension. The silence of the street felt unnatural, charged. She stayed in the shadows of the hotel porch for a moment, scanning the street, empty. The figure she'd seen near Elias's cabin had vanished into the darkness behind it. The lamp still burned in the sheriff's office. Her heart pounded against her ribs like a drum. This was madness. Defying the sheriff, venturing out alone into the hostile town. But the pull towards Elias's cabin, towards the source of the echoes, was irresistible. She had to know. Keeping to the deepest shadows, darting quickly across the open, moonlit patches of the street, Lila made her way towards the edge of town. The silence was unnerving. Every rustle of wind through the dry weeds, every distant coyote howl, sounded like an imminent threat. She expected shouts, running footsteps, the sudden appearance of Barlow or Mrs. Gable, or the sheriff himself. But nothing. The town slept, or pretended to, under the watchful eye of the slivered moon. As she neared Elias's cabin, the echoes intensified, the feeling of old sorrow and injustice almost palpable, vibrating in the air around her. She slowed her pace, moving cautiously towards the back of the small dwelling, towards the rough patch of land where she'd seen the furtive figure disappear. She rounded the corner of the cabin and stopped, hidden by the deep shadow of the wall, a head bathed in the pale moonlight. She saw him. It wasn't Barlow. It was Billy Watson. The young man, who had seemed merely uncomfortable and fascinated at the seance, was on his knees beside a patch of recently disturbed earth, hidden behind a cluster of overgrown sagebrush. He wasn't digging now, but frantically smoothing the dirt, trying to erase the signs of his work, casting panicked glances back towards the silent town. A small, battered tin box lay open on the ground beside him, glinting faintly in the moonlight. Lila's breath caught. Billy Watson? What was he doing here? What was in the box? The echoes pulsed around her, stronger than ever, whispering of secrets unearthed, of fear, of desperation. She watched, frozen, as Billy finished his frantic attempt at concealment. He snatched up the tin box, clutching it to his chest, his movements jerky, terrified. He scanned the darkness around him, his eyes wide with fear, before scrambling to his feet and starting to hurry back towards town, keeping low, sticking to the shadows. Lila knew with sudden, chilling certainty that she had found a crucial piece of the puzzle. Billy Watson, a seemingly harmless town youth, digging behind Elias's cabin in the dead of night, retrieving a hidden box. It didn't make sense, yet it felt undeniably significant. Was he the familiar hand? Had he been involved in Elias's death? Or was he merely caught up in something larger, something connected to the buried secret? She had to follow him. She had to see where he went, what he did with the box. Forgetting her own fear, propelled by the urgent need for answers, Lila slipped out from behind the cabin and began to shadow Billy, keeping a safe distance, using the sparse cover of buildings and deep shadows to remain unseen. Billy moved quickly, almost running, stumbling occasionally in his haste, clearly terrified of being discovered. He didn't head towards his own small shack on the edge of town, nor towards the saloon. Instead, he took a winding path through back alleys, heading towards the general store. Lila frowned, confused. Why the store? It would be locked up tight for the night. But as Billy reached the back alley behind the store, he didn't try the main door. He went to a small cellar-like entrance flush with the ground, partially hidden by refuse barrels. He fumbled with something a key, then lifted the heavy wooden hatch, slipped inside, and pulled it shut behind him, plunging the alley back into darkness. Lila waited, hidden in the shadows opposite, her mind racing. Billy Watson had a key to the general store cellar. Why? What was he doing in there with the tin box? Minutes passed. Silence. Then a faint light flickered behind one of the store's grimy back windows, quickly extinguished. What was going on? Just as Lila was contemplating her next move, wondering if she dared risk getting closer, she heard heavy footsteps approaching rapidly down the main street. She shrank back further into the shadows as Sheriff Hayes strode past the mouth of the alley, his face set in grim lines, heading directly for the general store. He hadn't been idle. While she was wrestling with her fears and following Billy Watson, Hayes had clearly been pursuing his own investigation, following the thread she'd given him, or perhaps the thread of the missing laudanum. And his path had led him here to Mrs. Gable's store in the middle of the night. Hayes didn't hesitate. He pounded forcefully on the front door of the store. "Mrs. Gable," he called out, his voice echoing in the silent street. "Martha, open up! Sheriff Hayes." After a moment, an upstairs window creaked open, and Mrs. Gable's head, covered in a white nightcap, appeared. "Sheriff, what is it? What's wrong?" Her voice was sharp with sleep and annoyance. "Need to talk to you, Martha, now, about Elias Peterson, and about some old land records." Lila saw Mrs. Gable stiffen, even from a distance. "Land records? At this hour? What foolishness!" "It's not foolishness, Martha," Hayes interrupted, his voice hard. "It might be murder. Now open this door." There was a pause. Then Mrs. Gable withdrew her head, the window slamming shut. Moments later, bolts were drawn, and the front door opened, revealing Mrs. Gable clutching a wrapper around her, her face pale and strained in the moonlight filtering through the doorway. "Sheriff, I already told you about the laudanum," she began indignantly. "We'll talk about the laudanum," Hayes cut her off. "And we'll talk about the old Pinsey claim, the one your father acquired after Silas Pinsey vanished back in '58. The claim Elias Peterson's cabin sits on." Mrs. Gable gasped, her hand flying to her throat. "The Pinsey claim? That's ancient history. What's that got to do with anything?" "Maybe everything," Hayes said grimly. "Maybe Elias found something Pinsey left behind. Maybe he told someone. Maybe," he lowered his voice, stepping closer, "someone silenced him before he could tell anyone else." Right at that moment, a muffled crash sounded from the back of the store, followed by a frantic scrambling noise near the cellar entrance in the alley. Hayes reacted instantly, suspicion flaring in his eyes. "What was that?" He pushed past the stunned Mrs. Gable into the dark store, drawing his peacemaker. "Stay here," he ordered her, then moved swiftly towards the back. Lila knew she had to act. Billy was trapped. Hayes was converging on him. The truth, whatever it was about to erupt. She darted across the alley, reaching the cellar hatch, just as Hayes's footsteps pounded closer inside the store. She lifted the heavy wooden door. "Billy," she hissed down into the darkness. "Billy Watson, come out! Now, the sheriff!" A terrified gasp came from below, followed by frantic scrabbling. Billy emerged from the cellar hatch, blinking in the moonlight, clutching the tin box, his face white with terror. He stared at Lila, then looked past her towards the sounds inside the store, paralyzed by fear. "Who's out there?" Hayes roared from inside near the back entrance. "Billy, run!" Lila urged, giving him a slight push. But it was too late. Hayes burst out the back door of the store into the alley, his gun leveled. He took in the scene instantly, Lila standing by the open cellar hatch, Billy Watson trembling beside her, clutching the tin box. "Watson," Hayes barked. "Hold it right there. What's in the box?" Billy whimpered, shrinking back, looking wildly from Hayes to Lila. Mrs. Gable appeared in the back doorway behind Hayes, her eyes wide with fury and perhaps something else. Fear. They broke in!" Mrs. Gable shrieked, pointing a trembling finger first at Billy, then at Lila. "Thieves! Trying to steal from me, after she poisoned poor Elias." "Be quiet, Martha," Hayes snapped, his attention fixed on Billy and the box. "Watson, I won't ask again. What is in that box?" Billy, cornered and terrified, seemed to crumple. Tears streamed down his face. It ain't mine, Sheriff," he stammered, holding out the box with shaking hands. "It was Pincy's. Old man Elias found it, digging for a new root cellar." Hayes snatched the box, flipping open the lid. Inside, nestled on faded velvet, lay not gold, but a small leather-bound journal and a bundle of brittle, folded documents tied with ribbon. Land deeds. Assay reports confirming a rich silver vein, and the journal, detailing Silas Pincy's discovery, his plans, and his growing fear of claim jumpers, specifically mentioning the ambitious Gable family patriarch. "Elias found this?" Hayes demanded, his eyes flicking to Mrs. Gable, who looked suddenly ill. Billy nodded miserably. "Yes, sir. Weeks ago, he didn't know what to do, worried it'd cause trouble. He confided in Mrs. Gable." He shot a fearful glance at her. "Said she'd help him figure it out, keep it safe. She told him to hide it. Forget about it for a bit, let things settle." Hayes looked sharply at Mrs. Gable. "You knew about this, Martha. You told him to hide proof of Pincy's claim, proof that might challenge your family's ownership." Mrs. Gable drew herself up, regaining a semblance of composure, though her pallor betrayed her. "It was worthless old paper. Dangerous nonsense. Elias was getting agitated, confused. I was trying to protect him, calm him down." "Protect him?" Hayes's voice was dangerously soft now. "Or silence him? Did you calm him down with a dose of laudanum from your own shelf, Martha? Conveniently discovered missing only after Miss Carson here started asking questions, raising suspicions." Mrs. Gable gasped, genuinely shocked this time. "Poison? Laudanum? Sheriff, I swear on my mother's grave I never touched Elias. Yes, I knew about the box. I told him to hide it. It would only cause chaos. But I didn't harm him." Her denial felt fervent, desperate. "Then who did?" Hayes pressed, his gaze sweeping from Mrs. Gable back to the terrified Billy Watson. "Someone knew Elias had found this. Someone wanted it kept buried. Someone perhaps used this boy," he gestured toward Billy, "to retrieve it tonight. Maybe promising him a share, maybe threatening him, and maybe that same someone silenced Elias permanently." Billy sobbed openly now. She told me to get the box tonight. he choked out, looking at Mrs. Gable. Said the spirit woman was stirring up trouble. Sheriff might start looking. Said we had to get the box away, hide it better. Promised me a reward if I kept quiet. I told you no such thing, you lying little whelp, Mrs. Gable shrieked, lunging towards Billy, but Hayes stepped between them. Enough, he commanded. He looked at the journal, the deeds, the terrified boy, the furious older woman. The pieces clicked into place, forming a picture uglier than prospector's gold. Mrs. Gable hadn't poisoned Elias. She had manipulated him, manipulated Billy, tried to keep the secret buried. But someone else must have feared Elias wouldn't stay silent. Feared the truth Pincy's box contained would eventually surface. Someone else had administered the poison. But who? The familiar hand. His gaze instinctively sought Lila, standing quietly by the cellar hatch, her face pale but strangely calm in the moonlight, watching the scene unfold. She met his eyes, and in that moment, under the revealing moonlight, he saw not suspicion, not accusation, but a deep, weary understanding. She had known. Somehow she had known the poison wasn't the whole story, that the roots went deeper, tangled in old secrets and greed. The truth, or at least a significant part of it, lay revealed in the moonlight, brought forth by a terrified boy, a frantic matriarch, and the sheriff's reluctant pursuit of threads offered by the very woman they sought to condemn. The web was still tangled, the poisoner still unidentified, but its central knot had been exposed. And standing at the heart of it all was Lila Carson, the spiritualist, the catalyst, the unlikely key who had unlocked the secrets buried under starlight. The choice between badge and heart had led him here to this messy, complex truth, far removed from the simple answers the town craved. Chapter 21. Reckoning in Dust Devil Creek. The alley behind the general store became a tableau vivant under the stark, unforgiving moonlight. Sheriff Hayes stood center stage, the revealed contents of Pincy's tin box, the journal, the deeds, the assay reports, lying heavy in his hand like condemnations forged in faded ink. Before him, Billy Watson wept uncontrollably, broken by fear and guilt. Beside him, Mrs. Gable stood rigid, her earlier fury replaced by a dawning, horrified understanding of her own complicity, her face a mask of ruin. And watching from the shadows near the open cellar hatch stood Lila Carson, pale and silent, the catalyst, the reluctant seer who had somehow guided them to this precipice of truth. The air crackled with unresolved tension. The immediate drama of the revealed box and Billy's confession had exposed the motive, the desperate need to keep Silas Pincy's claim buried, protecting the Gable family's long-held land ownership. It explained Mrs. Gable's manipulation, her fear, her eagerness to blame Lila. It explained Billy Watson's terrified retrieval mission. But it didn't definitively answer the most crucial question. Who had administered the poison? Who had taken the final, fatal step to silence Elias Peterson? Hayes's mind raced, processing the implications. Mrs. Gable, despite her manipulation, seemed genuinely shocked by the accusation of poisoning. Her reaction felt authentic, rooted in outrage at the suggestion, not guilt. Billy Watson was a pawn, terrified and easily led, unlikely to possess the nerve or the means for murder. The missing laudanum. Mrs. Gable controlled the store's supply. If she hadn't used it, had someone else gained access? Or was the laudanum theft itself a red herring, a separate event? Or even staged by the real killer to further muddy the waters and implicate Lila? He looked again at Pincy's journal, the brittle pages filled with looping script, detailing the prospector's hopes and growing fears. Pincy had struck silver, a rich vein, on the land Elias now occupied. He feared claim jumpers, specifically mentioning the ambition and ruthlessness of the elder Gable, Martha's father. Pincy had vanished without a trace shortly after making those entries. Had Gable patriarch orchestrated his disappearance decades ago? Had that violent secret festered, passed down through the family, becoming a silent, guarded truth that Elias threatened to unearth? "Martha," Hayes said, his voice low, controlled, turning his sharp gaze back to the store owner. "Your father. Did he ever speak of Silas Pincy? Of how he acquired this claim?" Mrs. Gable flinched, avoiding his eyes. "My father was a shrewd businessman," she mumbled, clutching her wrapper tighter. "He acquired many properties legally. Pincy likely just drifted off like so many prospectors do when a claim peters out or gets too hard." "But this one didn't peter out, did it, Martha?" Hayes pressed, holding up the assay report from the box. "This confirms a rich vein. Pincy wasn't leaving this behind willingly." "I know nothing about that," she insisted, her voice rising again, bordering on hysteria. "My father built this town. He was respectable." "Respectable men have secrets, Martha," Hayes said grimly. "Did Elias confront you about Pincy? About this box?" She hesitated, then nodded miserably. "A few weeks back. He showed me the box, confused, worried. I told him it was dangerous nonsense, old lies. I told him to put it back where he found it, forget about it, for his own peace of mind, for the town's peace." Her gaze flickered towards Billy. "I swear, Sheriff, that's all. I just wanted it to stay buried." "So you knew Elias possessed information that could potentially strip your family of valuable land, information Pincy himself seemed to fear would get him killed," Hayes summarized, the pieces falling into a chilling pattern. "And you told him to keep quiet. But maybe you worried he wouldn't. Maybe someone else worried." His gaze swept the alley, the shadows, the silent buildings. Who else knew? Who else stood to lose if Pincy's claim, Pincy's fate, came to light? The web wasn't just tangled, it was old, woven with greed and possible violence reaching back decades. Lila watched the exchange, her earlier intuitions solidifying into near certainty. Mrs. Gable wasn't the killer, but her fear, her manipulation, had created the fertile ground for murder. Billy was a tool. The real poisoner was someone else, someone with a vested interest in keeping Pincy's ghost buried, someone who knew Elias had found the box, perhaps through Gable's own panicked indiscretion or Elias's misplaced trust. The familiar hand offering the cup. Who fit that description? Someone Elias trusted, someone who might have visited him regularly, someone who also had a stake in the Gable family's fortunes or secrets. Suddenly another echo resonated, faint but insistent, triggered by the focus on the Gable family, on Mrs. Gable's fear. Not an image this time, but a feeling, sharp and unpleasant. Resentment. Bitter, long-simmering resentment, masked by deference. And a name whispered at the edge of her awareness. Henderson. Jed Henderson? The nervous, obsequious hotel proprietor? It seemed impossible. He was timid, almost comically eager to please, desperate to avoid trouble. How could he be involved? Yet, Lila replayed her interactions with him, his initial neutrality about her seance turning quickly to nervous fascination, then outright fear after Elias's death, his eagerness to pass along gossip, including the sheriff's reaction. His presence, often hovering, observing. And wasn't his hotel owned by... Yes, she recalled hearing whispers. The Gable family held the mortgage. Had financed Henderson's venture years ago. He was beholden to them, dependent on their goodwill. Could Henderson, outwardly deferential, harbor deep resentment towards the family that controlled his livelihood? Could he have learned about the box, perhaps overhearing a panicked conversation between Elias and Mrs. Gable, or from Mrs. Gable herself confiding unwisely? Could he have seen Elias's discovery not as a threat, but as an opportunity, a chance to gain leverage over the Gables, or perhaps eliminate a potential problem that might disrupt his own precarious position if the family's fortune suffered? And the laudanum? Could Henderson, a long-time resident, familiar with the town's routines, have slipped into the store unnoticed during a busy moment, or perhaps even possessed a duplicate key acquired long ago? He certainly knew Elias likely visited him, could easily have offered the old man a calming drink laced with the stolen tincture. The familiar hand could easily have been his. His subsequent fear, his warnings to Lila, could have been motivated by self-preservation, wanting her gone before she stirred up more trouble, before the sheriff looked too closely. It was a hypothesis built on whispers and intuition, but it fit the known facts, the emotional currents, the sudden death, the convenient scapegoat, the missing poison, the buried secret. It felt right, chillingly right. Lila knew she had to speak, had to voice this final crucial piece, regardless of the risk, regardless of how insane it might sound coming from her. "Sheriff," she said, her voice quiet but carrying clearly in the tense silence. All heads turned towards her. Hayes looked at her sharply, wary, perhaps expecting another accusation against Gable. "The hand," Lila continued, meeting Hayes's gaze directly, trying to convey her certainty through sheer force of will. "The familiar hand that offered Elias the drink. The one filled with resentment. It wasn't Mrs. Gable. It wasn't Billy." She took a deep breath. It was Jed Henderson. A collective gasp went through the small group. Mrs. Gable stared at Lila, bewildered. Billy Watson looked confused. Sheriff Hayes's eyes widened, disbelief warring with the undeniable fact that Lila had once again produced information, a specific name, seemingly out of thin air. "Henderson?" Hayes repeated, incredulity etched on his face. "Jed Henderson? A hotel keeper? That's preposterous." "Is it?" Lila challenged softly, holding his gaze. "Think about it, Sheriff. Who benefits most from maintaining the status quo? Who is dependent on the Gable family's standing? Who might have overheard Elias's fears or Mrs. Gable's? Who moves about the town relatively unnoticed? Who could have accessed the laudanum, perhaps even long ago? Who would have the most to lose if an old scandal involving his patrons came to light?" She saw the sheriff's mind working, connecting the dots she laid out. Henderson's nervousness, his dependence on the Gables, his constant presence, his opportunity. It wasn't proof, not yet. But it was a plausible theory, a suspect with motive and opportunity, fitting the scenario far better than the terrified boy or the panicked matriarch before him. "And the laudanum theft report," Lila added, pressing her advantage. "Isn't it convenient that Mrs. Gable noticed it missing only after I voiced suspicion about poison to you? Perhaps Henderson stole it earlier, used it, and relied on the inevitable discovery to point the finger firmly at me, the outsider he already feared." Hayes remained silent, staring at Lila, the implications of her words sinking in. He felt the ground shifting beneath him again. Henderson. It seemed utterly counterintuitive, yet it explained the lingering sense of wrongness, the feeling that the puzzle pieces hadn't quite fit. He seemed so frightened," Hayes murmured, thinking aloud. "Fear can be a powerful mask, Sheriff," Lila said quietly, "especially for guilt." Right then, as if summoned by the accusation, a figure emerged hesitantly from the shadows at the end of the alley, drawn by the commotion. Jed Henderson himself, looking pale and spectral in the moonlight, his eyes wide with terror. He must have crept out of the hotel after hearing Hayes leave, perhaps intending to see what was happening, or perhaps driven by a guilty conscience. He saw the sheriff, Mrs. Gable, Billy Watson, the open box, and Lila pointing towards him. His face crumpled. "Jed," Hayes called out sharply, taking a step towards him. "What are you doing out here?" Henderson didn't answer. His eyes darted wildly between them, cornered, terrified. He looked like a rat trapped in a spotlight. He took an instinctive step backward, glanced towards the dark mouth of the alley leading away from the main street. "Don't even think about it, Henderson," Hayes warned, his hand dropping to his peacemaker. But desperation trumped caution. With a strangled cry, Henderson turned and bolted, scrambling away into the darkness. "Damn it," Hayes swore, years of instinct taking over. "Stay here," he ordered the others before sprinting after the fleeing hotel keeper. Lila watched them disappear into the shadows, her heart pounding. Henderson's flight was as good as a confession. Her intuition, the echoes, the terrifying gamble they had led them here, to this moment of reckoning. Mrs. Gable let out a low moan. Sinking against the wall of the store, the full weight of the night's events, her own role in them, crashing down upon her. Billy Watson continued to sob quietly, a lost boy caught in a web far beyond his understanding. Lila stood apart, trembling slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving behind a profound weariness, but also a sense of fragile vindication. She had followed the whispers, trusted the echoes, and helped uncover a truth hidden for decades, a truth that had culminated in murder. The sound of a scuffle echoed from further down the alley, followed by Hayes's sharp command. "Hold it, Jed! It's over!" Then silence again, broken only by Billy's quiet sobs. Moments later, Hayes reappeared, marching a defeated, trembling Jed Henderson firmly back into the moonlight, one hand clamped securely on the smaller man's arm. Henderson avoided everyone's eyes, his face buried in his chest, utterly broken. Hayes pushed Henderson towards the back wall of the store. "Jedediah Henderson," he stated, his voice ringing with cold authority in the night air. "I'm arresting you for the murder of Elias Peterson. You have the right—" The formal words of the arrest faded into the background as Lila watched, leaning heavily against the cellar hatch, the world tilting lightly. The immediate danger was over. Henderson was caught. The truth, or most of it, was revealed. The reckoning had come to Dust Devil Creek. She looked up at the sliver of moon hanging in the vast, indifferent sky. It offered no answers, no congratulations, only pale, cold light on the messy, tangled reality of human greed, fear, and desperation. She had navigated the darkness, guided by whispers only she could hear, and emerged, shaken but intact, into this moment of stark revelation. The spiritualist's cross felt impossibly heavy, the burden of belief immense. But tonight, in the revealing moonlight, it had, against all odds, led to a measure of justice. What came next, for her, for the sheriff, for the wounded town, remained shrouded in the shadows just beyond the moonlight's reach. Chapter 22. Love born of mystery and dust. The stark tableau in the alley held for a long moment, frozen under the revealing eye of the moon. Jed Henderson stood slumped in Sheriff Hayes's grip, a portrait of utter defeat, the fight gone out of him. Mrs. Gable leaned against the rough wall of her store, her face buried in her hands, muffled sobs shaking her stout frame, whether from fear, shame, or the sudden collapse of her family's long-guarded secret it was impossible to tell. Young Billy Watson remained near the cellar hatch, tears streaking his dust-caked face, clutching the incriminating tin box as if it were both condemnation and pathetic shield. And Lila. Lila stood apart, the observer, the catalyst, feeling the chaotic energy of the revealed truth wash over her, leaving behind a profound, bone-deep weariness. Sheriff Hayes broke the spell, his voice sharp with authority, cutting through the lingering shock. "Billy," he ordered, his tone firm but not unkind, "give me the box." Go wait in my office. Don't talk to anyone. Just wait there." Billy relinquished the box numbly, wiping his eyes with a dirty sleeve, and stumbled off into the darkness towards the sheriff's office, looking like a bewildered child caught in a storm far too large for him. Hayes then turned his attention to the store owner. "Martha," he said, his voice flat, devoid of its earlier anger, replaced by a grim finality. "You facilitated this. Obstruction. Manipulation. We'll sort out the legalities later. For now, go inside. Stay there." Mrs. Gable didn't argue. She pushed herself away from the wall, shot one last, venomous glare at the defeated Henderson, and disappeared into the dark maw of the store's back entrance, pulling the door shut with a decisive click. The sound seemed to seal away decades of deceit. Finally, Hayes focused on the man in his grasp. "All right, Jed," he said quietly, pushing Henderson forward slightly. "Let's go. You got a lot of explaining to do." He began marching the unresisting hotel keeper towards the street, towards the jail cell that awaited him. As they passed Lila, Hayes paused for a fraction of a second. His eyes met hers over Henderson's bowed head. It wasn't a look of suspicion anymore, nor the bewildered heat of their earlier encounter. It held a complex mixture: exhaustion, grudging acknowledgement, perhaps even a silent apology for his doubt. He gave a barely perceptible nod, a silent recognition of her role, of the strange, unwelcome truth she had forced him to confront. Then he moved on, leaving Lila alone in the alley with the open cellar hatch yawning beside her, like an entrance to the town's dark underbelly. She stood there for a long moment after they were gone, the silence rushing back in, profound and unsettling. The immediate danger had passed. Henderson was caught. Her name, presumably, was cleared. But the victory felt hollow, heavy. Elias was still dead. Pincy's ghost still lingered. The town's wounds, old and new, had been torn open, exposed to the cold moonlight, and she remained an outsider, a strange woman who spoke to spirits, forever marked by the events of the past 2 days. Slowly, feeling drained beyond measure, Lila turned and began the walk back to the hotel. The street remained deserted, the houses dark and watchful. The gunmetal clouds had thickened again, obscuring the moon, plunging the town back into a deeper gloom that matched her mood. The air felt heavy, charged with the aftermath of revelation, the promise of reckoning. Reaching the hotel felt like returning to her cage, but the door to room 4 now seemed less like a prison barrier and more like a necessary shield against the turbulent emotions swirling outside and within her. She let herself in, locking the door behind her, the familiar click, a small sound in the vast quiet. She didn't light the lamp, preferring the anonymity of the darkness, broken only by the faint gray light filtering through the window. She sank onto the edge of the bed, the cross she bore feeling heavier than ever. She had sought connection with her mother, solace for her own grief, and instead she had become entangled in murder, deceit, and the dark secrets of a troubled town. Her gift, her sensitivity, had led her not to peace, but through a harrowing labyrinth of human darkness. Was this its purpose? Not gentle whispers of comfort, but harsh echoes of injustice demanding attention. The thought was deeply unsettling, challenging the very foundations of her quest. She didn't know how long she sat there, lost in thought, adrift on a sea of exhaustion and confusion. Time seemed to lose meaning. Eventually, the first hints of another reluctant dawn began to gray the window pane. With it came the sounds of the town tentatively stirring back to life, muted, hesitant, as if unsure how to proceed after the night's revelations. A soft knock came at her door. Not Henderson's nervous tap, nor the sheriff's sharp command, just a quiet, almost hesitant sound. Lila tensed, wary. Who would seek her out now? "Miss Carson?" a low voice called. "Sheriff Hayes." She hesitated, her hand instinctively flying to her chest, feeling the rapid beat of her heart. Why was he back? Had something changed? Was he here to formally release her, or to retract his grudging acceptance? Gathering her resolve, she went to the door and opened it. He stood there, looking impossibly weary, the gray dawn light emphasizing the lines of fatigue etched onto his face. He had shed his badge and gun belt, holding only his hat in his hands. He looked less like the implacable lawman and more like the burdened man she had glimpsed beneath the surface. "May I?" he began, his voice rough, uncertain. Lila stepped back, allowing him entry. He came in, stopping just inside the door, the small room feeling charged again with his presence. But the tension was different now, less accusation, more raw, unresolved emotion. "Henderson confessed," he stated baldly, not looking at her directly, instead focusing on some point on the far wall. "Everything. He overheard Elias talking to Martha Gable about the box weeks ago, knew the Gable family history, the rumors about Pincy. He saw Elias as a threat to the Gables, and therefore a threat to his own security, his hotel mortgage." He paused, rubbing a hand over his eyes. "He got skittish when you showed up, Miss Carson. Worried your abilities might uncover something. He stole the laudanum from Gable's store days ago, thinking he might need it if Elias got too bold. When Elias mentioned wanting to talk to me after your seance," Henderson panicked. "Went over there later that night, offered Elias a drink from his own flask to settle his nerves. Elias trusted him." The sheriff's voice hardened with contempt. The laudanum discovery by Mrs. Gable was genuine. She noticed it gone this morning, but Henderson counted on it, knew it would point straight at you. Lila listened silently, the cold confirmation of her intuition washing over her, bringing no satisfaction, only a profound sadness for Elias, for the betrayal, for the tangled mess of human fear and greed. Hayes finally looked at her, his gray eyes filled with a complex mixture of weariness, respect, and deep-seated conflict. "You were right," he said quietly, the admission clearly costing him. "About the poison, about Henderson, about more than I was willing to admit." "The echoes," Lila whispered, needing him to understand or at least acknowledge the source. "They were so strong. The injustice." He shook his head, not in denial this time, but in weary incomprehension. "I don't understand how you do what you do, Miss Carson, how you knew about things." The memory of the roses flickered in his eyes. "Frankly, it scares the hell out of me. It goes against every logical bone in my body." He took a step closer, his gaze intense. "But I saw the truth in your eyes last night, and you led me, guided me, towards the real killer, when I was blinded by grief and procedure, and maybe," he admitted gruffly, "a stubborn refusal to see past my own certainties." He stopped before her, the space between them humming with unresolved energy. "I owe you an apology," he said, the word stiff, unfamiliar on his tongue, "for my suspicion, for how I treated you." "You were doing your job, Sheriff," Lila murmured. Though his apology eased a knot of tension within her she hadn't realized she was holding. "Maybe," he conceded. "But I let my own past cloud my judgment, and I put you in danger." He looked around the small room, truly seeing her confinement for the first time. "You're free to go, of course. The stage leaves this afternoon if you still wish to take it. I'll personally escort you, make sure no one gives you any trouble." Freedom, the word she had longed for. Escape from Dust Devil Creek, from the suspicion, the fear. She could leave this tangled web behind, continue her journey west, resume her search for her mother's comforting presence. It was what she should want. Yet, she hesitated. Looking at Daniel Hayes, at the raw honesty in his weary eyes, at the man wrestling with his own demons, his own grief, his own shattered certainties. Leaving felt like running away, not just from the town, but from the bewildering, powerful connection that had sparked between them amidst the danger and deceit. "And what about you, Sheriff?" she asked softly, surprising herself with the question. He frowned, confused. "What about me? This town, the secrets, Henderson's betrayal, Mrs. Gable's complicity. Will things go back to how they were?" He sighed heavily. "No, I don't reckon they will. Truth has a way of changing things, even if folks try to bury it again. There'll be a trial for Henderson. Questions about the Gable land claims, about Pincy. It'll be messy." He looked out the window at the gray dawn breaking over the dusty street. Dust Devil Creek has lost some innocence it probably never really had. He looked back at her, a question in his eyes he didn't voice aloud. "And what about us?" The kiss hung between them, unspoken, unaddressed, yet undeniably present. "Sheriff, Daniel," Lila began, using his given name for the first time, the intimacy feeling both natural and terrifying. "What happened last night?" He flinched almost imperceptibly, his gaze dropping. "That was a mistake, Miss Carson. Born of stress, unprofessional. It won't happen again." His voice was firm, retreating behind the familiar barrier of duty. Lila felt a pang of disappointment, sharp and unexpected. She hadn't expected a declaration, not after everything. But the flat dismissal, the denial of the raw emotion that had passed between them. It hurt. Yet she understood. He was a man bound by duty, by grief, by a rigid adherence to logic that her very presence challenged. And she was a transient, a spiritualist, burdened by abilities she barely understood, forever seeking solace in a world that often met her with suspicion. How could there possibly be a future for two such disparate souls born of mystery and dust? "I understand," she said quietly, though her heart felt heavy. "Perhaps it's best I take that stage this afternoon." He looked up sharply, something unreadable flickering in his eyes. "Regret? Relief?" "If that's what you wish," he said formally. "I'll make the arrangements, ensure your safe passage." They stood in silence for a long moment, the space between them filled with unspoken words, acknowledged feelings, and the vast gulf of their differences. The connection was real, powerful, undeniable, but perhaps, like the echoes she heard, it was too ephemeral, too strange to survive in the harsh light of day. "Thank you, Daniel," Lila said softly, offering him a small, sad smile. "For believing me eventually, for seeking the truth." He met her gaze, the corners of his own mouth tightening in what might have been a reciprocal, equally sad smile. "Just doing my job, Miss Carson," he murmured, though they both knew it had become far more than that. "Though you made it complicated." He hesitated, as if wanting to say more, then seemed to think better of it. He nodded curtly, placed his hat back on his head, and turned towards the door. "I'll see to Henderson and your travel arrangements. Be ready by noon." He left, closing the door quietly behind him, leaving Lila alone with the gray dawn and the bittersweet ache of what might have been. She was free. Her name was cleared. Justice of a sort had prevailed. She had faced the darkness and emerged, her resilience tested, her understanding of herself and her abilities irrevocably altered. She went to the window, watching as the sheriff strode across the dusty street towards his office, his figure solitary against the backdrop of the awakening, wounded town. He didn't look back. Love born of mystery and dust. Perhaps some things were too fragile, too strange to survive the harsh realities of the frontier. Perhaps some connections, like echoes, were meant only to be felt briefly, intensely, before fading back into the silence. She would leave Dust Devil Creek, carrying its secrets, its sorrows, and the memory of a stoic lawman whose grief had unexpectedly, devastatingly intertwined with her own. The stagecoach would take her west, towards new towns, new uncertainties, but the dust of this place and the memory of the choice made between badge and heart would travel with her. Epilogue, where the wind carries their names. Spring came late to Dust Devil Creek that following year, coaxing tentative green shoots from the parched earth that seemed determined to hold onto the gray bitterness of winter, much like the town itself held onto the memory of murder, deceit, and unsettling revelations. The dust still swirled down the wide main street, lifted by the same restless prairie wind, but the atmosphere felt different. Quieter, perhaps, but heavier, too, laced with a wariness that hadn't been there before Jed Henderson's trial concluded, and the full story of Silas Pincy's vanished claim, Elias Peterson's convenient death, and Martha Gable's desperate manipulations became common, if cautiously whispered, knowledge. The Creekview Hotel still stood, though Henderson was long gone, sentenced to 20 years in the territorial prison after a trial that laid bare not only his crime, but the simmering resentments and dependencies that had fueled it. A new proprietor, a stern, close-mouthed man from back east, now ran the establishment with brisk efficiency, seemingly uninterested in local gossip or history. The parlor where Lila had held her fateful seance remained mostly unused, gathering dust like a tomb for buried secrets. Mrs. Gable rarely showed her face outside the general store anymore, though never formally charged her panicked manipulation, falling short of criminal conspiracy in the eyes of the circuit judge. Her social standing had crumbled. Whispers followed her like flies, the respect she once commanded replaced by averted gazes and thinly veiled scorn. She ran her store with grim determination, her face a permanent mask of brittle pride, but the shadow of Pincy's ghost, and her role in keeping it buried, clung to her reputation like the ever-present dust. Young Billy Watson, after giving his tearful testimony against both Henderson and Mrs. Gable, had quietly left town on the first available stage, seeking anonymity and a fresh start somewhere. The weight of Dust Devil Creek's secrets wouldn't crush him. And Sheriff Daniel Hayes remained. He still walked his familiar patrol down the dusty street, his face perhaps a little more lined, his gray eyes holding a deeper quietude. The trial had been difficult, forcing him to publicly acknowledge facts and suspicions that challenged the town's self-perception, pitting neighbor against neighbor in the witness stand. He had upheld the law, seen justice done, restored a semblance of order. Yet the experience, coupled with the unsettling influence of Lila Carson, had irrevocably altered the landscape of his soul. He found himself less certain, less reliant on the rigid framework of logic that had once been his sole compass. The world felt thinner somehow. The veil between the seen and unseen, between the rational and the inexplicable, no longer seemed quite so impenetrable. He didn't suddenly believe in whispering spirits or table rapping, but he couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility of forces, connections, perceptions that lay beyond his understanding. Lila's uncanny knowledge, her intuitive leaps that had proven terrifyingly accurate, the strange sense of her presence even after she was gone, these things had left hairline fractures in the foundations of his skepticism. He rarely looked at Martha's photograph on his desk anymore without a pang of complex emotion. His grief remained a constant companion, but it was tinged now with the memory of Lila, the woman who had somehow reached across the years, across the silence, and touched the heart of his loss with startling intimacy. He remembered the wild roses, the porch swing, the fireflies, not just as his private memory, but as something shared, however impossibly, with the strange, intense young woman who had blown into his life like a prairie storm and vanished just as quickly. He hadn't tried to contact her. Pride, duty, the sheer impossibility of bridging the gap between their worlds had kept him silent. He had ensured her safe passage on the stagecoach that afternoon, standing stoically on the platform as she boarded, offering only a curt, formal nod of farewell. He had watched the coach dwindle into the vast indifference of the plains until it was just a speck, swallowed by the horizon, taking with it the chaos and the unsettling clarity she represented. He told himself it was for the best. She didn't belong in Dust Devil Creek, and he didn't belong in whatever nebulous world she inhabited. Yet sometimes, usually late at night, when the silence of the office pressed in, he would find himself staring out the window towards the west, wondering where she was, if she was safe, if she ever thought of him. He kept the small, jagged stone he'd found beneath her window tucked away in a desk drawer, a tangible reminder of the night the lines between his duty and something far more complicated had irrevocably blurred. Miles away, under the vast, star-dusted sky of a different territory, Lila Carson stepped down from another rattling train onto another dusty platform. The town before her Redemption Gulch, the sign proclaimed with faded irony, looked much like Dust Devil Creek, a raw collection of buildings clinging to the edge of nowhere. Her small carpet bag felt familiar in her hand, her worn shawl pulled tight against the cool night air. It was a scene she had replayed countless times since leaving Dust Devil Creek nearly a year ago. She still traveled and still offered her seances in shadowed parlors, still sought connection. But something had shifted within her. The desperate, aching need to hear her mother's voice above all else had softened, replaced by a quieter, more complex understanding of her own abilities and purpose. The events in Dust Devil Creek had been a brutal crucible, forging a new awareness within her. She realized now that her gift wasn't just about passively receiving messages from the departed. It was about sensitivity, empathy, intuition, about hearing the echoes, not just of spirits, but of the living, of the land itself, of buried truths and unresolved emotions. The experience with Elias, with Henderson, with the sheriff had taught her that the deepest mysteries, the most dangerous secrets, often resided not in the spirit world, but in the tangled hearts of ordinary people. She used her abilities differently now, less focus on specific messages, more on sensing the underlying emotional currents, offering comfort and insight rooted in empathy rather than solely spectral pronouncements. She was more cautious, more aware of the potential for misinterpretation, for her presence to become a catalyst for fear or projection, as it had in Dust Devil Creek. The spiritualist's cross was still hers to bear, but she carried it with a newfound understanding of its weight and its potential. She was no longer just seeking solace for herself. She was learning to navigate the complex interplay between grief and truth, belief and consequence, for others as well. Her search for her mother continued, but it was less frantic now. She still cherished the locket, still whispered her hopes into the silence, but she had found a measure of peace in accepting the ambiguity. Perhaps her mother's presence wasn't meant to be a clear voice, but a quiet strength within her, the source of the resilience and empathy that allowed her to connect, however imperfectly, with the sorrows and hopes of others. Maybe solace wasn't found in definitive answers from beyond, but in the connections forged, however fleetingly, in the here and now. And Sheriff Daniel Hayes. He occupied a quiet, carefully guarded space in her thoughts. She remembered his gruffness, his skepticism, the deep well of his grief. She remembered the startling intensity of his kiss under the gunmetal sky, a moment of raw, unplanned connection that still sent a shiver through her. She understood why he had let her go, why their paths couldn't merge. They were oil and water, logic and intuition, badge and spirit. Yet the memory of his reluctant belief, his ultimate choice to pursue the truth despite the cost, lingered. He was a good man, she thought, burdened by loss, bound by duty, wrestling with a world that had suddenly proven far stranger than his logic allowed. She sometimes wondered if he ever looked at wild roses and thought of her, the woman who had inexplicably shared that private memory. She suspected he did. She picked up her bag, squaring her shoulders, and stepped off the platform onto the dusty street of Redemption Gulch. Another town, another performance, another step on her journey. She didn't know what awaited her here, whether comfort or conflict, connection or suspicion. But she faced it with a quiet determination forged in the crucible of Dust Devil Creek. She carried its lessons, its sorrows, its fragile moments of trust within her. The prairie wind sighed around the corners of the buildings, carrying the scent of dust and distant pines. It was the same wind that swept across the plains, the same wind that whispered through the lonely streets of Dust Devil Creek, perhaps carrying their names, Lila and Daniel, unheard echoes on the vast, indifferent air. Their paths had diverged, sent back to their separate worlds, their connection a fleeting, intense spark, born of mystery and dust. Whether those paths might ever cross again, whether the echoes between them might someday find a clearer voice, remained unknown, a question left to the wind and the vast, uncertain expanse of the frontier heart. The story wasn't necessarily over, but this chapter, written in dust and moonlight and the hard choices of the human heart, had reached its poignant, bittersweet close, the end.